Good morning, everybody. Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei as we start the public hearing again on Treaty 7 territory. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Kara.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Here. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think procedurally it might be a good idea for you to display what the administration team has come up with for next week's schedule.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So the proposed schedule for the overflow continuation of the April 22nd public hearing meeting of Council is on the screen for your consideration. Should the public hearing not conclude today, it would recess and resume on Monday, May 6th at 11:30 in the morning, and it would be scheduled to 9:30 p.m. On Tuesday, May 7th, this meeting would not continue in light of the May 7th public hearing meeting of Council. One moment, please. Thank you. Due to the May 7th public hearing meeting of Council, on Wednesday, May 8th, the May 7th public hearing meeting of Council has been scheduled for a potential overflow, meaning that the April 22nd continuation would occur on Thursday, May 9th, starting at 9:30 until noon. Following lunch recess, the Calgary Planning Commission is set to meet from 1 to 4:30, and the public hearing would then resume at 6 o'clock, and it is scheduled to run until 9:30. And lastly, Friday, May 10th has been reserved from 9:30 to 6 p.m. for the continuation of the April 22nd meeting.
Thank you. And can you clarify, was this done just by clerks or in conjunction with the rest of the administrative teams?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Gondek. This was absolutely done in consultation with members of the executive leadership team.
Okay, so anyone that's involved with these public hearings from the City of Calgary side has seen this, okay, and they're
That's
comfortable
correct.
with it. Okay, good to know. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's, Councillor Penner, is it on this?
Yeah, I just have can I ask a question about that schedule?
About the what?
About the proposed schedule?
Yes.
If on the Wednesday afternoon, the overflow from public hearing of Tuesday isn't needed, would the plan be then to resume this public hearing? Or do we just stick with it as Thursday as on the calendar?
I'm going to go to Madam Clerk because there may be a reason administratively that I don't know of.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and thank you, Councillor Penner. The public hearing meeting of Council on May 7th is a large public hearing. There's approximately 40 land use items, so we did anticipate that we will need the overflow. That is why the day has been reserved. Should the overflow for May 7th not be needed, the April 22nd public hearing can certainly continue. We would just need a decision from the chair whether we can schedule it, because all the recesses at this time have been called to the call of the chair.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. So this is all in anticipation of us continuing on with the public hearing. If the public hearing should conclude, at what point in time would we be looking at how we move forward with further debate, questions, potential amendments?
So, Councillor Chabot, that's an excellent question. This schedule does not simply contemplate presentations from the public. It contemplates the entire public hearing meeting. So those dates that are set aside next week are for members of the public to present if we are not concluded yet. It is intended for a summary from administration. It is intended for questions of administration. It is intended for us to have our deliberation, debate, and decision making. Because we have said that we will make this to the call of the chair for recesses, I will be recessing us when we need to take a moment to allow administration to do their notes for recap. We will have a recess after questions of administration to ensure anyone who has amendments can bring them, and then we will go into deliberations. But this is the schedule for the whole thing. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, thanks very much for that clarification, Madam Clerk. Greatly appreciated. So we are going to start things off this morning with people from panel 190, who I will call in just a moment, but let me ask, as I always do, is there anyone in the room or anyone on the phone line that was on a panel previous to 190, unable to join but is here today?
Mayor Gondek,
Hi.
my name is Candice Ross.
Hi, which panel were you on?
I was on 136.
136. Okay, I will look for your name and we'll get you scheduled in. Is there anybody else? Okay, then let's get started. Do we have from panel 190, Lindsay Davis?
Present.
Thank you. Do we have Mandy Kosh? Do we have Shirley Ewert?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Linda Nissette? Do we have Richard Hill? Okay, I'm moving over to panel 193, which is the next panel, because we do have some blank panels. Do we have Thomas O'Leary? Do we have Jake Eskesen? Do we have Carol Rowe? Hi, you can grab a seat at the front. You'll be on that first panel. Cam Snyder. Do we have Glenna Reid? All right, then what we are going to do is this. We will start this panel with Lindsay Davis. We will go to Shirley Ewert. Then we'll go to Carol Rowe, and then Candice Ross from 136 will be the fourth person on this panel. So we're going to start in just 1 minute, but let me just let the next folks know. After this panel that we hear from, I will be calling people from panel 196. It'll be Steve Klimek, Kristy Howe, Roy Ooms, Kyle McLeod, and Dawn Blood. So if you're on the line, just hang on and we'll go through this panel and then come to all of you. Lindsay Davis, please start us off.
Good morning. I am Lindsay Davis. I am speaking against blanket rezoning. My husband and I reside in Ward 13 in the community of Canyon Meadows. My husband is a born and raised Calgarian, and I came to Calgary in 1987. We are both proud Albertans. I am extremely disappointed in Calgary City Council's proposal for blanket rezoning, thereby eliminating zoning for single-family detached communities throughout our great city of Calgary. I am vehemently opposed to a citywide blanket rezoning. I am aghast and opposed to the rezoning of my street and community. A one-size-fits-all strategy for our city of Calgary is reckless and irresponsible. My husband and I have lived in many areas of Calgary: apartments, shared accommodations, basement suites, and single-family homes. After many long years of diligently striving towards greater financial stability, we were privileged to be able to purchase our current home in an estate community, consisting of single-family detached homes. Our magnificent home provides us with abundant space and exceptional privacy and much-loved greenery. We have invested tremendous resources into our property. We consciously chose our street for its integrity and design. We did not choose a home on a street with row houses or multi-family units. I wish to preserve my right to choose to live in a single-family detached neighborhood. We immensely value our home, our street, that is single-family detached home zoned. How possibly can our state home retain its value rezoned for multifamily? The zoning of single-family detached homes is my added value. I do believe our city is facing tremendous housing challenges, both affordable and student housing. While I acknowledge and sympathize with our city's homeless situation, where many of the root causes are addiction and substance abuse, I do not believe this plan of blanket rezoning will positively impact housing affordability or availability. It is extremely misleading that blanket rezoning is the answer to affordable housing or availability. A decision of this magnitude should not be rushed or beholden to conditions of federal funding. I could reasonably support higher density in an intelligent and measured manner with full community engagement in selected studied areas of our city. Densification where it will be value added. Student housing near universities, affordable housing near transit lines, and more starter homes and new developments will create greater availability. I was appalled with our Mayor Gondek's statement. We're starting to see a segment of the population reject this idea of owning a home, and they're moving towards rental because it gives them more freedom. I can tell you my two young adult sons who are current renters do not aspire to be lifelong renters. They aspire to be homeowners and the ability to choose a community to reside in, a community that best matches their desires and financial capabilities. As they continue to work, mature, and reach greater financial stability, they too have aspirations for a single-family, detached home community. I would like to address the councillors who voted not to holding a plebiscite on this issue. You have a duty to us, the citizens of Calgary. We should be able to weigh in on such monumental changes that affect each and every one of us in our individual communities, our streets, our neighbors, our traffic flows, our green spaces, our trees, our light, our character of our neighborhoods. I feel there has been a lack of community consultation and meaningful engagement on this extremely important issue. To you, councillors, I strongly urge you to vote no. Do not ruin our great, beautiful city. I urge this council to hold a plebiscite, allowing our citizens to have a voice instead of allowing only councillors to make this monumental decision for our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Shirley Ewert, please.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Shirley Ewert. Mayor and Council, thanks for hearing us. I'm against blanket rezoning. It's not about either blanket rezoning with scattered multifamily everywhere with no rhyme or reason, or no multifamily units being built at all. Enough single and multifamily dwellings can be built in functionally, aesthetically pleasing, well-planned neighborhoods. We are not landlocked like Vancouver. We have lots of space. Compassion rightly seems to have been expressed by City Council for people who will be needing housing in the future. However, I haven't heard any compassion for people who have invested their lifetime hard-earned money to live in single-family neighborhood with homeowners who take care of their properties and are able to have privacy and backyards to relax in after a hard day's work and enjoy with their children. I can understand the support for blanket rezoning if there is no awareness as to what the end game is. It's instant gratification, but without thought to the descending effects in the future. Many younger people may want a vehicle in the future, which would be made virtually impossible with a new high-density plan. People would be paying to park at a parking meter in front of their residence. Many people also don't realize once the city is compacted enough that they will be locked into their neighborhoods and they would need to get approval to visit their family or friends that live on the other side of town. This would benefit no one, not even those perpetrating it. Instead, they would be living motivated by fear, driven to conform, ignoring their inner selves that long for love and freedom. The enticement of momentary benefits that some may gain now would later put them in an inner prison. It's hard to understand that anyone, for example, City Council, that knows what the plan for the future is, would support it, knowing that they are helping create their future world that they will have to live in at a time when they would be the most vulnerable due to age and circumstances, etc. The reality is that everyone will be put out to pasture eventually. For anyone to think that they will be exempted from the negative effects is an assumption. There is no guarantee. Even leaving for another country would not be a guarantee. City Council, think about renters living above your garage and also in your basement, where you do not know their history or their ideology. Imagine how that would inevitably affect your mental well-being and equilibrium. Then recognize that this is what you're proposing for your fellow Calgarians. The subtle suggestions made by some, seemingly, who have been taught that maybe it's not even the people's right to own property, and people should relinquish their property to others that haven't invested anything in them at all, points to a dark and nefarious plan. The truth is, it's everyone's God-given right to enjoy and own their property as long as it's not infringing on anyone else. No one has the right to rob people of this right. As the wise lady in a panel preceding me yesterday stated, there are eternal rewards or consequences when it comes to the decrees of our Creator. On the positive side, His decrees bring justice and harmony for all. There's lots of land in around our city with which to accommodate everybody, and also money available when rightly allocated to plan for the homeless too. This would make for a happier, healthier society for everyone. But the driver and intoxication of monetary gains will not bring the happiness and peace that is envisioned in the future that is envisioned. I am against blanket upzoning.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Carol Rowe, please.
Thank you and good morning. Calgarians have eloquently been stating their concerns over the past 2 weeks. The question arises, will council members that have been continuously tone deaf to the 70% of the population that is against blank rezoning? It appears that some council members are determined to abolish the suburbs altogether by destroying thriving, well-established neighborhoods. It has been stated that our city is stuck in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Explain that to the vibrant communities of Legacy, Walden, Alpine Park, and Homestead, to name a few. It has also been stated by a councillor, let's not be naive. This is something we've been working on for years. The very same councillor that didn't disclose financial interest in a property in Inglewood. Is that open and transparent communication? We hear our presentations are repetitive. Our repetitiveness is to help council remember and recognize the importance of our message. As a single-family homeowner in Ward 14, let me re-emphasize our concerns. The lack of privacy that will result from development approvals that would allow for row housing, 2- and 3-story buildings. The sale of green spaces such as we saw at Glenmore Landing, opposed by many residents but ignored by council. Traffic congestion as roadways are unable to contend with increased traffic. Please look at Marda Loop. Unavailable parking or implementing parking requirements and fees. Infrastructure that was built to service our family, single-family home, will not support the increased population, as older established neighborhoods were not built for density and do not have sufficient drainage systems, water or sewer lines. Rather than trees providing canopies over our roofs, shading our homes, increased density removes the trees, adds more rooftops, more concrete to absorb heat, radiating back into our neighborhood and the atmosphere. Could council explain how building a blue duplex or floorplex next to $1 million home will result in affordable housing? The city had affordable housing. Midfield Mobile Home Park. That property has remained vacant since early 2018 after the city evicted the tenants and bulldozed 170 units. Why? As reported by the CBC March 22, 2021, not to rebuild more low-cost housing units, but to reap the benefits of an estimated $2 million a year in property taxes. A councillor said blanket rezoning is meant to support housing crisis. Yet, City of Calgary literature states this change will increase supply to meet demand. The city does not need to implement blanket rezoning. Numbers provided by the City of Calgary, 55% of the dwellings are single detached, 45% multifamily. Missing in the equation, movable homes. To those that say we are selfish, let me tell you, no, we're not. We're here to defend our number one asset, our home. To the younger generation that has concerns over the high rental costs, in the 1980s, our generation experienced a mortgage interest rate of 8.5%, increasing to 18.5% and sometimes 21%. A monthly payment, $2,200. Imagine how difficult it was to make a mortgage payment and put food on the table, but we did it. We deserve some assurance the community that we have built a lifetime investing in, a home that is our prime investment, will not be destroyed by blanket rezoning. As a presenter said last week, and I think she sang it, we're not going to take it, so buckle up. Should this blanket rezoning pass without giving the cities of Calgary the democratic vote via a plebiscite, hopefully the government of Alberta will step in, maybe through Bill 20.
Thank you. Your time is just up.
I just have one more sentence.
I'm sorry.
To Councillors Cabot, Chu, DeMong, McLean, Sharp, and Wong, thank you for voting in favor.
Ms. Rowe, I have not enabled anyone else to do this. Thank you very much for understanding that your time is up. Appreciate it. Let's go to Candice Ross, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Your Worship, esteemed councillors. My name is Candice Ross, and I want to begin by saying that I am overwhelmed by the passion that Calgarians have demonstrated in relation to this issue. While I've not had the opportunity to see every presentation, it's become so apparent to me that Calgary is one of the most educated and well-informed populations. It's unfortunate that you haven't given Calgarians the opportunity to make this decision, and instead that the 15 people in front of us are more capable and informed than hundreds of people you've heard from at this public hearing. I'm opposed to blanket rezoning for all of the reasons eloquently given by all of the speakers before me. I've called Calgary home.
Ms. Ross, Ms. Ross, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're kind of cutting in and out. If you could just be closer to the phone somehow, I think it would be better for everyone.
Sure, I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
I have called Calgary my home for 36 years. I was a renter for 15 of those years until I could afford to buy a home. When I did, I chose Altadore for the character of the neighborhood. That character is mostly gone due to the rezoning that's occurred there. But I don't want to speak about that today. You've heard from a lot of young people in support of blanket rezoning. However, the people you haven't heard from and who don't have a voice here in council are the minor children. My children and all of the other children who are still in schools from K to 12. A number of speakers have already raised the issue that the current city infrastructure does not support additional housing. This is particularly true in relation to the schools. The public school system in many areas of the city is already at capacity. Currently, 34 CBE schools are listed on overflow designations. This means that they do not have the space to accept any further students in that school. Students who enroll in those schools will be bused to other locations where there is still some space. Councillors, most of you will recognize that this list contains schools in each of your wards. Bear with me, I'm going to read the list. Acadia, Cambrian Heights, Captain John Powelson, Connaught, Copperfield, Cranston, Crossing Park, Dr. Gordon Higgins, Dr. Martha Cohen, Elboya, Grant McEwen, Griffith Woods, Hugh A. Bennett, Joan Cardinal Schubert, Kenneth D. Taylor, Lakeshore, Mahogany, Mount Royal, Nelson Mandela, New Brighton, Northern Lights, North Trail High School, Peter Law Heath, Prairie Sky School, Rideau Park School, Saddle Ridge, Simon Fraser, Sir Winston Churchill High, Paradale, Ted Harrison, Terry Fox, Tom Baines, West Springs, and Western Canada High. So what happens is if you buy a house or move into these neighborhoods or catchments, your children will not go to school there. This is with the current zoning, and it's only getting worse every year. What is the plan to educate our children when you stuff 60% more people into these areas? Do these young people who support this bylaw understand this? Do they realize that when they have children, they will not be able to go to a neighborhood school? Their kids will be bused somewhere else, and eventually even those schools will be full. Then what? Are they prepared to pay for private education? Are they prepared to homeschool their children? Please tell me, Council, what is the plan for our children? I suspect you don't even know. You've been too distracted by the shiny prize offered by the federal government that you haven't taken the time to consider the whole picture, and particularly the current Calgary school situation. It's simply appalling to me that you haven't considered the children in this scenario. Before this issue arose, I always thought Calgarians were apathetic. Isn't that how we got here, by not enough Calgarians voting in the last election? However, what I've observed over the past 2 weeks is that Calgarians are willing to fight when it matters. And I can almost guarantee you, Council, that even if you refuse to represent the wishes of your constituents, this fight is not over. Calgarians will continue to fight for their property rights. And I urge every Calgarian who's against this to contact the province and demand that they step in. Blanket rezoning is not in the public interest, and therefore it is outside of Council's mandate under the Municipal Government Act. Ms. Morris, our proud White Hatter Olympian, was right when she spoke passionately about how she couldn't believe that something this important would not be deemed fit to go to a plebiscite, when much less important matters like fluoride or an Olympic bid were. Then again, even that council seems to have more accountability to its constituents than this one seems to. Council, your role is defined by the four corners of the Municipal Government Act. You were elected to represent your constituents, and I implore you to vote according to the wishes of your constituents.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for the panelists, so thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate you making the time to be here. All right, let's go to the next panel. For this one, I understand there's some folks with us that were unable to make it at their regular scheduled time. From panel 21, do we have Jonathan Werner? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. From panel 64, do we have Gregory Hartzler? Hi there, you can come on up and grab a seat as well. And let me double check again. From 43, do we have Jasper Woodard? Okay, I am now going to go to panel 196 to see who we have. Do we have Steve Klimek? Do we have Kristy Howe? Do we have Roy Ooms? Do we have Kyle McLeod? Do we have Dawn Blood? All right, we are going to proceed to the next people on the list. From panel 199, do we have David Richardson? From panel 199, do we have Julia Swanson? Do we have David Jacobs? All right, I am going to do this. We're going to hear from the two folks that we have with us in just one moment, but I will say this for the public. If you have registered to speak and you know that you are on panels between 194 to 212, you could be up anytime now. As a matter of fact, if you're on any panels up to and including 222, please make sure you're tuned in and understanding where we're at. Things may move a bit quickly today, so if you are on any remaining panels, please make sure that you are monitoring the situation on the live feed, and if anybody has friends that you know are signed up, please let them know that it's quite likely that any of the panels up to and including 222 could be called today. So let's go to Jonathan Werner. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Werner, and I'm here representing myself and the interests of my family. I currently live in Ward 2. When I registered to speak before council, I was neither for or against the rezoning. After much consideration, researching the proposal on calgary.ca, and listening to the concerns of fellow residents, I'm now firmly against this rezoning. Throughout my adult life, I've lived in rural Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Fort McMurray, and Calgary. I've been a renter, an owner, and a landlord. Of the 24 years of my adult life, only the last 9 have been spent with just my family under my roof. My wife and I sacrificed early in our marriage to have a place of our own by renting part of a house or living with friends and family as we prepared to own our first home. When we did get to our first home, we also opened it up to a friend who needed a room, and this helped make home ownership possible. As we started our family, we continued to rent a room to our friend, and this was all within the context of Fort McMurray during its boom of housing prices, and they were astronomical, and it was a real housing crisis.
Thank you.
When we moved to Calgary, we lived in Montgomery in an infill to be close to work, maintain one vehicle, and bike and car to go as needed. As our family of 5 grew and our kids grew older, our needs changed. And in our decision to move to a single family home, we had to make the decision based on our needs, our budget, and this required us to find a balance of our desires, being closer to work, and the community we wanted to live in, and our budget. And it's from this experience that I bring the following 5 considerations about rezoning for housing strategy. First, expectations of home ownership. I did not expect to own a home when I completed my university degree. Rather, I expected to work hard and work with others to own a home, and many of my peers at the time did the same. Some of the creative solutions we observed in Fort McMurray were people purchasing a home and renting out a room or 2, or building a suite. We also knew folks who purchased a house with friends to increase their ability to own a home. And additionally, we knew people who rented multiple bedroom apartments and rented out the extra bedroom as well. These options were not ideal. However, they did allow for people entering the market to have a stable, quality home. Council should consider options that make it easier for current homeowners to make space in their home available for others, be it an extra bedroom or a suite or a backyard suite. The investment of homeowners, second. Many homeowners consider their house an investment and is statistically a safe investment, as it's a tangible good for which there is demand. In the FAQ section of calgary.ca, to the question of if a row house is built next to me, will my property value be negatively affected? The response is that the administration will monitor sales data and they do not show a loss in value so far. This is really a non-answer because once zoning has taken place, if a property value falls, what can the city do to compensate owners for that loss in value? Additionally, what recourse does a homeowner have to recoup their investment? The rezoning strategy will fail to create affordable housing supply. The rezoning for housing strategy will fail because it appeals mostly to developers who would maximize their investment in property to tear down existing housing and replace it with semi-detached homes, row houses, and secondary suites. The increased supply will be built with new materials and appeal to current trends, so it will be expensive or more expensive than new housing being built in greenfield developments around the city. Fourth, Alberta currently does not have the tradespeople to increase the housing supply. On the Calgary.ca website, it estimated that the change in zoning will account for 1,000 new row houses per year, 750 net new houses. As evidence to the shortage of tradespeople in Alberta, the Alberta government has just launched the Alberta's Calling campaign to attract tradespeople to live and work here. These increases demand for housing in the province and city, and not all these tradespeople will be building housing. As such, I think it's improbable that the 1,000 additional housing units can be built per year, especially when last year we already had 12,500 housing starts, the most in a decade. 5, the metrics proposed to measure success of the rezoning strategy are inadequate. I believe you can't manage what you don't measure. And in the FAQ section for the Rezoning for Housing website, the city suggests that the success includes the ability for Calgarians to find stable, quality homes that fit their lifestyles in communities that meet their needs, and that administration will monitor and track the number of new units measured against anticipated units, location, price, and effect on citywide housing. To the first part, when we moved to Calgary in Montgomery, we selected the home that we could afford, and it wasn't necessarily the community that fully met our needs. The second part, I believe that administration currently monitors these units and prices and locations, and they're not really measuring anything new, even though they're proposing a massive change to zoning and development. I appreciate the time to address council and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Gregory Hartzler, please.
Mayor, councillors, members of administration, my name is Gregory Hartzler, and I'm here this morning representing my wife and our adult children who are affected by this. We object to the proposed amendments and implore City Council to vote against these amendments. Send the concept back to your Socialist Communist Planning Department that has been hell-bent for the past 15 years in creating equitable distribution among Calgary's. Your choice. We further recommend that you do not waste your time in trying to amend the proposals in hopes of giving yourself an excuse to vote in favor of such a flawed policy. Simply put, putting lipstick on a pig and then telling us it's all good, kiss the pig, hug the pig, we know that you'll enjoy it. The only good pig is a dead pig made into good old bacon. Your choice. You can reject these amendments because they are cloaked in bribery, or at least the perception of bribery. If you're so concerned about socialized housing, then tell the federal government, thank you, we'll be glad to take your funds, we'll put them into socialized housing, but no other strings attached. Your choice. We fully understand that this council operates on the premise, all for me and none for thee, with me being council and thee being the majority of Calgarians. You can truly drive this principle home in the next few days and vote in favor of these amendments. Your choice. You see, we believe the stew is already cooked. In fact, I have money down that the vote will be a tie vote and the mayor will break the vote by voting in favor of the land use amendments. It will be her moment to Calgarians, similar to Trudeau's seniors flipping the bird to Western Canadians in the day. She'll be telling the majority of Calgarians what she really feels about us. What is choice? Choice is the act of selecting and making a decision when faced with two or more possibilities. You know, like the choice between good and evil, like we are living out now. You see, I grew up in Calgary, being the big city. I either watched or lived in it for over 60 years. I grew up on the farm, not my choice, but I value it immensely. We learned to work and hard. When I was 16, I moved away from home in hopes of a better education. It was basically my choice. I'm glad I did it. And I had a housing choice, a single choice, a dormitory, student housing for those young'uns. In the early 80s, I decided not to farm and went to the University of Calgary. My choice. I lived in a house in Marlborough with 3 other young men. My choice, because I couldn't afford to be on my own. Soon after, I moved to Edmonton, as I was able to get a solid job at the beginning of the downturn. My beautiful bride and I decided to get married. Our choice. You see, we'd been on our own since being 16, and getting married at 18 and 19 really didn't faze us. Our choice. We had both worked hard since we were 14 and were able to use our savings to buy a new car and purchase a nice little bungalow. Should I mention interest rates were 20%? Our choice. We had 5 children. Our choice. Unfortunately, we buried 2 of these children. Most recently, our 30-year-old. Not our choice. Over the years, we have worked hard to own 5 different single-family homes, including living in Greater Chicago. Our choice. There were sacrifices made as we decided Mom would stay at home with our children while our children were in school. Our choice, and we did what it took. We lived in Ward 2 since 1996, and about 7 years ago, I had a midlife crisis and decided to build a new house with my family. I should have bought the Harley, but it was my choice. You see, we moved from the great neighborhood of Hawkwood, which we had carefully chosen to raise our children, to one of your disastrous new communities in the far northwest. We did so because that's where we could build new. But after all, how bad could it be? Well, my bad. We should have stayed in Hawkwood. The new community design is terrible. We are sick and tired of the sniveling 18 to 40-year-olds that think they're entitled to what we have, when their reality is they haven't earned it. Learn to do what it takes in your reality, your choice, as it was ours. So my family is once again forced to make another choice.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzler. You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
We're moving from Calgary.
Let's go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Chabot.
Mr. Werner.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I guess if I stand up, maybe you'll know who's actually speaking.
I was looking for the voice.
It's all good. Anyways, thank you for being here and for giving us your perspective.
Thank you.
You did mention something as something that you think might be a viable option, specifically as it relates to basement suites and backyard suites. Do you think we should potentially be looking at making amendments to the land use bylaw to incorporate the allowance for both on the same site?
That's a tricky question. I think the current process, where if someone's proposing that, they have to apply and rezone, allows for you to do that.
It's one or the other currently.
Oh, well, it allows you to do something, but it allows your neighbors to have a say as well, right? Because there's
on the backyard suite is considered discretionary, which would allow your neighbors to weigh in on.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Anyways, I've heard a lot of people talk about that, and I guess we may, if we're going to look at something like that, what are some of the things that you think should be incorporated in it? Maybe a parking, amenity space, any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, certainly, definitely parking's a big concern. I mean, in our community and in the specific area we live in, there is ample space for parking, but we've got larger lots, not kind of what's being built in communities today. And we also have larger land sizes, so it affords for more of that. I think that the housing strategy as talked about and kind of the density of 75 units per hectare is actually fairly dense. And until you actually go and see that in your neighborhood, it's hard to understand what that would do. In our specific neighborhood, we looked around and there's about 14 houses we could see, and we said, all that could be up to 75 units. And that's from 14 to 75. And so that's a pretty big change. Like, that's a 5 times increase.
Is this a new community, older community?
We're in Ward 2, so it's an older community. But.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the challenge is you talk about 75 units per hectare, and again, that's what we refer to it as, but we don't count secondary suites. So some folks have argued that arguably it's more like 150 units per hectare if you count secondary suites.
Yeah.
So anyways, I think the equivalent in acres, units per acre, is 30 units per acre. Do you have any idea on how many units per acre your community was developed at?
I don't offhand. That'd be a great number to have right now.
Yeah, well, a lot of the older communities, I think, were developed around 3 to 4 unit per acre sort of basis, which has been identified as being unsustainable from a tax revenue perspective and services delivered. I guess begs the question, what do you think would be an appropriate density that you think you could live with? That?
Well, I think that's a good question. Having lived both in infills, where there's higher density, and having lived both in single-family dwelling, where there's lower density, I actually don't know that you can kind of pick a number and choose to redevelop to that number. I think letting communities do it through local area planning or through letting folks, they've got an opportunity to build a suite or a backyard suite, then letting them go through the process to do that is actually a bit more organic than blanket applying different levels.
Interesting. So it sounds to me like what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, or please answer the question. Yep. Do you think we should be looking at more strategic plan focused density?
I think that more strategic plan focused density does make more sense, because it doesn't, to take, when we lived in Montgomery, to take that idea and apply it to where the community we're in today doesn't make sense, because it doesn't have the road network, it doesn't have the amenities, partly because of the density, but also partly because of the design and the topography and the layout. So.
All right, thanks. Happy for the question.
Appreciate
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. There are no other questions for this panel, so thank you very much to both of you for joining us today. We appreciate your presentations. Is there anybody in the audience or on the line now that was...
193. Me.
Hi there.
Hello?
Hi. Can you tell me the number again?
Hello? 193.
193, and your last name?
Snyder, S-N-Y-D-E-R.
Perfect. Do I hear somebody else on the line too?
Yes, Jake Eskesen. I was on 193.
Did you say 193?
Yeah, 193.
And tell me your name again?
Sorry, Jake Eskesen, E-S-K-E-S-E-N.
Gotcha, thank you very much. Who else is on the line?
David Richardson.
And which number were you on?
Hello? 199.
You were on 99?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on 1 second. And your last name?
Richardson.
Okay, gotcha. And
Hello?
There's someone else on the phone line. I just heard a voice.
Yes, ma'am. Frank Anderson, 184.
184, and it's Anderson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you. Who else is on the phone line?
Hi there. I have a panel for 218. However, I got an additional email saying that I can call in and I'll be scheduled in. My name is Gurmandeep Sahota.
All right, so as soon as we call your name, you'll be up. We're just giving everybody a heads up that panels between 190 and 222 will be called at some point today. So thank you. If you want to hang on the line, that's great. If you want to just follow along and call in when you're coming up, that would be fine too.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Hello?
Anybody
Can
else
you
on
hear
the...
me?
Hi, yes we can. Who's this?
Oh, hi. This is Kristy Howe from panel 196.
196, okay, thank you. Anybody else on the phone? Okay, so on the phone, I've got Snyder, Eskesen, Richardson, Anderson, and Howe. Is there anybody else on the phone line from panels before 199 that's here with us right now? Okay, and then I think up front here, is that Thomas O'Leary?
Yes, it is.
Perfect, great. You can just stay seated there. All right, so we've got a panel ready to go. We've got 6 people on it. We've managed this before. We can do it again. We are going to start on panel 193 with Cam Snyder. We will then go to Jake Eskesen. We will then go to, hang on everybody, David Richardson. From there, we will go to Frank Anderson. Then we will go to Kristy Howe, and then it's Thomas O'Leary. Okay, so let's have Snyder start us off, please.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name's Cam Snyder, and I want to congratulate all of us. Yes, congratulations. We collectively are participation in local government. Our local government is arguably most impactful on our day-to-day lives. I believe in direct democracy, so of course I'm a go for a plebiscite. Here are my comments around YYC rezoning. 1, affordability crisis. 2, property rights for both residential and business. And lastly, confidence. Now I'll take a deeper dive in the affordability crisis. It's going to get worse, people. It's going to continue to be driven by macro forces. Shelter, energy, food, clothing, and reproduction costs will go higher. This is not a question of supply. It is demand-driven. Have you seen the population growth and the continued declining birth rate here in Canada since the end of the COVID era? There's nothing you or your fellow council members or YYC employees can do to stop it. It is here now. This enormous tidal wave of inflationary pressures is global. The only thing the local government can do is try to lessen the blow. Blanket rezoning is not the solution. We've had excellent speakers showing you that. If anything, blanket rezoning diminishes property rights. Is rezoning about affordability or something deeper? Property rights. For citizens, it's key to advancing our local economy. Does City Council abuse tax-paying citizens through the usage of fiscal policy? In other words, taxation? Yes, and specifically, it is discrimination on the basis of wealth towards the successful citizens who employ and expand the local economy. You, the council, have dialed property tax rates to high single digits, 7 to 9%. You're setting it above the inflationary rate, 3 to 4% on an annual basis. You're contributing to stagflation. You are effectively putting a brake on the local economy. Our city can do so much better for the souls that call this place home. Also, the abuse is not just from council. It comes from our fellow non-property tax-paying residents of Calgary, my mom included. Votes are about self-interest. Nobody's denying that. And taxpayers are footing 100% of the bill and get a minority representation in the vote. Let me please say that again. Property owners, taxpayers, get to bill 100% of the bill and get minority representation. This is an abomination of representative democracy. The privileges that property owners, also known as taxpayers, should have is direct democracy. Yes, direct democracy, administered via their own vote. Council member Wilcott earlier this week said the famous no taxation without representation from the U.S. Revolutionary War. Representative democracy was birthed in 1776. It's 2024, people. 250 years later. Nothing lasts forever. The technology exists today to execute securely direct democracy. Lastly, number 3, confidence. Latin root word meaning with trust. I certainly do not leave it up to 6 or 8 or 14 representatives to speak for me. Representative democracy is an antiquated 250-year-old model, pre-electrification and internet. I myself can represent myself through direct democracy. Let's end the lights and camera show and get on with the voting. Motion for plebiscite. Thanks for my time. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jake Eskesen, please.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. I'm here today to speak against blanket rezoning. I'm 28. I'm not a homeowner. I'm probably one of the few on here on the no side that's not a homeowner. My mother does own her own home in the RC1 community of Tuscany. So I'm going to talk a bit about my community. So Tuscany is actually a master planned community from 1995. Our housing stock is not quite old enough yet to be affected by this, although of course we're affected by the zoning itself. And then that can affect the future, let's say, within 10 years. But within our community, we basically master planned it, so we have density, but it's in very strategic areas. So we have some density, like some townhomes, just right by the shopping center, which works perfectly. We have some density around the transit station, so there's actually 3 places of density there. There's a seniors complex, there's an apartment complex, and there's another townhome complex, and yeah, all right by the C train station, nicely zoned. The other place densities, there's a nice cul-de-sac of duplexes that have their own street, lots of parking, kind of separated from the single-family homes strategically. But I will say that, our councillor Sonia Sharp kind of said, it's kind of like a town, very already very dense. Like the single-family homes are very close together. The way that a lot of the streets are designed, particularly our street, there's no space for any additional parking. We do have a good amount of green spaces, parks, and things like that, I would hope wouldn't be impacted down the line. But now I also want to talk about one of our neighboring communities by contrast, and that's Bowness. So Bowness was actually, a small town back in the day. It was annexed by the city in 1964. But yeah, Bowness, as of 2018, Bowness Road was rezoned for development. And we've started seeing a lot of issues with the development going there. So I actually started looking into it, and Bowness Community Association, they do actually have an area redevelopment plan that they drafted, but they don't have a local area plan through the city. And this development has kind of been led to run rampant. And I kind of, it leaves me thinking that if we're going to go with this blanket rezoning and kind of abandon a lot of the work of these local area plans, then, you could kind of see a lot of the same results as what we've seen in Bowness. And, I really feel for that lady that spoke yesterday, Ms. Popovich, and her situation. And, I also echo her sentiment that I wouldn't like to see that elsewhere. And, it's sad to see that I think that at this point, this council is kind of in self-destruct mode. We're passing motions about non-citizens being able to vote, even though you guys know that the province is not going to allow this kind of stuff. So you're essentially just passing things that the province isn't going to allow. It's all political theater. So it makes me wonder, is this public hearing political theater? Are we actually going to work with communities to make these plans work for each community, or are we just going to, allow developers to run rampant and do whatever they want? And ultimately, I see that, this isn't addressing affordability at all. It's addressing, wider profit margins for developers. So I don't really see what the heck council is doing. Anyway, I think that I've pretty much made all the points that I want to make, and I'd like to thank everybody for listening today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to David Richardson, please. Hi,
can you hear me?
Hi, yes we can.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can. Is this David Richardson?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor Gondek and esteemed councillors, my name is David Richardson. I'm an architect and the chair of the University Heights Development Committee. I have come to tell you that I'm absolutely in favor of densification, but I want to take the conversation up one level to city building. City building has direction, a vision of where and how we want our city to evolve. It must have broad support. Fortunately, Calgary has articulated such a vision called Imagine Calgary in its successor document, the Municipal Development Plan, the MDP. The first target in Imagine Calgary with regard to housing states, support an increase in residential density, particularly in strategic locations, at transit stations, in employment areas, and close to goods and service providers. The MDP states ensure that the preparation of local area plans, including community engagement early in the decision-making process that identifies and addresses local character, community needs, and appropriate development transitions. Blanket upzoning does not reflect these intentions. The MDP acknowledged that successful community building necessitates place-based approaches that are contextually responsive to their unique contexts, opportunities, and challenges. There is no one size fits all. cities are complex. Land use planning must go hand in hand with transportation planning, including public transit, green space planning, water planning, and much, much more. The City of Calgary is presently underway with the local area planning process. At the heart of this is a commitment to listen to and learn from the many diverse voices and communities across the city, and then co-develop solutions with communities. This means different solutions for different communities will emerge. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach to city building. City building is more than just density. It is about creating vibrant, attractive, affordable, equitable, ecologically healthy cities that are prepared for future climate. This proposal does not directly address any of these aspects. In fact, it may hinder most. This debate has pitted homeowners against special interest groups and those that do not have homes, such as the young and new arrivals. This is unfortunate. We all want to build a better city. I moved to Calgary from Vancouver because of its affordability. Vancouver is not a complete success story. Housing was and remains unaffordable, but Vancouver did some things right with regard to city building. It strategically densified with large, more impactful developments on corridors and vacant land. It allowed laneway suites without destroying the treed streets and character of the single-family neighborhoods, beautiful neighborhoods that sit just behind these dense streets. To learn from Vancouver's success, we have to give signals to the larger development firms that tend to work at the city's perimeter. We need to demonstrate that the city is open for densification at transit and along corridors such as 16th and McLeod Trail, both of which need urban renewal. One simple suggestion to speed this process up would be to simply append intentional building notes on use, density, height, and existing parcel. These non-binding notes could be done in lieu of or prior to LAPs or ARPs with no change in zoning until the developers are ready to proceed with the developments. But the developers would know what the city had in mind for these particular redevelopments. Many have suggested in these hearings that blanket zoning will lead to happy neighbors having coffee in local businesses instead of unhappy neighbors squabbling over parking, garage bins, air conditioner noise, or privacy. This happy fantasy can be achieved with intentional city building, master plan, purpose-built developments that provide far more housing than blanket upzoning. Our adjacent community of University District is a good example of this. The city needs more university districts and less RCGs. My recommendation to council is to vote no on blanket upzoning, or better yet, place a motion to abandon it and get back to city building. No amount of amendments will fix the fundamentally flawed planning approach that blanket upzoning represents. Blanket upzoning is not a tool in the city building tool belt. It's a cudgel. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Frank Anderson, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Frank Anderson, and I'm going to be totally honest. 15 years ago, I was a homeless man on the streets with a bad addiction. But I worked alongside with Calgary Homeless Foundation, which was funded by provincial, federal, and the City of Calgary's money for a 10-year plan to prevent homelessness. It failed. It failed immensely because nobody took the time to see the recoil of it all. The recoil of it, and I just experienced it again. I'm a single father now, raising 3 beautiful boys by myself under the age of 14. All right, I just had an issue with a scum landlord that takes prey on individuals from the homeless foundation. They move the people in, they get a government check to pay the rent. They get a government check to pay their damage deposit, and then the government gives them funding forward so they can better themselves. They're put into a home where now they got no cable TV, they got no interaction with their friends. And the landlord knows this. And he takes advantage of it. So now when these men and women bring in their friends to spend a night, these men and women that are from the Homeless Foundation, from like, let's say, Trellis or Alpha House, right? Beautiful organizations, these people do their best. But the scum landlord takes advantage of this thing, saying, hey, you're not supposed to have overnight guests. They give them an eviction notice. Then they find a reason to keep their damage deposit. And now another agency will come in with another client, and they will put them in this home. And again, this landlord will get a check for the damage deposit for the first month's rent, and it carries on. The landlord don't care. He's making profit. People are still homeless. And more so, they're individuals that go through this program through different agencies at numerous times. And they can never find satisfaction in a home that suits them. So now you're saying, let's let it so that these landlords can have another suite in that home. Let's let them tear down that home and build a bigger one so they can rent it to more individuals and make a bigger profit. Meanwhile, these homes that you're letting them do this to, they're in a residential area where we have a senior citizen who wants to plant their garden in the summertime without the fear of somebody jumping their fence and stealing their property. And that's what you're doing. You're letting these contractors, these scum landlords, come in here, develop a piece of property, give them that much more leeway to make more money, and then now we have senior citizens being threatened. We have our schools and playgrounds with individuals that are coming from the downtown core. They're not quite adjusted to living in a residential area, roaming around, trying to make extra money so they can afford to stay. This is what your rezoning is going to prevent, or is going to cause. I just left a home in Ward 11. I had to leave this home because I had a scum landlord that put my children at risk on a daily basis. We had to move. We didn't want to move. We loved our community. We loved our neighborhood. It was a family neighborhood with senior citizens that enjoyed the idea of having children that play on their streets. But now they're going to end up with individuals that aren't going to be so polite, so family orientated. So your 10-year plan didn't work because nobody took the time to consider all of your qualities that you thought were going to be there. All right? Now, we know Manchester, all right? And we know the council member in Manchester. I used to have high regard for what he did. All right? He has Calgary housing complexes there. He has low-income housing over there. He has all this stuff over there, but turned into being a big crime wave where the children in the Calgary housing buildings, their parents are afraid to let their children down the hallway by themselves. And we know this. We know this by the police reports. We know this by the way the other citizens in that community, their reaction was to it. Because nobody takes the time to think, what type of individuals are you going to put beside our senior citizens, our average working person that has paid mortgages and taxes that paved the streets of this city.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. You're just at time, so thank you so much. If you can stay on the line on mute, if there's questions, I will let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's go to Kristy Howe, please. But hang on 1 second before we go to Kristy Howe. Okay, no, we're good. Kristy Howe, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello? Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kristy Howe. I'm here on behalf of myself and my family who live in Ward 8. We strongly oppose blanket rezoning. I will reiterate what you've already heard from hundreds of constituents from all over the city. I'm not opposed to densification or change in my neighborhood, and I'm not opposed to having different kinds of housing options in my community. What I'm strongly opposed to, however, is council making zoning changes that do not provide for thoughtful planning and collaboration with communities. A blanket approach defies logic. It would be a mistake to allow zoning that will make established cohesive streets random and disjointed in their structure. Densification should occur where it makes sense with infrastructure, transit, and amenities, as well as it should blend with the existing character of an established neighborhood. I understand the need for more housing supply, more affordable housing, as well as low-income housing. However, blanket upzoning will not solve any of these issues. What it will do, in my neighborhood at least, is make the more affordable properties like bungalows financially out of reach due to developer speculation. It will erode the property value of developed single-family homes adjacent to maximally developed lots, and each unit on these developed lots will not even be affordable. This policy will have many negative and often irreversible consequences and will not address the significant housing issues in Calgary. I struggle to understand why Council is moving away from the idea of collaborating with citizens through the local area planning process and rushing through a poorly conceived and disastrous zoning policy that will not solve any of the crises that they use to validate it. LAPs, though, make total sense because every area of the city is unique and requires thoughtful and collaborative planning with neighborhoods whose citizens are experts on the areas where they live and want to find the best solutions for planning for densification and future development. I empathize with those that cannot find affordable housing in Calgary. I think the city could make a real, more immediate impact on that shortage by developing affordable housing like condos and non-market housing on city-owned lands that do have critical infrastructure in place and are close to amenities and transit. A prime example of where this should occur is at the Westbrook LRT. The city should also simultaneously work on developing LAPs with communities to plan for densification. Listening to some speakers over the past few days, homeowners in single-family neighborhoods have been labeled as selfish for wanting our neighborhoods to have some level of cohesiveness. In fact, this hearing has often pitted us against the younger generation. What I would like to say to the younger generation is that we were all once young and eager to create a life for ourselves in the city, just as you are now. The thing is, to own in an inner-city neighborhood didn't happen overnight, and it certainly didn't happen once I finished school and started working as a professional. I acknowledge that I was born with a lot of privilege, but owning a home also took a lot of work, savings, patience, luck, and time, as well as step-by-step progressions in my housing situation in a variety of neighborhoods. It started with renting with multiple people for many years, to owning a one-bedroom condo, to owning a small bungalow, to owning our family home in the RC1 neighborhood that we dreamt of to raise a family. This variety of housing options will continue to be available if the city collaborates with communities to plan for them. I want my neighborhood to have diverse housing options. Blanket rezoning does not guarantee that. It does guarantee that developers will build whatever makes them the most profit. They are not concerned with housing options or affordability. If blanket rezoning is approved, these quiet, safe, family-oriented streets will not be here for you if you are looking in these established neighborhoods to purchase a starter bungalow with like a family home with a yard, or maybe want to downsize in retirement. You can expect to live in neighborhoods with limited or no parking allotments for the vehicles that your family requires to drive in the city. The increased traffic on your street will be noisy, and you will have safety concerns for your children. The community school you thought your children could walk to will be full, and they will have to be bused several communities away. You will have no privacy in your backyard because several units in the adjacent development overlook it. Your streets will be regularly ripped up for infrastructure upgrades. With continued development in your neighborhood, lawns and mature trees will be removed. One of the row houses on your street is for sale, but the listing price is unaffordable to people entering the market. These are some of the consequences of this policy, so be very careful what you wish for. I have often felt that many of the city councillors are not listening to the constituents that they are supposed to represent. I do not recall this policy on your platforms when you were campaigning. It concerns me that federally distributed housing accelerator funds can have strings attached for upzoning. This policy should not be in the hands of just 14 people or influenced by the federal government. At minimum, this should be put to a plebiscite. However, because I think that blanket rezoning is the wrong approach, I would prefer to see the city not waste resources and funding on holding a plebiscite. I would like the city to go back to the drawing board with all of the invaluable information you've received these last 2 weeks and come up with better solutions that will meet the needs of everyone in the city and that will address the housing shortfalls. I ask that you say no to blanket rezoning in Calgary.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Howe. You're just at time.
Thank you.
Please hang on the line in case there's questions. Let's go to Thomas O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Tom O'Leary. I've born and raised Calgarian. I've practiced law in the city for over 30 years. I live in Ward 8 and have lived there for about 20 years in the community of Elbow Park. I'm very fortunate as a Calgarian in many ways, and I'm speaking for my family in opposition to the motion. As an aside, I would probably want to add my voice to some of the others before me who have been troubled by characterizations of those on the other side of the issue regarded from the standpoint of the speaker anyway as being entitled or lazy or selfish, and these go both ways. This debate's not about who's selfish and who's entitled and who's lazy. It's about what the right tool for Calgary is to achieve the goals of the housing strategy, which are laudable goals. There's no reason to impugn the character of those on the other side. We can all and should all be able to debate the issues without that. I should also point out that as someone in an established community in a single family home and other family members with similar properties, we stand to benefit greatly financially from this change in zoning, frankly. I also have 3 children, one a young adult, 2 more closing in on young adulthood, and I'd like them to be able to afford a home in Calgary too. So I have not only a financial interest, but a very deeply personal interest in affordability. And despite these interests, I don't support the proposed bylaw because it's just not the right tool. It will not advance the goals of affordability. And it will impose significant costs, social costs on existing communities as well. Those can be avoided. So the 3 reasons to start, the first is the rezoning will have no impact on the prime reason given for it, affordability. Affordability is a real crisis. We all recognize that. It's vital to our city that housing options exist across income spectrums. I don't think there's too many people that have disagreed with that at this podium or on the phone. But the factors here, and the reasons I say it won't impact affordability, is the factors driving a lack of affordability are beyond what this body can do, beyond what zoning can do. Increased population, increased inflation, increased interest rates, slow wage growth, increasing construction costs due to labor, materials, increased taxation, increased regulatory burdens, all of these things, as someone described it a minute ago, a perfect storm of housing inflation. Second, home building capacity is at its limit. Rezoning won't change that. It won't create more supply. And unless it creates more supply, it simply isn't going to have any material impact on affordability. The second reason for my opposition is independent of whatever views of affordability might be. But the benefits sought here can be achieved through the existing planning architecture if it's used, and avoid the negative impacts on communities that many other speakers have talked about. Increased density focused on nodes and corridors, even secondary corridors, transportation routes, greater use of different zoning designations like in current RC areas, or parts of them anyway, RC2 laneway homes, floor area ratios in denser development, multifamily development areas. All of these are tools that could easily be implemented to achieve the same goals that are being sought here with less draconian, less radical impacts. Local area plans recognize this. In my area, others have said, infrastructure stress already exists and will be magnified by this. Schools, roads, the power grid, parking and traffic, all of these things will potentially negatively impact over time in my community and others. This bylaw change would not recognize those differences between areas, and some areas have greater stresses than others. Certainly, land characteristics is another thing. Floodplains. My time is up, and I will continue with that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
And thank you again.
We are going to questions of this panel. We're going to start with Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. O'Leary, I would love to ask you a question, sir.
Yes, Councillor Chu.
Over here.
Spencer.
Oh, sorry. Oh, all good.
Councillor Spencer, sorry.
No, all good. Wanted to get a sense, you talk about you really see an opportunity to step around some of the negative impacts. I don't necessarily see the same path that you're talking about. Can you help me connect the dots in terms of how a different process could help us avoid some of the negative impacts that you referenced in your presentation.
Well, certainly, I'm not a planning expert like some have been, and I know others have addressed this, but increasing density along minor or major transportation routes. I look at roads like 17th Avenue, and parts of it anyway, Elbow Drive even, although that has some other issues with it, 14th Street. It makes sense from a planning perspective, as I've always understood it, to focus growth closer to areas of transport, closer to public transport as well, better bus routes and sea train transport.
So, I mean, you've been following the conversation, I assume, to some degree. Have you come across this? That we essentially we want to do both and. Like
yes,
this proposal is essentially like we do want to grow along those nosing corridors, up the density there, but then this is essentially basically saying that we agree that this gentle density can contextually fit across the city if well done.
I certainly understand that the city's not ignoring sort of nodes and corridors, as they say. But the second part of your reference is where perhaps we might differ in a sensitive way. Can be achieved within neighborhoods, not along major corridors, on less major corridors, on taking out different parts of the neighborhood that might be more suitable for an RC2, let's say, by use of laneway homes, for example, is another means. There are many ways to do that sensitively without risking overwhelming infrastructure, without putting a whole bunch more things in the floodplain. Something I'm familiar with as someone whose house was destroyed 11 years ago. That seems to me to be courting an even more severe disaster than we already suffered in my particular postage stamp of the world.
Okay. One of the presentations we got earlier in this process, a gentleman showed us a picture of a place that had been blanket zoned in Hillhurst Sunnyside, and kind of took a picture to show the final product, and it was all homes that contextually kind of fit, but were a variety of different usages. There was canopy, there was what seemed to be vibrancy, seemed to be street parking, and his proposition was, this is a desired future state for much of the rest of the city, where we can mix in the usages, but what I see is obviously there's a gap, there's a painful reality that change is hard in this city. Do you see within that, like, if we have a desired future state for streets in that possibly way down the road, eventually we will all, incrementally grow, navigate that. How do you feel the city could help that conversation happen better? What kind of data points, what kinds of things need to happen from your perspective to ensure that as we inevitably navigate that change, we have a better conversation?
I'm not sure I'm too really qualified to answer that. That's really a question about consultation methods. And certainly consultation is needed, positive. In terms of tools, what I was really thinking was, more than anything, was there are zoning tools that can be brought to bear between RC1 and the proposed blanket rezoning. There's lots of different types of zoning in between there that can be used for different areas and different parts of different areas that would be appropriate, and I think would make that conversation you're referring to more productive and really make the solution more appropriate for more Calgarians.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Also for you, Mr. O'Leary. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councillor.
Good to see you.
You as well.
You mentioned something about how this actually could financially benefit you if we go through with this. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, just in my immediate family, 2 corner lots in very inner city neighborhoods, one with 75 feet frontage. The values of those are going to go up. One would think fairly considerably if this bylaw were to pass.
They're certainly desirable lots.
That's certainly my confident view in any event.
They're certainly been identified as desirable lots from developers. You mentioned something about alternate land uses, and this is something that's been brought up by a few others. In fact, I actually asked the question for some of those presenters whether or not they thought we could look at something that would be some sort of a reasonable transitional compromise to moving towards higher density. And I'd like to kind of hear your opinion on what you think of the idea of maybe creating a land use that would allow not only basement suites, but also allowing basement suite and a backyard suite on the same property, but maybe having the backyard suite listed as a discretionary. Do you think that's something that we might aid in the affordability side of things?
Yeah, and Councillor, what you're just before I get to the specific proposal, what you're suggesting is a means of orderly development under the Municipal Governance Act. That's exactly what that type of proposal, and without being too specific, that's the type of idea that I would suggest would be appropriate to consider for a lot of different areas to help with the density issue. I'm not convinced affordability will necessarily be served too much by it, but density is important, and increasing intensification of density in the long term is important too, and that's exactly the type of thing I think would potentially work.
Okay. There's also been some discussions around walkability, the reduced parking requirement, how it ties in directly with primary transit networks, amenities in close proximity, which are typically identified through the local area plan. And then if we use that process and then did a specific designation in and around those corridors, do you think that would be orderly transition into?
That would be orderly, absolutely, and that would, the specifics of it and the degree of rezoning and intensification on a particular piece of land, of course, are details that would be worked out, but that's an example.
And then extending from that, if that is the process that ends up going forward, do you see that potentially migrating out further from those main corridors?
Yes.
And then maybe done through amendments to the local area plan to facilitate that?
Certainly. As the city grows, that will be inevitably, probably will be something for careful consideration. We don't want to encase our land use in amber. Nobody, I don't think, is, at least I'm not suggesting that.
I've also heard certainty from folks. Is that part of the issue that concerns you as far as certainty on a go-forward basis?
That is one of the fundamental values of planning. It's been identified in legislation in our courts, so that is definitely a concern for those buying, making the biggest investment they'll ever make.
I've heard from a couple of folks, specifically in relations to some of the single-family residential properties where there's, in the more affluent communities, that may want to further entrench their land use by virtue of redevelopment into higher valued properties to minimize the potential for somebody to acquire them for redevelopment. Have you heard anything like that?
I live in one of them. I'm lucky enough, fortunate enough to live in one of those communities. There's always people upgrading their property around where we are. I'm not sure that I haven't heard that particular reason for it. But if people wanted to do that, that's what they would do. There's certainly, as you know, restrictive covenant campaigns around these neighborhoods that are what I've heard more along that line as a strategy.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I guess the challenge there is that the more affluent communities are more apt to be able to move forward with something like that, where some of the less affluent communities may not have the financial means to pursue that.
Sure, and that is true, and I don't take a sort of position on that, but there isn't going to be affordable housing built in those affluent communities anyway.
That's true. All right, again, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for making the time to be with us. We appreciate it. Let's go to assembling another panel. Now, I have an update that there's a couple of people joining us from previous panels. Do we have Jasper Woodard from 43? Hi, you can come and grab a seat at the front here. And do we have David Jacobs from 199? Hi there, you can come on up and grab a seat as well. Is there anybody else in the audience that's from an earlier panel? How about on the phone line? Is there anyone that's from a panel before 199?
I'm actually on 196.
196, so what's your name, sir? Okay, grab a seat. Anybody on the phone line that's from a panel earlier than 199?
My panel earlier in the week was 138, but then I got rescheduled to a different one.
Which one are you on now?
218. My name is Gurmadeep Sahota.
Okay, and you were on 138 originally?
Originally, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna keep you on the one that you're on now, just to keep the flow going, so hang tight.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the phone that's registered for a panel before 199? Okay, so let's call out the people on panel 202. Now, just a reminder for everyone, the way everything was structured was to have people speaking for, people speaking against, and those that are neutral. So the panels were constructed that way, but if people didn't sign up for one of those categories, those panels are empty. That's why we're moving from panel 199 to 202. We're not skipping people, we're just skipping blocks of panels. So on 202, do we have Martha O'Connor? Oh, right there? Oh, hi, come on up. Do we have Michelle McGee? Do we have Jason Chin? How about Harry Ludwig? Do we have Robin Gould? All right, well then let's go with this panel of four. We'll start with Jasper Woodard, then David Jacobs, then Roy Ooms, and then Martha O'Connor.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of council, and I've been very impressed by the level of engagement that this has engendered across all corners of the city. I am here today to speak in favor of the rezoning for housing proposals. I do believe that density has benefits for cities, but that is not why I'm here to speak in favor. And I certainly believe that increasing supply reduces prices. Yes, even though newer units will, of course, be more expensive than older units of the same type. But that is also not why I'm here to speak in favor. I'm here to sing a chorus for freedom, a basic freedom to live the way one chooses in this beautiful city. Now, I am not a freedom absolutist. I'm cutting in and out of it. I pay my taxes without complaint, mostly without complaint. I am glad that I need a driver's license to be on the road, and I do not want a scrapyard built in a residential neighborhood. I accept these measures because I believe they are necessary for competent governance services, public safety, and in the case of a scrapyard next to my apartment, because it would represent an exceptional encroachment on the rights to my own freedom for the private, quiet enjoyment of my property. I come bringing good news. Duplexes are fine. Townhouses are fine. These are not exceptional encroachments on my rights. One person may choose not to build a duplex in their land, and one person may choose that they may want to. And I can choose that I want to live in that modestly dense environment, or I may choose that that's not for me, and accept in doing so that I will probably have to look further and further from an urban core, because that's the way that cities naturally develop without government protection. Townhouses are fine. I do not think we should need to ask permission before considering this choice. And I think that council always has a mandate to give its citizens more freedoms, and they're not crushing the freedoms of others. Now, I understand the hesitations to this proposal. Calgary has changed a lot in 12 years since I first moved to this city. It's changed a lot more than that since my father grew up here. I think Calgary in the 1970s sounds wonderful in many ways. I like bungalows. I like driving. I like garden plots. And I also have firsthand experience of the pain that the status quo is causing. Amongst my peers, it feels like virtually no one is unscathed. Many are giving up in ways that I find quite depressing. And in one life, I have a fairly privileged set of peers. But I've also spent weeks while unemployed doing temp labor. And I want to talk to you about a 65-year-old man who I'm going to call Brian, because his name is Brian. And Brian is getting a little old to be hauling drywall every day. But he's a hard worker, he has a heart of gold, and by living modestly in a small apartment, he's just able to make things work. Well, at least he was a year ago the last time I saw him. But a lot has changed in Calgary real estate in just a year, and I don't know where Brian is today. But I can almost guarantee that he's not here to speak in front of council, because it is a possibility that wouldn't occur to him and a luxury he couldn't afford. Now, there is a tension in my speech, because on the one hand, I'm saying this is just about liberty, just let people do what they want. And on the other hand, I am clearly implying that I think Calgary should be building more townhomes. And the tension is easily resolved, because I think we should be building more townhomes, more density, because people want to move into them. These are not slums that people find terrible. People are willing to pay a great amount for the privilege of moving into these duplexes and townhomes, and I think we should let them, thus freeing up space in other parts of the market. And I want to end on this. There is a divide growing up amongst my friends and my neighbors, and I know members of council see it too. There has always been and always will be a wealth gap between those who own land and those who don't, but it's growing into something more. And I may be asking to make that worse, because I, like others who have just spoken, think that I am asking to increase the amount that you can do with land in Calgary, thus increasing the value of that land. I am not here to ask for a great redistribution to the young or to the poor. I am here to write an entire speech to butcher a line from one of my favorite movies, which is that the non-landowning do much of the working and paying and living and dying in the city. And is it too much for them to work and pay and live and die in a couple of decent rooms and a bath? Yes, even in a duplex if they so choose. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to David Jacobs, please.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is David Jacobs. I have over 40 years of experience building cities, and I support a targeted solution. And it's not about zoning alone. So I think we need to start that. We've had amazing participation from a lot of people in the last few weeks. And I think, quite frankly, they've earned the right to speak and to vote on this. And I suggest a plebiscite would be in order. Now, hopefully we're coming to the end of this, so rather than add new information, I'm just going to kind of summarize. The question before us is, and the majority agree that we need more housing. How we achieve it is the question at hand. Do we build up or do we build out? Likely it's a combination of both. And I've attended the open houses, and a lot of the planners were there, and they said that the blanket rezoning is an incremental solution. And my point is, if we have a housing crisis now, how is an incremental solution that's going to take time going to solve that problem for us? So, and as the previous gentleman said, we always had the rift between the haves and the have-nots and how we address that, or can this council even address that? I'm not sure. So really, I'm going to say, we live in a capitalist economy. There is for-profit housing, and we have no control over that. People will charge, and whether it be building the facility or renting the facility, it costs money. So we need to talk about, and when I said about a targeted solution, we need to talk about subsidized housing. And whether that housing be more drop-in centers, student housing, social housing, transitional housing, whatever, we need to start looking at that, and zoning itself is not the solution. You need all the other aspects. Many of the tools are not in our control. They're federal and provincial, financial, so on and so forth. And we've also seen a lot of young students come here, terrific. And we've always had this issue about young versus old, or maybe old's the wrong word, mature. So what we need to do is we need to talk about the different skill sets and the different knowledge that these people have. People growing up at school now don't need a car. Their faculty is close by. But if you've ever had to take a sick kid to a doctor or a hospital in 30 below weather, you're not going to do it on a bicycle. We need other things. And parents and grandparents and kids have different life experiences. So you've heard lots of options, excuse me, short-term and long-term solutions. I'm not going to go into them now. I'll be glad to talk about them later. But I'm going to go about blanket versus targeted zoning, and then I'd like to talk about public hearings. The blanket rezoning is a shotgun approach, and quite frankly, I consider it lazy planning. One size fits all will not address the needs of the variety of housings and location of housings. You know, we need local area planning. We need transit-oriented development. We've talked about that for years. I've been on 4 of those panels. And there will be some communities that will have to be sacrificed for density. I accept that. But doing it wisely, in the right location at the right time, is what I'm talking about. I'd like to get on to public hearing versus SDAB. This is a public hearing, the biggest one we've ever had, and we're going to remove some housing issues from here because we're going to go and everything will be approved. So SDAB is the solution that have been asked, as suggested. And quite frankly, SDAB, if any of you have ever been before SDAB, I don't think any of you are on panels SDAB anymore. So you have to first find out what's going on in your community. Not every DP is appealable, and only the discretionary ones. Then you have to find the city's website to find out what's going on. And you have to make a $200 application fee. I'm at my end.
You're at time.
Okay, we can talk about that later.
Thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Before we go to Roy Ooms, Samantha Stokes, you're here from panel 76, so come on up and have a seat. We'll take you as the 5th panelist. Let's go to Roy, please.
Good morning, Mayor and City Councillors. While housing may be in crisis mode, we need a major revision of the current proposal to meet the city's objectives. It simply does not address the central issue I've heard expressed from most of the people throwing their support in favor of it. Those who believe a lack of affordability and choice are sufficient reasons to argue for blanket rezoning have been deluded into thinking that developers should be obligated to provide that, when in fact there is nothing to compel them to do so. If you're looking for a gesture of altruism, you won't find it in that industry. Since it is not within the purview of the city to supply a meaningful amount of affordable housing, they can't guarantee that that will ever be met. Additionally, if a projected influx of as many as 30,000 to 50,000 people are moving to Calgary annually, how can we alleviate the existing housing shortage, let alone bring the price of housing down? Simple economics relative to supply and demand will dictate the pricing. Those who are renting have faced numerous increases in their rent, should be aware that utilities have gone up over 40% in the last 4 years with no increase in consumption, as has been my case. Inflationary pressures for everything on a variety of goods and services have also contributed immensely to everyone's cost of living. For the past 20 plus years, various inner city communities have been accommodating infill homes and semi-detached housing where single-family homes once stood. Development of this nature has been gentle and incremental, assisting in adding a substantial amount of densification already. The impact of multi-unit dwellings such as row houses will forever change the character of our established neighborhoods. Taking it to the next level of RCG, in my opinion, is going too far and is a rather reckless approach to the housing shortage we now see. A prime example of RCG development gone bad was made last night in a presentation by Ms. Popovich, whose home has lost all privacy as a result of an adjacent property being developed to the maximum density. It's absolutely shameful what happened to her property in Bowness as a result of that development. What once provided her and her family a respite from the world, excuse me, has now turned her yard into a fishbowl. Her presentation was one of the most impassioned I've heard yet, and best illustrates the reason most homeowners in Calgary are fearful of the of the change that is possible. It demonstrates a complete disregard for the adjacent properties and the appearance of the neighborhood as a whole, whether it's on a corner lot or in the middle of the block. As she mentioned, the row houses were fast-tracked to avoid any opposition from neighbors or the community. City planning wants to rubber stamp or green light these developments to make the process as simple as possible for developers, minimizing any community engagement or opposition. Density, density, density at any cost to the detriment of established neighborhoods and their right to enjoy the property they so dearly love. Aside from the additional strain on current infrastructure and parking, the roadways were never designed to support much more traffic than they already sustain. Marda Loop is a good example of poor execution on the part of adding density to an area that was never designed to handle as much traffic as it does now. Access and egress within this area is often a nightmare. Following in the footsteps of the massive amount of density that we've seen there, I can only surmise that it will be much the same pattern elsewhere going forward. Some have suggested the best place to add density and reduce parking issues is to develop those corridors adjacent to mass transit wherever possible, or to put more pressure on developers who are building new communities to encourage more densification where it can be incorporated appropriately with opportunity to address all the attendant issues of parking, privacy, green space, and infrastructure. I encourage the city to consider these suggestions as a possible solution to densification. Given the sheer number of people opposed to blanket rezoning, it would behoove the city to reconsider a vote in favor of a plebiscite or defeat this motion and go back to the drawing board. The people have spoken, and we're simply asking you to represent the position of the majority of the constituents you serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Martha O'Connor, please.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Stuart O'Connor. Stuart and I are opposed to blanket zoning and ask council to support housing affordability and housing supply through a strategic planning process and not a one-size-fits-all blanket approach. The hard question before this council is, how do we plan for a great city and make sure that all residents are respected, that people maintain both their financial and emotional investments in their homes and communities, and build new affordable housing and increase supply while not harming existing communities and people in the process? It's trite to say, but we all know that hard questions require expertise, data, and thoughtful consideration to answer. After having listened to multiple impressive presenters these past 2 weeks, as well as subject matter professionals and legal experts, and having considered different points of view, and using some measure of common sense, we would submit that the answer to this multifaceted issue must be evidence-based, strategic, and sensitive planning. Blanket zoning is not that. Blanket zoning is simply too blunt an instrument when considering such a complex issue, and if implemented, will result in several foreseeably negative and significant consequences for many citizens of our city, which are irrevocable. As noted by others, your blanket rezoning proposal fails to properly address a number of relevant elements, including a consideration of the local infrastructure and high cost of upgrading, a consideration of community character and the potential loss of heritage of older districts, a consideration of the natural environment and tree canopy. As an aside, I believe that as the city grows larger, the city's natural environment becomes even more valuable and requires stewardship, preservation, and protection. A consideration of the impacts of inappropriately placed densification on the social fabric, quality of life, and the mental health of people. Finally, as stated by fellow citizens, blanket rezoning will also impact property rights and at the same time create a significant risk to property values. Houses are a people's primary asset. In our case, we chose to invest and live in the inner city. We remained in our neighborhood and rebuilt after the flood. Our decisions were based on the reasonable expectation that decades of zoning and community participation in the development process would continue. This proposal turns that reasonable expectation on its head and creates significant uncertainty for homeowners and residents throughout the city. Again, your blanket rezoning proposal has the real potential to cause harm to innumerable neighborhoods, decrease the quality of life for citizens, and devalue their primary assets without achieving stated goals of supply and affordability. One only need to consider the response from people from all corners of the city to appreciate the similar widespread concerns regarding the negative impacts of rezoning on their communities. And the tragic story of Ms. Popowich from panel 184 illustrates how this zoning can go so wrong. What we do support is a planning approach in accordance with the existing municipal development plan, working together with local areas to design strategic solutions that recognize each community's uniqueness. The outcome, of course, will be some rezoning, but with such an approach, new housing will be in areas, nodes, and corridors that are appropriate, based on a planning process relevant to Calgary's unique history, layout, infrastructure, available lands, and needs, and not on a haphazard approach that fails to reflect community consensus or sacrifices one neighbor for another. This need not be a zero-sum game, and it is not a time for entrenched viewpoints. Multiple other strategies and solutions have been identified to expand housing options in the short and long term, rezoning light industrial land, developing city-owned land, potentially secondary suites, identifying areas where the housing supply imperatives can be met by targeted strategy, and of course, streamlining the city approval process to reduce red tape, of course, without throwing away your reins. Our ask of council, this is an opportunity to show leadership in area of housing policy while embracing the aspirations of Calgary's new brand, Blue Sky City, which according to the CED, and I quote, represents Calgary's story of being a city of blue sky thinking and innovation, a place of unexpected possibilities, a place of confluence where people's lands, cultures, and ideas converge. The ideas which have already converged at this hearing are creative, valuable, and innovative. And rather than implementing this blunt zoning instrument, we respectfully encourage you not to rush this, but to encourage you to think blue sky and work together with communities and stakeholders and experts to find Calgary-made solutions to address this complex issue that are appropriate, sensitive, orderly, and serve the interests of all Calgarians.
Very much for your presentation. Let's go to Samantha Stokes, please.
Oh, perfect, thanks. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine, thanks. Your Worship, Councillors, my name is Samantha Stokes and I'm one of the Directors of Development on the Elboya Britannia Community Association. And I'm here today speaking on behalf of the CA to voice our opposition to the proposed upzoning. You've heard from many individuals as to why blanket upzoning is not appropriate, and you have our community association's detailed submissions on our position. We have also provided you with some suggested alternatives, which I'd be pleased to address. But today I'm going to talk about three themes that I've heard over the last few weeks. First theme, community. The photo up here, unfortunately, the quality isn't great, but that's from a development meeting that we hosted. We had about 150 residents attend, and the show of hands was in response to a question I posed. Who here is against blanket upzoning? Obviously, the response was significant. Our community association now has a 35-person development committee, which was constituted to respond to this public hearing and will likely continue in some form to respond to other development pressures we may face. And so I reference community because in opposing upzoning, there may be some suggestion that we're selfish. With respect, we are not. We have families, we're business leaders, we're community volunteers, we're philanthropists, and we're anything but selfish. Second theme I would like to address is the old versus young generational divide that I've seen councillors and the media comment on. I'd like to consider myself on the younger side of the equation, speaking out in objection to the proposal. There are other residents in our community in my age demographic who are also opposed. So why are you not seeing as many people from the younger demographic speaking? And I think you need to put them into context. We are in the career development stage. We're at home with toddlers and infants. And honestly, social media and watching this hearing has been fairly vitriolic. So my submission on this is by not having a plebiscite on the issue, I think the true full generational opposition to upzoning is not being heard. And I will quote Oprah for this. I think you need to think, are these residents being silent or have they been silenced? Now, the third theme I will address is in respect of planning, and I probably could have taken my whole 5 minutes to address planning matters. And so there's been discussion over the hearing about changing community character, and that's being considered to be a bad word. Now, I find this quite interesting considering the city's own municipal development plan, when discussing about inner city redevelopment, refers to the preservation of community character. We're talking about this physical attributes of the community, the setbacks, the trees, the parks. There is absolutely no reference to the characters, as maybe some are trying to impose on that discussion. Now, I have concerns that blanket upzoning is an abdication of your planning authority given to you by the Municipal Government Act through the province. And I think part of that planning authority is in respect of your ability to prepare area redevelopment plans. Plans which have not been prepared for many of the areas subject to upzoning, including ours. Those are considered and thoughtful planning tools. Those are being forgotten along with the half-century of work that your predecessor councils and admin have worked on. I've also heard that part of the rationale for having blanket upzoning is to reduce red tape at the land use stage. I think that an unintended consequence of this is that it's actually going to significantly increase red tape before the SDAB and our already overworked Court of Appeal. If you are successful for leave to appeal to the Court of Appeal, I can let you know that it's a more than 2-year timeline to get your oral hearing from the time the development permit was issued. That's going to increase red tape, and I don't think I need to talk about the cost that's going to be borne by residents. Affordability, I think that may be one of your considerations when determining whether this is in the greater public interest. You've heard reference to Section 617 of the Municipal Government Act. Before the public hearing, I've pressed the city on what the definition and how this is going to address affordability. We've heard throughout that, maybe this isn't even about affordability, and it seems like the horse is being switched halfway through the hearing. This essentially seems to be a Hail Mary. And finally, with respect to the federal funds, in my view, it's an intrusion on municipal planning matters, and they are placing their thumb on the scale of this hearing, and I would caution you against that. Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. We're going to go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Mr. Jacobs, please.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. You said something interesting, that communities will have to be sacrificed. Who do you think needs to get sacrificed?
Not all communities, portions of communities. When you look at the housing needs of the students, of the drop-in center, of local area planning, there are going to be areas that need to be protected and certain areas that, when I say sacrificed, they are the most logical place to put that development. I talked about TOD, and I've worked on 4 TOD plans in the last 40 years. In fact, my master's thesis was on interface between transit stations and land development. On those 4 that I've worked on, not one has been changed, not one unit. We've made a fix the pothole, but that's where one area we need to look at, TOD, and so those areas around it, around the university, on the university campuses, and when I say university, I mean St. Mary's, SAIT, Mount Royal. There are going to be neighborhoods that are either next door to or perhaps on the university campus where appropriate student housing needs to go. The drop-in center, clearly we need more shelter. And despite everything we've heard from excellent speakers, there are going to be people who will not be able to afford anything at any price, no matter how much supply we add. They won't be able to afford the units or the rent or the utilities. So we need to find and subsidize those people, and some of those will be near the downtown, near where other services are available, around hospitals and such. Does that answer your question?
Not really, because we have to kind of if we're going to prioritize, because I'm hearing everyone say we have to prioritize the areas and locations, but neighborhoods. So we have our LAPs, we've done it, and in some senses we're not adequately densifying, even using RCG for what our pressures are. You said TOD sites, council voted that down, but how do you actually get around land rights and ownership rights to move a project forward, even if we change the label of the land?
I'm missing something here.
Yeah.
Council voted down development around TOD?
Yes, there was a motion before council that said no height limit for TOD sites within 300 meters of a TOD site, and we said no.
Well, we need to look at that again, obviously. Yeah. But how do we achieve the densities we need? There are lots of sites that we have currently that are city-owned, and we can achieve it. Now, going back to my original thought about incremental, if you've attended any of the public hearings, the planner said it's not going to happen overnight, it's incremental. Well, if we have an immediate housing crisis, we need to do something quicker. So where the city owns the land, you have control. So when I say incremental, it won't happen tomorrow or the next day, but within the next 5 years, if you made an apartment site available at every parking lot where we have an LRT station, you could make, assume 30 LRT stations have a parking lot that we could take some parking away. If you make a 300 unit, 250 unit apartment building, City Hall could through control, make that available. The universities could make housing available. Now, I live in Shawnee Evergreen community. We have the Fish Creek Lacombe LRT station there, and there's St. Mary's University there. Well, I fully expect that we should be doing densification there, where we, the city, control the land, and we can bring planning, financial resources to make housing available for the people.
Now, should I incentivize industry, or should we create a new department where we become building experts?
I suggested that the private sector can take care of themselves. We're going to need to subsidize people who can't. That's just the way it is.
Okay. Yeah, because the cost to build is the cost to build. Now, how do we incentivize industry? Like, that's our biggest challenge. You look around, there's some prime lots. There's been a lot suggested by the community. But at the same time, if you can't get financing from a lender, where can municipal government interject itself?
And as I said, the city has so many tools in its basket. Federal and provincial government can make those things available. You give private sector, the industry, the rules, and they'll figure out how to make it work.
Yes, and I think like if the federal government is kind of pushing us to do this blanket zone through their money that they're putting on the table and saying, well, now industry gets to decide what gets built. Like, that's the challenge we're in with this decision. You can see that a blanket zone is a shotgun approach that is harder to have like the necessary steps follow, but also at the same time, we're promising something that probably won't get delivered as fast as possible.
Well, it won't get delivered on a timely basis. We have a housing crisis now. An incremental solution is not going to solve that problem. City Hall has control of the land. You have control of the land use. We need federal government, provincial government to help finance student housing, drop-in centers, and other social aspects. That you can make happen quicker than hoping the private sector will build in an inner city, it's all neighborhoods. It's not inner city or outers, it's where the needs are. And quite frankly, I don't see how a basement suite in suburbia is going to help many of the housing needs that we have identified.
Well, and that's the challenge, is our greenfield development and our suburban communities are denser than the inner city. So if you look at a heat map, we have, I keep saying this over again, 15-story apartments, row townhouses, duplexes, single-family homes, narrow single-family homes, all mixed in together at a greater density and more affordable than kind of what we're proposing here, because the cost of land input is cheaper than buying a tear-down house because you're paying a premium for that product. So it's a problem where people are saying, well, we need to build up, not out, and this is supposed to solve that. So how are, like, you have experience in this. Calgary is a very well planned out city. How do we get the inner city to build up and with ownership rights in place?
Yeah. I don't think it's just the inner city. When I say, we build up or we build out, it's actually a combination of both. But it's not just inner city versus suburbia, because I'm in suburbia and I recognize that the LRT station at the end of my street, and council has already suggested it to be a site for transitional housing already. I recognize that at that end, around the LRT station, at the edge of my community, that's where we're going to need to intensify development. And it has to be done well, but it's not suburbia versus inner city. It's where are the needs? The needs are going to be around the universities. The needs are going to be around LRT stations. And quite frankly, we as citizens have spent an awful lot of money improving the accessibility around an LRT station. And we're not taking advantage of that value that the buses and LRT provide. And we need to do that.
Okay, one last question, because this is an interesting one and I gotta be mindful of time and speakers.
Sure.
With the university, they've chosen sort of for-profit housing over student housing. How again is municipal government supposed to go in there and start mandating their student housing?
And as I said, I support a targeted solution. I'm not for blanket versus not blanket. Okay. I'm saying we have to identify the needs, and the universities are wards of the province. So we have to push back on the province and say, you're generating demand, you need to be part of the solution as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And questions for you, Mr. Jacobs. Wonderful Ward 13 resident.
Yes.
And I've got a couple questions for you regarding your 40-year experience. It's nice to see experts come down and give us our opinions. Although I value just as much the other economists or residents or even a former person that was with homeless giving their opinions as to their concerns over blanket up zoning. But what I want to ask you about, what is your experience with the open houses process with, I don't know if you've probably experienced a lot of those. Do you think that's a really good process that should be continued, or were there some things we could do that could improve them? But maybe expand a bit on that for me, please.
I'd be glad to. I attended the open house at St. Mary's University on the open house, and I believe you were there at the same time. And I've talked to friends who attended other ones, so they all followed the same format. And I've heard a lot of speakers talk about the necessity to share, and that wasn't forthcoming at the open house. The boards that were up there were not very clear. They did not indicate a lot of the things that the people were asking. And I sat at a table, there were two planners, one facilitator, and I asked them questions. And I said, what about this? And they said, yeah, that's a good point. Are you going to write it down? No, it's good. But here was the real issue. The open houses, that particular open house, and in my opinion, was designed to fail. Because I sat down, I had no idea what the person before me sitting in that chair said. I have no idea what the person at the next table was saying. So if you knew nothing about blanket rezoning or anything about city planning, you wouldn't get that at that table or at the next table. So here we all talk, we all hear. That wasn't happening there. Now, I went to another open house on transitional housing, and in advance of it, our community association went to, and it was your office facilitated it, and the planner said, look, we're going to have an open house, and we need to have an understanding of where your community is at so we can be there to present the questions. And we gave them a lot of information to share, and when the open house came, they did not have that information. And a lot of people left in frustration.
Yeah, I share your concerns as well. And the common theme we've heard from the public open houses, I think they're valuable. I think they should continue, but maybe we can, that's another animal we can talk further about later, but I'll maybe move on again, just mindful of time. Councillor Wyness had brought up what you had said about the targeted sacrifices. I think we kind of went mostly down that rabbit hole. I think we agreed transit-oriented design is where we want to have it. We can't force people to sell their homes if we zone it that way, but I like what you said about when we have city-owned lands, and I think the city is doing that, but do you think then what you had mentioned by the Fish Creek Lacombe Station, where that site there would you say that would be more useful as maybe some really dense, some towers instead of maybe a couple dozen transitional homes?
Well, the transitional housing program is lower density, if you will. They're row houses, but that's only a portion of the land. There's a lot more land there. So yes, in the fullness of time, there should be intensification and high rises. And I think at every LRT station where you have some spare parking, you can build a 200 to 300 unit apartment building. And if you have 30 units, we can make about 9,000 new apartment building sites available, apartment units available within 5 years.
Yeah. So if people are getting accused of NIMBYism sometimes when developments are being done, but in this case, Shawnee Evergreen, who has again seen a lot of development, a lot of density with a golf course being redeveloped, but you're saying you'd rather see that site be developed into heavy density over top of low density. Why would you think the city would not do that?
Well, as I said, I participated in 4 TOD station redevelopments in the last 30 years, 40 years. Nothing's happened. We haven't done it. And that's a failure of administration and council not to take advantage of their lands. And when I was an employee of the city, it was my job to take all the bits and pieces and properties and turn them into useful pieces of land. I developed thousands of acres of commercial, industrial, and residential property. City Hall should be developing its land to its highest and best use.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. Last question. Speaking of your experience at City Hall with the SDAB, with the Appeals Board, there's a lot of, I think, mistrust. There isn't a lot of confidence as that's going to be our backstop if we remove public hearings on low-density land upzoning. What could you say that we could do better there to improve that so that if this does pass, and then that is the last resort for people to appeal or expand on that,
okay,
please.
I'll give you an example. Our community is opposed to the developers' DPs. There's 2 or 3 of them that they've brought forward, and we're opposed to it because we don't believe that they're following the city bylaw. And so, first of all, you have to spend $200 to see if you even qualify to have an appeal at SDAB. It is quasi-judicial. That means you're like going to court. So you need lawyers, consultants. This is not something the average person can do. First of all, they have to find out if it's even happening in their neighborhood because the city doesn't advertise in the paper anymore. So you have to go through the cumbersome city website. But I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, one of the appellants in our community, one of her family members took ill and was not available to attend. It took 24 people, 3 lawyers, a number of consultants, 2 hours to pick a new time to have the appeal. It's not a good process. Quite frankly, I'd rather take my chances in front of council than SDAB.
Okay. Lots of really good points there, Mr. Jacobs. Thank you so much for coming down. I have no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ooms, please. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
You made a comment about taking this to plebiscite. Right?
Right.
Okay. So we've heard a number of comments over the last 10 days about reasons why we should, could make amendments and everything else such. I guess my simple question to you is, if we were to take it to a plebiscite, what would be the form of a question that you would like to think we could bring to you? And I'm going to preface it with things, meaning that, again, over the course of 10 days, the public has heard many different arguments, pro, con. Over the course of the days, we've also, upcoming days, will likely be debating the recommendations and amendments. If we came to a plebiscite some point in the future, what would that question be?
Well, obviously it depends on how you construct that question. But obviously, I think you have to make sure that you've done enough public engagement to know what the framework would be of that question. And I would think that people need to be informed of what the repercussions are of this RCG development. And as it stands right now, it is so impactful. And as I alluded to, what's happened with Ms. Popowich's property is egregious. It is unconscionable that that actually happened. Who would want to live in her house? I'm surprised she's still there. I mean, she's built a beautiful home and garden, and her family's able, or were able to enjoy it, but that no longer is the case, and that's just unfortunate.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're aware that the reason why we go through these public hearings is, excuse me, is to approve bylaws or to approve amendments to bylaws. So, for example, if you take the RCG bylaw, land use district bylaw today, and if somebody were to suggest, I don't want 60% site coverage, it should be 50%, we have to go through a public hearing again, which technically relitigates everything around the table again, right? So for a plebiscite for you, would that be the end of the journey? So in other words, public makes a vote and we go no-go, or is it the start of another journey?
Well, I think given the current amendments that have been made to RCG, that needs to be revisited. And with all the wonderful suggestions that have been made over the last 2 weeks, I think you could change the framework of that, those amendments to make it more palatable. Whether it's a downsizing in the amount of coverage in a lot or something else, I think that as it stands right now, there needs to be some major changes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stokes, please. Thank you for being here. You sent me an email note earlier, which you didn't reference in your presentation, I don't believe, and that was around HGO districts versus RCGs. Did you want to elaborate on what you meant to me?
Councillor Wong, I'm not sure if that was me. Between HGO and RCG?
Yes.
I don't, unfortunately, I don't think that was me that had sent the email about HGO versus RCG, unless it was within the community association's letter.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm seeing your name here, but let's go past that one then. I guess the second question I've got is, when we talk about the same question I put to Mr. Ooms there about going through the districting, redistricting or amending districting, is that a conversation that you believe we need to, bring to an end or start as a new journey?
I think, well, you've had the vote on the plebiscite and that was shot down. So to me, probably that story has closed. The reason why I referenced it is because I think that there are a lot more who would be opposed to it and would have liked the anonymity of a plebiscite. But we have been here for now 2 weeks, and depending on your amendments, it may require more public consultation or public input, because again, we're here today with respect to the proposal, which is blanket upzoning to RCG with 60% lot coverage.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is because we're balancing the need to move quickly, get housing on the marketplace, and as we go through this question, revisiting the question, we're not moving anywhere very fast. So that's my reason for asking.
If I can just comment on that, I don't think that blanket upzoning is going to get you housing on the marketplace quickly, because I think, as I said, what you're doing is you're just shifting the red tape to the SDAB and the Court of Appeal, which is a lengthy process. And for a lot of, and there may be a dirty word, but there are restrictive covenants in the inner city. And that, again, is long legal processes. Those are years long, going from all levels of court, and extremely expensive for residents. So I don't think this is going to get more housing on the market quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Ms. Stokes? First of all, thanks for being here and for your presentation. Nice to see different demographics presenting to us, at least on the negative side. So thanks for that. You mentioned character as defined within or referenced in the MDP. Did you say that it's not clearly defined? I'm sorry, I kind of...
Sorry. So community character is referenced in the MDP when it's talking about inner city redevelopment, and it talks about maintaining community character. What I've seen, including from online posts, including from city admin, is that there's maybe a conflation between community character and community characters. And what I'm trying to make sure is clear is that when residents are talking about maintaining community character, and I'm going to talk about Elboya, Britannia, because that's where I live. We're talking about our large setbacks, the large tree canopy, low density. That's the character we're talking about.
Right, interesting. You also indicated that this has triggered significantly greater community engagement. As a result of that, do you think that if we move forward with a local area plan to identify locations and then redesignate strategically would be something that your community would be supportive of?
Well, I think we would have to see what the proposal is. So far, we are in the middle of our local area plan process, and we haven't been addressing the residential areas yet. But there are areas in our neighborhood which are available for development. The 50th Avenue right-of-way, that is area for untapped development, and I know it came before council previously and ultimately didn't proceed. So I think to answer that, I think you will see a lot more community engagement from our community members with respect to local area planning. Whether they're going to be supportive or not, I'm not sure. I'd have to see what the plan is.
Right. You mentioned, of course, appeals at SDAB or Court of King's Bench. Where do you see the greatest number of appeals? And the reason why, and we'll get into a little bit of a planning discussion on this. So right now, when someone goes for an RCG redesignation, they would come before council, and then I believe it is row house is a permitted use. So if you meet within the boxes, appeal rights are fairly limited. So your ability is at the land use, so it's actually much faster. So when we're talking now about blanket upzoning, where we're going to have discretionary uses, and I'm not saying at all that I would say you should have row houses and townhouses as permitted uses. I don't agree with that. But what I'm saying is that by removing this and changing it from the status quo, you're going to have a discretionary development. There's going to be
appeal rights to the SDAB. If the appellant is unhappy or the respondent is unhappy with the decision at the SDAB, they can seek leave to appeal to the Court of Appeal, so that requires an application. If you're successful on that, then that is a multi-month process. So I've seen in my work that you can have a development permit and we are more than 2 years before having our oral hearing at the Court of Appeal.
Mm-hmm. And that's not even taking into consideration potential challenges on the basis of restrictive covenants. And you see that as also another potential.
I do. I deal a lot with enforcement of restrictive covenants. I've taken them multiple times to the Court of Appeal, so that if you're going all the way to the Court of Appeal, you're starting at applications judge, you're starting then at Court of King's Bench, and then you're going to the Court of Appeal. So these, again, are multi-year processes, and people who have those instruments and have the means, because it does take means to proceed with this, they will proceed with this, and it is going in response to development pressures.
Right. Do you see this as potentially have a larger reach if some of these things get challenged on a regular basis, i.e. potentially invoking maybe some further orders from the courts as far as our land use bylaw is concerned?
Yeah, and even with respect to this hearing, I would probably assume that there will be court review of this hearing, and if the bylaw is passed.
I've actually heard that. Okay, thanks. No further questions for you, Mr.
Thank you.
Jacobs. Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, you don't think this is a good process. Do you think the local area plans and continue to move forward in that process and potentially extending that to even introducing city-initiated redesignations that come out of the results of an LAP would be a better process?
It has been our process for a number of years, and it has been successful. The purpose of an LAP is you have the planners, transportation, parks people come and talk to the various communities. And then they work out a resolution.
Do you think our engagement process on those LAPs is adequate today, the current method?
Well, the problem is City Hall has been reluctant to go forward with it. I've been helping friends on the Glenmore Landing issue, and we have asked administration to do LAP, to share the information of transportation and other issues. And administration has said, no, we're not going to. They say it is intellectual property of the developer, and we can't share it with you unless the developer allows it. So there's not a sharing of information.
Okay. You said you went to some of the cities and town halls, or whatever you want to call them?
That's correct.
Did you go to any of the councillors' initiated ones?
No, I did not. I did go to the Federation of Calgary Communities open house as well, because I'm my community's representative on that.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to participate in that. And how was that structured? Similarly with message boards? And
What I find is a lot of the information sharing is more about, here's what we want you to understand. It's more, they're trying to, I'm not saying, how do we say it politely? It's not information sharing, it's telling you what you need to know.
But do you recognize, of course, that from administration's perspective, they're responding to council's direction, right?
Oh, I agree. And the solution is administration, council, and community working together.
Yeah, and I guess that's all came from the direction of the Housing Affordability Task Force, actually giving direction to administration to undertake this public hearing. I guess that's where there's a little bit of a loss of understanding from folks. They say the administration's already sold on the idea, but it was a direction from council.
Well, I did, when I did attend, and I participated in a lot of public hearings and a lot of community meetings when I was an employee of the city. And you came with information to share. I don't find that's what's happening now.
Okay. So you're hoping that the public input could have potentially had a greater impact on the ultimate decision or recommendation?
Well, clearly the public are engaged here and they want to be heard. So whether we do it here at council or at LAP or open houses, I think it would be wise for council to listen and administration.
Okay, there's been some recommendations that have come out of that process from administration based on what they heard. Do you feel that the recommendations are sufficient, or that more concerns should have been identified through the...
Well, in the session that I attended, and I raised a number of points, and the planners at the table said, that's good, yeah, thank you. And I said, are you writing it down anywhere? And they hadn't.
Interesting. All right, thanks for being here. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to, I think it's Councillor Chu, but let me just confirm. Yes, Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Jacobs, please. A couple of questions for you, and I will try to be quick. It's after 12. You mentioned that a blanket upzoning won't solve the current housing crisis, both for affordability and timeliness. We have heard that from many of the presenters, but you also add that the blanket upzoning would not address the need for a specific type of housings. What do you mean by that?
Okay, well, many people have spoken about the upzoning. Upzoning is basically increasing the supply of housing. And it's a supply and demand. The more housing you have, the lower the prices are, in theory. I don't think that's the case here. It will make it maybe more available. I don't think it will make it more affordable. So what's the back part of that question again?
Is that you mentioned that the blanket upzoning will not address the need for a specific type of housing.
Right.
And what do you mean by that?
Okay, thank you. Blanket upzoning basically says row houses, intensification anywhere in the city. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to target the needs of the people. And no, a unit in suburbia is not going to solve the problem. You need to have the students close to the campus. I don't want to see a young co-ed taking transit late at night or walking home in foul weather or other issues. We need safe housing close to where people need to be. So City Hall owns lots of land in good places. We need to target what the housing needs are, affordability, and get on building them.
Okay, thank you. My second question is that you also mentioned that you worked on 4 TOD plans. Where were they? And what was the outcome?
So I worked on, for a client, on the Chinook LRT lands. They had land next to it. I worked when I was at the city at the Fish Creek Lacombe station, and I didn't live in the neighborhood at the time. Worked on Anderson and what was the other one? Heritage. And there are places that are close to schools, close to affordable services and goods. I mean, in the middle of Kelvin Grove or my neighborhood, you're not going to have a Walmart, a drugstore, whatever. So you need to have the locations that are close to services that people can afford. So that's my point, and I know we're timely, so if that answers your question.
Thank you. And next would be for Mrs. Stokes, please.
Thank you.
One question for you. You mentioned that you were involved as one of the communities who met with the mayor. Could you talk about what you discussed and what your thought about the meeting?
So prior to the public hearing starting, community association members were able to meet with Mayor Gondek. And what we did was we discussed our concerns. So some of the concerns that I had raised were in respect of planning and the potential improper intrusion of the federal government into municipal planning matters. There were a lot of presentations, things that you've heard here throughout the 2 weeks regarding built form and so on. And I think one thing that was mentioned as well is that administration has maybe lost the C in RCG, the context. And so people have mentioned Ms. Popowicz's presentation. Honestly, that did bring me to tears this morning when I watched it. And we have seen other videos of non-contextual RCG developments. And I think that's something that we really want to hit home with council, is that these just aren't working in the communities.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Worship.
All right, that's it for questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate all of your presentations. Before we take a break, I'm just going to put out a reminder of the panels that we will go to. As always, I will first check to see if there's anyone here who was on a previous panel that's able to speak now. I'll check with the audience, I'll check on the phone line, but then we will be going to panel 204. That'll be Darlene Dick Campbell, Jason Yu, Angie Laforge, Deanna Dubbin, and Susan Ferner. Following that is panel 206, and that is Krzysziof Daun, Marie Semenek-Evans, Elizabeth Burke-Gaffney, Tracy Pinney, and Alan Cheng. So those are the names I'll call when we come back, as well as people who are showing up now for previous panels. We'll be back here at 1:15, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Curra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot. Present. Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal.
I'm here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Here. Councillor Penner. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We are going to start assembling another panel. I had said that we would go to panel 204 and start calling out names, but I also need to confirm, have we got Laura MacGregor here with us? Great. And do we have Cassandra Mihalicz? Perfect. If you would both like to have a seat at the front, I'll put you on that first panel. So thank you very much. I'm going to ask, is there anybody else in the audience here that's from a previous panel and is joining us now? Okay, and how about on the phone lines? Is there anyone that was on a previous panel that's just come now?
Yes.
Yes, it's Glenna Reid.
Hi, which panel were you on?
193.
193, Glenna Reid, okay. And sir, how about you?
Good afternoon. I was on panel 104. My name's Taylor Henschel.
Okay. All right, thank you both. I will get you into panels as I can, so hang tight. It might be the next panel, but let's see what happens here. So on 204, oh, sorry, who's this? Okay, we're good to go. All right, on panel 204, do we have Darlene Dick Campbell? Do we have Jason New? Hi, you can come on up and have a seat too. Do we have Angie Laforge?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Do we have Deanna Dubbin? Hi, you can come up and grab a seat too. It's like you win the excitement prize, Deanna. Okay, and do we have Susan Ferner? Hi, you can come on up as well. Okay, so we're gonna have 6 people on this panel, and this is how we will do this. We will go with Laura MacGregor, then Cassandra Mihalicz, then it's Jason New, Angie Laforge, Deanna Dubbin, and Susan Ferner. So let's start with you, Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, councillors. I appreciate you letting me speak today. I was on panel 79 and wasn't able to be here. So I just want to say that I'm opposed to blanket upzoning. I did attend a city open house. I've attended several meetings within my community, and I've driven around Banff Trail and Mount Pleasant, some areas of Tuxedo, to see some of the individual rezoning decisions that have already been made and what that looks like to neighboring homes and how it impacts them. In all of this, I remain opposed to blanket upzoning. While I understand and support the need to add more housing to the city, and especially affordable housing, there just has to be a better way than blanket upzoning. I have many concerns and thoughts on this plan, but my top ones are, I'm concerned for the one-size-fits-all approach. I'm concerned that this plan is based on factors, some of them not realistic. I'm concerned about knowing what targets of densification we're looking to achieve, and I'm concerned that blanket upzoning is not a proven method to increase affordability. And I know there just has to be a better way to increase density even within our communities without putting multiplex buildings side by side with single family homes. In terms of the one size fits all, you know, when I go into a ladies store and I see clothes that say one size fits all, I start to sweat because I'm like, yeah, these are probably not going to fit me. So to plan a city this way, where a homeowner, especially in an established community, would be in a constant state of worry about what kind of monstrosity could be built beside them if their neighbor decides to sell their house, does not seem like a great plan to me, and it certainly isn't a great way for a homeowner to live. I think over the years, the city has done a great job in planning communities. They have been carefully and thoughtfully planned to include mixed density and various affordabilities. It makes our neighborhoods, communities, and Calgary a very desirable place to live and raise a family. Blanket rezoning would take all of this planning and the certainty that comes with it away. In terms of some of the assumptions underlying the blanket rezoning, in talking to the city planners, they spoke a lot about people not owning cars and taking public transit instead. The plan kind of hinges on this. While this is an admirable goal, I think it's admirable, but with a city that's spread out like Calgary, this is not based on reality. Most people own cars, and a lot of couples will own 2 cars. When I asked the planners, well, how do you go to Costco on public transit? Or how do you get your kids to activities like hockey and music lessons on public transit? I was told that they don't go to Costco and that their kids do all their activities in their neighborhood. Well, I wouldn't think that's the norm for everybody, just based on if any of you've been to Costco, you know that it's hard to find parking, so there's a lot of people there. And at the same time, for kids' sports, with all the kids who are in organized sports and all the mileage I put on my car to get my kids to activities, I don't know that that's a reality. I think basing a plan for the entire city on assumptions that are incongruent with daily life for most people in Calgary is a recipe for major problems between homeowners and the city and between neighbors. I think this will cause an endless headaches for everyone and for years to come. In terms of densification targets, I heard someone else talk about that and say, why don't we just figure out densification targets and then work backwards and plan best approaches? And I assume by best approaches that means, with as little disruption as possible to existing communities, but certainly for sure, carefully planned, targeted, and nuanced approach to streets, neighborhoods, and communities. And this makes sense to me. With blanket rezoning, it's like we're going to rezone the whole city and just see what happens. I think that leaves a lot of the decisions on creating density to the developers who are driven by profit and with very few guardrails. It doesn't leave me particularly comfortable with what I would be facing on both sides of my house should my neighbors decide to sell. And I don't think this is a great way to plan. You certainly wouldn't plan a new district this way, and now you're asking us to accept a retrofit that's going to drastically affect existing neighborhoods. Talking about the 95% that are already rezoning this way, I mean, when you drive through Banff Trail and Mount Pleasant, I had lots of questions about, wow, how did this get approved in the first place? So it seems to me compounding that with rezoning the whole city doesn't make sense. There's no proof in terms of affordability. There's no proof that that blanket rezoning will increase affordability. I can tell you that in my neighborhood, you're not putting up multiplex buildings that are going to be affordable.
Thank you,
So
Ms. MacGregor. You're just at time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Let's go to Cassandra Mihalicz, please. And if you're on the line, until I call you, if you could just be on mute, please, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Mihalicz. I own a home in Renfrew on the border of Bridgeland. I do not believe that the city is ready for blanket rezoning. I am going to go through a series of gaps that I have identified through my own experience living in an area that's already zoned for higher density. The main things I'll be going over is that no one at the city takes responsibility, be it the Development Authority, Health and Safety, SDBA, or the Building Code. And that, despite processes in place, individual planners yield a lot of power. Once a development permit is given by the city, any construction-related damages are considered civil matters, and the city won't get involved. Many developers factor in $10, $20, maybe more, $1,000 for incidental costs like legal fees, if it means that they can get their development underway. Not many homeowners have the financial resources to fight back against developers. We purchased our home in 2021. Less than a month after moving in, a developer notified us that they'd be tearing down a retaining wall on our property. What had happened is they drew the retaining wall as being on their property, although the RPR and our records show it belonged to us. This is evident that the city does not check any applications for accuracy, thereby allowing developers to falsify information to get maximum allowable square footage to maximize the profit. So what about the SDAB? The SDAB process itself is flawed. It does not protect residents, as it is there with a small window to submit an appeal, fees, legal costs in thousands of dollars range. Even then, the SDAB is limited in what they can do. Data has shown biases towards developers, especially certain chair members. And not every case it is possible to challenge, which was the case for the lot next to us. The development permit was approved in 2019, even though there was no development that had started. Despite, without a shadow of doubt, that the developers submitted falsified information to receive approval, the city refused to rescind the development permit. The SDBA refused to listen in the case and because it is outside of their jurisdiction. When we refused to be pressured by the developers to let them remove something on our property, they sued us for $200,000. To this day, we have sunk over $10,000 into legal fees to protect our property, something that no homeowner should be forced to do. On top of legal fees, we have sustained physical damage to our property for lack of soil retention on the developer side. There are cracks in our house, and the ground next to our house is unstable due to soil erosion determined by a forensic engineer. Soil erosion that could have been prevented had the developers had to do a geotechnical to understand the slope stability of the hill we live on. But for whatever reason, this requirement was waived for the lot next door. Again, shows us that there is no consistency to the standard of the city. In case of damages, developers tell you to go through insurance, but not everything is covered by insurance, like our retaining wall, which has now sustained damage and will cost us 6 figures to fix. Turns out there are many highly leveraged developers that even small changes in the market can put a project at risk. In our case, the developers next door filed for bankruptcy protection. So now, even though our insurance is having a difficult time going after them, which takes more time, which allows for more damage to happen to our property, causing further delays and damages to worsen, on top of this, our home insurance premium is expected to go up. Through all of our experiences with the city, we have learned that the development authority is a complete mess. We asked the status of a development permit since it's been 5 years since it was issued, and there is a giant hole next door with no soil retention. We received emails from 2 senior planners, one saying the development permit is now expired, the other saying the exact opposite, stating that it is not written in the bylaws, but is just standard procedure. How can something be standard if, in practice, be yet contradicted between 2 senior planners? There's nothing in the bylaws that deal with DPs that are suspended or that have stated that they're not going to be completed. We have learned that there are no procedures in place to protect existing residences. By taking away barriers for developers, it puts more existing residents at risk. As our experience indicates, the risk is tangible and it is quite significant, which our community might not be aware of. This is why I'm opposed to the blanket rezoning in the city, as no homeowner should have to go through what we have and are still going through to this date.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Let's go to Jason Yu, please.
Good day, Madam Mayor. I have a presentation.
We'll just get that open for you. There you go.
Thank you. Where's the clock? Or is
It's right next to you. It's behind the computer.
It's right behind your laptop.
Oh.
There you go.
Thanks. Thank you. Page 2, please. One of the things I was looking for is where is the equality of outcomes in this? The chair of the Inner City Builders Association seems to think that he's not going to be building next to the expensive properties. So I'm asking council, where is the equality of outcomes for those neighborhoods? Or will it only happen in inexpensive neighborhoods? Next slide, please. The poster board, in my view, it's a poster child for selective information. What could be next to me, it says RCG, but doesn't tell people that it's 60% lot coverage for row houses and single duplexes are 45. It says 84,600 households cannot afford where they live and are growing, but doesn't say how many of the 750 net new homes. Administration told you 1,500, 750 in the near term, it's 1,500 in the long term, which is only 250 houses or properties per year, are going to actually change that number. Or what it does not say. It does not say there's actually any impact to anybody, which is, in my view, simply not possible. Every policy has an impact. Next page, please. So the city asserts the developments are compatible. This is an opinion, not a fact. SDAB on at least one recent occasion states, the board's decision is based on the finding that the proposed building has a very long and narrow built form and is inconsistent with other building footprints on the block face. The proposed footprint and building height create an imposing and dominant building bulk and massing, especially when, I can't read that far, abutting existing developments. Anyway, my point is, the city administration is advocating for it. They're not presenting balanced information. Next page, please. The poster boards have examples of the front facades. Nice trees, nice front facades. But you know what they never ever show you? Next page, please. What the backyard looks like. So here's an example of one next to an older bungalow. Why don't we ever see this from the city? Why not? They show you the fronts. Where do people spend their time? In the rears. Next page, please. Here's one with a 5 units. So this unit is adjacent to a larger frontage where they get 5 units on the back. I think Mr. White said had some happy faces on his building. I would ask him, is there a happy face on that building next to this person that has to live there? That looks more like an apartment building than a row house or a townhouse. Next page, please. So, suggestions for making it better. Require all developments, regardless of what type, to meet the contextual depth average. This is the average of the existing houses plus 4.5 meters. What that will mean is in older neighborhoods, you maybe can't get 4 units. Maybe you only get 3 units. But you know, when somebody goes out in their backyard, they won't see a wall of windows looking into them. Require all developments to meet the contextual height rule. So this is an RC1 and RC2, where if you have 2 bungalows, your maximum height is 8.6 meters across the entire top of your building. Where in the RCG for townhouses, they have some rules. Well, if you have a little sloped roof and some other things, then you can do this and do that. Just do what RC1 and RC2 already have to do. Next page, please. Require developments to obscure more windows. If you're not going to have the contextual setback, please. These guys are raising the houses so that they look directly into backyards. So please, obscure more windows. Next slide, please. Require definitive minimum area length screening for amenity areas. These amenity areas are like right next to the boulevard. So please, have some rules there. The city to do what they want others to do. You're encouraging people to destroy these old houses and build new houses, and do the same with your old buildings. Build places on top of them. In fact, Mr. Trudeau announced this last Thursday. He's going to take federal lands and federal buildings and build on top of them. Do what a crisis warrants and look at the sacred cows. So the parks, we have the most amount of park space per capita in all of Canada, double and triple some other jurisdictions. So build on the outskirts of these park spaces. We have huge parks. So it may be NIMBYism because it's in all our collective backyards and nobody wants to do it, but let's take a look at them. Next slide, please. This one is disheartening. There was 17 mature spruce trees and the developer just chopped them all down right next to their property line. He could have actually left them there and built his thing. And he just flattens them. It's just unbelievable. Next slide, please. Mr. Chahal's idea, incentivize secondary suites even more. And then administration is asking you to vote to delete section 347.3. This is specific rules on permitted uses for row houses. Please put them as the actual rules. And if they don't impact, then they can be relaxed. But less rules is not going to help. Next slide, please. And that's my final slide. Or 5 seconds. The move to discretionary is not going to help. It's going to help a little bit, but it needs some more help.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Angie Laforge, please.
Forge. I am a woman speaking on behalf of myself, my husband, and my adult children. We own a single-family property in Ward 1. My parents were immigrants from Greece in the late 50s. I would suggest what they had to endure exceeds anything to those who feel entitled today are experiencing. They arrived with nothing and were given no handouts. They did not speak English, another challenge they overcame. They relied on community and made choices that they could afford. This included living in a rooming house with multiple families with a shared kitchen and washrooms. I spent my early childhood in this situation, and I am thankful for the lessons this taught me. Hard work, no matter what your education, pays off. This helps you appreciate what you have. Eventually, they, like many other families, made their way out of the rooming houses and into their own single-family homes. I am vehemently opposed to the blanket rezoning for the many reasons you have heard over the past 2 weeks. We need and deserve organized, planned, and harmonious communities, not a mishmash thrown together, similar to the bike lanes that have been added into existing infrastructure. Planning is not an afterthought. This proposal does nothing to address affordable housing. You cannot have inexpensive housing in an expensive market, no matter how much you want it. I agree subsidized housing should be available to those who truly need it. However, this falls outside of your jurisdiction. Your time would be better spent advocating to the federal government for the unhoused for assistance. Blankets are used to put out fires, but this dumpster fire will not be put out by the blanket rezoning. Removing the citizens' voices and going against the will of the majority will not remove the bureaucracy within this building. I have noticed, Calgary, this is your call to be kind billboards and advertising across the city in recent weeks. This needs to apply to everyone, including the people who oppose your radical agenda. Please vote no. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Deanna Dubbin, please.
The City of Calgary is a large landowner using only 2 parcels out of 407 residential housing. The city appears to want to keep us in crisis while demoralizing sound reasons against blanket rezoning, destabilizing existing communities, and normalizing the devastating effects it's having on Calgarians. Yuri Bezmenov skillfully explained in the 70s the stages of subversion, which is the act of trying to destroy an established system through demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. Demoralization is used by those given fact-based, solid evidence, but are still unable to accurately evaluate the information, often using their education status as their defense. Wisdom doesn't always come from a post-secondary institution. A Yes presenter stated that predatory financialization of housing is a serious human rights issue, but did not mention that developers building in existing communities are currently forcing first-time homeowners into a bidding war and out of the affordable market. Developers stocking properties and creating bidding wars should be illegal. Why is it not? A Yes presenter made a factually incorrect comment, which was challenged by Councillor Chabot, who said cheaper hasn't been demonstrated. The presenter disagreed. I'm just telling you what the facts say, said Chabot. The presenter sarcastically replied, the facts, right, okay. Destabilization of society can happen in 2 to 5 years. Justin Trudeau started the ball of destabilization rolling when he said, regardless of the fact that we are attacking your fundamental rights and the charter says that's wrong, we're still going to go ahead and do it. I watched a recent video of police officers and security guards approaching a few people inside City Hall. The officer shoved an unarmed woman backwards towards a wall while security wrote tickets, threw them on the ground, and walked away telling those accused of praying they shouldn't litter. My dad was a Calgary police officer. I know the difference between serving and protecting the public and intimidating citizens. This is destabilizing. We've had one manufactured crisis after another, with all of them being used as political pawns in this globalist game. Homelessness has increased all across North America thanks to agenda-driven, irresponsible governments. A recent documentary on homeless crisis in Calgary recorded an LRT security guard kicking out a volunteer who was there to offer food and hot drinks on a bitterly cold day, referring them to the well-paid organizations that were nowhere to be found, according to this documentary creator, who tried to access those services. My parents bought their first home in their 40s, lost it under Trudeau #1, rented for 10 more years, and bought again in their 60s, where they remained until my dad's passing. Would their house be worth the same if flanked by trees, sun-stealing, ecologically deficient cement disasters, when developers weren't around to create bidding wars? More destabilization. Normalization is the forced acceptance of life-altering changes and losses such as privacy rights, rights and freedoms, way of life, values, physical surroundings, including sunlight and mature trees, all under the guise of the greater good. The epitome of gaslighting is to spend $4.8 million telling Calgarians our skies are blue and not a milky haze from the geoengineering. True, deep blue Alberta skies are few and far between. Another loss. Over half of City Council have joined forces with a demoralizing, destabilizing, destructive Prime Minister. Researchers found a common thread in the collapse of society when leaders undermine and break from upholding core societal principles, morals, and ideals. Disparity between rich and poor will get worse because Marxist ideology wants city governments and people to fail so they can swoop in and have centralized power. Yuri Bezmenov concluded that throughout history, without exception, the useful who have chosen to betray citizens for the agenda will one day no longer be useful and will become disposable. Do you think Trudeau's promises to you or Klaus Schwab's promises to Trudeau will come to fruition? Of course not. Globalists want their blueprint to fail so they can swoop in, throw all of you under the bus and take control. Too much tinfoil hat? Maybe, but it's not too late for you to change course and do the right thing. Thank you so much for letting me speak. God bless.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Susan Ferner, please.
Appreciate that. Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm Susan Ferner. I live in Nob Hill, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My profession is to conduct socioeconomic impact assessments in context of large industry developments such as LNG facilities and mines. I examine the effects caused by the influx of a large number of workers in a community on housing, transportation, healthcare, utilities, and educational services, among other services. And I work closely with scientists to do the environmental impact assessments. So I'd like to speak to 3 points today: immigration and the Housing Accelerator Fund, affordability, and environmental sustainability. As you know, the Liberal government's immigration policy brought 1.6 million newcomers into Canada in 2022 and approximately the same amount in 2023. At the same time, the province advertised Alberta as a great place to live and affordable. A large part of our current housing crisis in Calgary and in other parts of the country are a direct result of immigration and migration policies that fail to address the obvious question: where are all these people going to live? The feds are aware of the problem and have taken a number of initiatives, as we know, the Housing Accelerator Fund being one. And we've heard from many people that the string attached of eliminating single-family zoning is troublesome. The City of Calgary accepted the fund, which has effectively wiped out some of the urban planning in our communities. As I said, I live in Nob Hill in the Beltline, and we've gone through rezoning and ramped up densification over the past decade. 2 years ago, the Beltline Community Association, over 100 residents, fought against rezoning one of the last R1 streets in Nob Hill to build townhouses. We raised the standard issues we're hearing today: loss of character homes, not enough parking, inadequate sewer and water infrastructure, loss of gardens and trees. We lost our case, and there are now 16 rental townhouses with basement suites, so 32 units built on what was once 50 very small, the 50-foot lots with old bungalows. The big developers said they were building affordable housing. However, this is not the case. A 1,050 square foot upstairs unit rents for a whopping $3,100 a month plus 60% of the utilities, so they're upstairs. The 400 square foot basement suite rents for $1,300 plus 40% of the utilities. It would be difficult to call that affordable. Now, under the new HGO zoning in Nob Hill, precise info about what's going to be built is missing. A city rezoning sign just posted down the street last week says, and I quote, "This will allow for dwelling units that primarily take the form of a row house, townhouse, or stacked townhouse, and may include secondary suites." So when I saw that, I'm like, well, it's not at all clear, as it used to be, as what exactly is going to be built here. How many dwellings? Is it a fourplex with basement suites? Is it a lane dwelling? Is there going to be any parking? And I'd really like to know why there's such a lack of transparency in that sign. Okay, I have zero confidence that new future dwellings will be affordable based on the existing market and the fact that the government is dictating that building of affordable housing is going to go to developers, who last I checked are in the business of making a profit like any other good business. The fact that developers are getting tax breaks from the feds doesn't mean that the dwellings are going to be more affordable, especially given inflation and increased costs of materials and supplies. These will simply be passed along to buyers and renters. About environmental impacts, our government frequently uses the word sustainable, which connotes clean air, songbirds, ample trees, and gardens. But as we've heard before, we are losing our urban canopy at a fairly rapid rate on the new builds. I was once told by a developer that, quote, millennials don't garden, end of quote. And he said that with a straight face. So housing prices now are based on interior square footage. And what we will be seeing, I believe, with the new kind of zoning is even more loss of that green space. I know the city's trying to address the problem, and I applaud that. But I do believe that this new zoning is actually contradictory to any plans you have to retain the canopy. A city with less trees, gardens, and parks and wetlands is simply a hotter city. This is not climate change induced, it's just poor environmental planning and loss of our shade areas. What can we do? I know immigration's outside your jurisdiction, but I do suggest reasonable, manageable levels and discussions with the feds. I think conducting an environmental social impact assessment, well, you've got all the data now, it would be kind of interesting. Not to mention, Alberta did some really cool work in the early 2010s, like 2011, they issued an ecosystem services assessment, in which case wetlands in Calgary were part of that study. I don't know whatever happened to the study. I used it for some work I was doing, and that would be interesting.
Verner, you're just at
I've got some other suggestions, but I think you've heard a lot
Thanks
of them.
for your presentation.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for making the time to be with us. We appreciate your presentations today. I'm going to go on to creating a new panel. I do understand that we have some people with us from previous panels, so I'm going to start with them. So if you are here, please let me know, and you can also take a seat in the front there if you're in person. Glenna Reid?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Perfect. Taylor Henschel?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Do we have Alexa Briggs? Hi, you can grab a seat up front there. Is there anybody else in the audience right now that's here from a panel that's prior to 206? Is there
Peterson.
anyone? Hi, who's this?
62. Well, I'm on the phone. I'm in
That's okay. What's
Montana. Robert Peterson.
your name? Okay.
I was on panel 62.
Thank you very much. We'll get you onto this panel. And is there anyone else from previous panels that's on the phone? Okay, I'm not hearing anyone. Anyone who's on the phone, if you could just mute yourself until I call you, that would be great. And let's see, from panel 206, do we have Krzysziof Daun? Do we have Marie Semenik Evans?
62. Well, I'm on the phone. I'm in.
All right, so for this panel, we are going to kick things off with Glenna Reid, then we'll go to Taylor Henschel, then Alexa Briggs, then Robert Peterson, and then Marie Semenik Evans. So Glenna, please start us off.
Hey. Hello, my name is Glenna Reid, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the future of my grandchildren. I'm 68 years old, and I've been a resident of Calgary for over 30 years. I've owned a home in Hawkwood, downsized to a condo in Mount Pleasant, sold everything I own to travel, and now I'm renting in the downtown core. I, too, am finding it hard to get back in the marketplace. However, I'm not here to tell you that I think you should buy me a home, because that would be absurd. I'm here to tell you that I oppose blanket rezoning. I've heard from many women and men over the last 2 weeks, men and women who are more knowledgeable of policies, planning, development, and legal issues than I am. These presentations were excellent and should make the decision clear. No to blanket zoning. I will not reiterate the obvious, but I do ask myself, what's actually going on here? The good news is Calgarians get to see what a sham this process truly is. In my opinion, it's all about you, the mayor, and the council looking good. I hear comments from some of you that we will hear everybody who wants to speak, but I do not see evidence that you're really listening. This is about looking good and making yourself feel better about what you're doing. The residents have spoken, and yet you're still wasting our tax dollars and money on these hearings. The truth, in my experience, is that at some level you've been bought by the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, equally, and our puppet who's pretending to lead this country. It is my experience that the increase in taxes at all levels of government and the big fat raises that you give yourself and the outrageous immigration policies is the primary reason that homes are no longer affordable. In the world of economics, inflation is directly related to the government overspending. So stop it. Stop it now. The blanket rezoning will destroy the lives of men and women and families in Calgary. Everyone, including all of you one day. I feel that you think you're somehow protected, but it's only a matter of time before some monstrosity is built next to your home. Or you will lose everything when the final agenda of Own Nothing and Be Happy rolls out. Call me a spiritualist if you like. I believe you know what's going on even more than I do. And if you don't, it's time that you start doing your own research and understand the implications of what you're doing. It's actually clearly documented on the city website. You think that you can do whatever you want without listening to the residents of this city. You think you can even change the laws so non-Canadians can vote. You think you can parade a bunch of foreign students and non-residents into these hearings to bolster your case. Well, believe me, the men and women of Calgary are not being fooled. When it came time to vote to recall the mayor, their vote didn't count. It should not count here. All I can say is shame on you. To the most hated mayor in Calgary history, and to the council members who've been labeled the hateful eight, this is what Calgarians think of you. Shame on you. And yet you still do nothing to listen to your constituents. The blanket zoning has nothing to do with affordable housing or even sustainability. That is the biggest scam, and you are lying to people who think that they will get affordable housing. We live in a time where people are driven by greed and short-term gain. We live in a world where the almighty dollar talks louder than common sense. A wise person once said, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children." It is time that you reflect on the legacy that you are leaving your children and the children of other people around you. Now is the time to stop corruption and look to the future and respect those yet to come. Again, I would like to put on record that I strongly oppose blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Taylor Henschel, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Taylor Henschel. I'm a 33-year-old father, husband, and entrepreneur who has lived in Calgary my entire life. I grew up in Lake Bonavista in a 1970s bungalow. In the wintertime, we played hockey in the backyard. In the summer, we had sleepovers in a treehouse. And every day, we walked to school with our friends. Now, with a son of my own, a 1950s bungalow, and our own backyard, I hope to provide the same enriching childhood that I enjoyed. I speak today in opposition to the proposal and against my pecuniary interests to ask this council to press pause on blanket upzoning in hopes that my son will one day be able to provide a similar upbringing for his children. Housing unaffordability is a problem created and defined by government, and we are told that the solution is more government. The irony is that because of government, the goal of this policy, affording a home on 30 to 40% of your income, will never be attained. Let me explain. To define the problem, the city relies on a graph showing a 400% increase and widening gap between median home prices and median wages. This chart purports to show a supply-driven crisis where housing is becoming less affordable because there's not enough of it and wages have not grown. This is not the proper description of the problem. The problem is that the median wage buys less house because of inflation. The dollar I earn today buys less house than the dollars my parents earned when I was a child. Over the same 30-year period, the same type of chart shows that other commodities, such as gold and oil, have also increased in their price in dollars by similar dramatic amounts. What is happening? By the city's logic, this would mean that there's a supply issue or shortage of gold and oil, but that is not the case. We're producing more of these commodities than ever, but the price signal in dollars keeps rising because the dollar is losing value. However, when you price housing in gold, the same amount of ounces of gold in 1990 and today can afford the median house. So long as this inflationary environment persists, housing unaffordability will persist. I'm concerned that this body is looking at a symptom of a larger problem and that their prescription will make the problem worse. This body has no control over fiscal policy, monetary policy, or interest rates, which are the key drivers of inflation. And so I urge you to exercise some humility, recognize your limitations in addressing a problem caused by Ottawa, and if there's any chance that this policy may increase prices, that this body press pause, adjourn this decision, and obtain more empirical evidence for making such a change. Unfortunately, I believe there is such a chance. My concern is that upzoning will increase the price of land, a commodity, and in turn housing prices because it creates more uses for single-family lots and attracts a wider suite of buyers. This policy will incent speculation and further financialization of the housing market, which prejudices people like me seeking a home for their son. With more uses for a finite commodity, the price will go up. This concern is not unfounded or based on misinformation, but rather my conversations with developers and custom builders in the city. When I look at my house, I see a home, a place for kids, birthdays, and backyard play. When developers see my house as a 6,000 square feet of dirt and the potential to develop and generate as much revenue per square foot as possible. Unfortunately, it seems like the city is siding with them. Right now, the one thing cautioning speculators and developers from bidding against families and bidding up the price of land is RC1 zoning. Blanket upzoning incents developers and speculators to look at my home as an asset to be developed, not a home to raise a family in, and in that nexus, the well-financed developer or speculator will generally win. I'm a proponent of sensible density strategies that are free market driven, like selling city land that the city owns and is not developed, eliminating wasteful bureaucracies that increase lead times, cost of constructions, and thereby the cost of housing, and permitting density around existing nodes and corridors. I am not in favor of the city creating a monolith bureaucracy funded by ever-increasing taxes to compete in the housing industry against the family, and most of all, I'm not convinced that RCG upzoning will increase affordability. What I am convinced of is that eliminating RC1 zoning will eliminate existing single-family homes, impose a myriad of costly externalities on taxpayers, which further detract from affordability, and undermine decades of sensible planning by your predecessors to promote the idyllic childhood I enjoyed. I urge you all to vote to protect the single family, to protect backyard tree forts, and protect the way of life that has made this one of the greatest cities on earth to raise a family in. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have Alexa Briggs?
I'll go the other way. Hi, everybody. My name is Alexa Briggs. I'm a homeowner in Killarney. And the only reason I mention that is because with the proposed rezoning, my neighborhood will go from RC2 to RCG, and I am super happy about it because I really want good things in my neighborhood. And one of the ways I get good things in my neighborhood is with density. I want a coffee shop with a patio I can walk to. I'd like to be able to walk to a grocery store, a neighborhood pub, and I'd really like bike lanes. And not just paint on the road, but honest to goodness bike lanes. And so city planners, people looking to open businesses consider density in those decision-making processes. And so before I will get any of these good things, I need more density. Please say yes to rezoning and help my neighborhood get good things. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Robert Peterson, please.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm out of town, so I hope our cell phone works well.
We can hear you just fine.
I feel good. I feel qualified to discuss this issue because as a professional engineer, my company has been involved in the management. We were in the project management business of large housing projects in Ontario, Calgary, and Fort McMurray. It seems to me that blanket zoning is introduced as a solution to a housing crisis. Well, it's not. And I'm attacking this or looking at this as a person who could produce or would know how to produce a number of houses. That's the last thing I would ever do. What you're doing with blanket zoning is creating 50-foot lots with marginal housing on them, which is in the middle of an area causing lots of dissension to lots of people. That's not the way to develop large amounts of housing quickly. In fact, the housing crisis, as defined by Mueller, your chief planner, was based on 84,000 households spending more than 30% of their money of their income on housing, which to me is a ridiculous way to deal with a description of a crisis, if it is in fact a housing crisis. It's basically a supply issue and a cost issue. The market has defined to a great degree the issue of cost having to do with the federal government's increasing demand through bringing people in to the country from other places and not at all planning or setting up a situation that could address this issue. In fact, the housing cost issue could be mostly attributed, almost 100%, to governments. Mortgage and financing costs, the Bank of Canada, inflation. We have $1.2 trillion in debt now. The civil service increased by 30% under Trudeau. The climate emergency and carbon tax. My heating bill went up from $200 to $300 2 months ago. And what was that for? $100 in carbon tax. And what was that for? Well, I heard Trudeau gave $144 million to third world countries to help them with climate change. And then the high property taxes that came this year, which weren't necessary, I understand, and I don't see them, because they've gone up every year ever since certain people have been in positions in our civic government. And then there's the Liberal Accelerator Fund, which was given to us only if we put blanket zoning in place and we make expensive changes to the building code due to climate change. What you need, if you really want to build housing here, you need to set up a realistic program for building homes. First of all, you need to define the available lands, particularly city lands that may be available, and bring them into play. You need to have a feasibility study which really looks at what kind of housing needs to be built, where it needs to be built. Specialty housing like student housing. This blanket zoning is not where you want to put students. You want to provide appropriate student housing near the universities, and there's land available for that on that large parcel where the hospital. Then the market study needs to be done to know what you need to build. And you need to work on industry coordination with the development industry. How many houses are they building this year? You guys don't build houses, they build houses, and you want to bring their talent to play. Calgary probably has the best housing builders in the world. And you need economies of scale if you're going to cut costs. You're not going to get economies of scale with blanket zoning, 150-foot lot at a time, believe me. So, in closing, if this council is serious, and I don't think it is, it's more serious about blanket zoning, then you need to approach this to build a number of houses in an organized fashion and have it managed properly.
Mr. Peterson, you're just at time. Thank you very much. If you hang on the line.
I'm finished.
Okay, if you stay on the line on mute, if there's questions, I will let you know, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Let's go to Marie Semenuk Evans, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Marie Semenuk Evans, and I have been a resident of Calgary living in Crescent Heights for 29 years. I am in favor of increasing density across all communities across the entire city. We are a growing city. And post-COVID, we are no longer tied to downtown and the inner city as people and businesses function remotely. So yes, density across the entire city makes sense. However, I do not support the RCG initiative as it has been presented. We are now at panel 206. There have been many, many people before me who over the last couple of weeks have shared smart and interesting perspectives on the RCG proposal. I hope that you and administration will listen and sincerely take into consideration those ideas, because those ideas may be the building blocks to a better proposal for increasing density in our city. Something that I do not believe we have considered enough in this process is the impact that the RCG proposal will have on the housing affordability. It will essentially inflate the market, making it difficult and often impossible for new home buyers to compete with developers to afford a single detached home. Developers, seeing every single lot, including the smaller ones, as a development opportunity, will almost always be able to outbid individual home buyers. A few months ago, when we were working through the density calculation for RCGs, I was quite shocked to learn that on a 37.5-foot lot, which is already reasonably dense, a developer will be able to build 3 units with 3 basement units. A property that would normally be considered the perfect starter home in a price range that is somewhat affordable suddenly becomes further out of reach. These properties will no longer be an option for young home buyers. The RCG proposal as is will be taking away those housing options. I would like to see a restriction on RCGs on smaller lots in order to allow for diverse home options for the next generation and for future generations of home buyers. I suggest that we do not change the maximum lot coverage on lots with a less than 50-foot frontage and let it remain at its current 45%. It will still leave opportunity for basement suites and laneway suites, and you could further support this type of density by changing the current requirements to achieve a legal suite, considering how it can be a more affordable and attainable option for homeowners. This will not only support an increase in density, but will further help individual home buyers finance their home purchase. I encourage you to amend the bylaw and restrict lot coverage to 45% on lots with less than a 50-foot frontage. This isn't about being right or wrong. It's about working together to build our city in a mindful way for now and for the future that will always include diverse and fair housing options. Let's not make all single detached homes in Calgary an option only for the elite. You have had the opportunity to listen to ideas and suggestions of many Calgarians over the past several weeks, Calgarians who are all stakeholders in this. I hope that you will be able to take the time to genuinely consider our ideas and how they can lead to a mindful and thoughtful plan to increase density across our city. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much for your presentation. We're going to go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Briggs. Ms. Briggs. Thank you. In your submission, you said you want us to approve this blanket zoning because you want local shops, you want local shopping center. Just trying to figure out how you rationalize that this will achieve that.
I believe I said increased density is one of the things that helps drive services in a neighborhood.
Okay, not necessarily this, just increased density as a whole.
I'm not sure I understand the distinction. What I said was that increased density is one of the things that leads to increased services in a neighborhood.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking the question is because what's before us is blanket zoning of RCG. And our administration has indicated that this is not going to result in a huge increase of RCG zoning in any given area. So that's why I'm kind of asking the question. You say you support blanket zoning, and somehow I'm led to think, based on your submission, that this is going to provide for increased number of services because of this density that this will provide.
One of the things. It's one of the things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Evans, please. Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
You put a couple of conditions about 45% on properties of 50 or less feet frontage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess the question I have is in a typical rectangular lot, 50 by 100, and maybe 120 lot that we've heard about, 50 by 120 allowing 4 above, 4 below, 8 units, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's at 60. You're suggesting cutting it back to strictly 45.
Yes, I am. I think that, well, when I walk through my neighborhood and I see the houses that are coming for sale, and I think of the potential of those houses with young people who are also looking for houses, I try to think of what is the solution. And so that is the solution that I came up with, that I just feel that you have to cut it somewhere.
Yep. Okay.
And draw the line.
Okay. The reason I ask is sometimes you get those irregular shaped lots where it's a pie shape where the front is 50, the back could be 75 or wider, and therefore the lot size is bigger than a typical 50 by 120, right? So I guess my question is it better to say 45% at 50 feet or 45% at a certain area of a property?
Sure. I think that when the calculations, and I certainly find they're often over my head when I'm looking at them, that I think there are many ways to slice this. And I think that it could be looked at from as far as square footage, square meter percentage.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that one.
Thank you.
Ms. Briggs? Sorry, thank you. Just to continue on with Councillor Chabot's question about more density, in Killarney, would you accept more multi-residential? In other words, 2, 3-story, 5-story type development of density in the community?
Would I personally?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
All right, that's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all for joining us. We appreciate the time and your presentations. I'm going to form the next panel. I'm going to call a few people, but first I need to double check. Is Vernon Yu from panel 157 here? Hi, just hang tight, sir. I'll get you into one of the panels. Is there anybody else here from a panel that was earlier?
Krzysziof Daun from panel 206.
You're on panel 46, is that right?
206.
206. Oh, okay. Yep, we'll get you onto this next panel then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, do we have Elizabeth Burke-Gaffney? Hi, you can grab a seat at the front there. Do we have Tracy Pinney? Do we have Ellen Cheng? How about Margo Coppus?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, thank you. And do we have Chris Stanley? How about Paul Koss? Do we have Heather Sherman? Do we have Evelyn Main? All right, then we are going to assemble this panel as Krzysziof Daun, Krzysziof Daun, then Elizabeth Burke-Gaffney, then Margo Coppus, and then we will have Vernon Yu. Is there anybody else that I've missed? Okay, then Krzysziof Daun, please.
Hi, hello. Mayor, councillors, Calgarians. My name is Krzysziof Daun, and I'm a Calgarian since 1978. I did have an opportunity to live in many different neighborhoods throughout the city, renting in the different housing, apartment buildings, row houses, and so on. Now, for the past 30 years, I do reside in Killarney area, and we bought the house. Hello?
Hi. Yes, you can keep going.
I thought someone. Anyway, so I'm the house owner, and we did upgrade at the time from a duplex into a single dwelling property within the Killarney, and we did that for a reason, for the privacy, for the number of trees, and for all those reasons that many people did explain throughout this hearing. And what I would like to also mention that Calgary Killarney zoning, and especially the street I am on, the zoning was changed about 10 or 15 years ago without even loud enough notification that would reach me. About 7 years ago, there was a first proposal to build a duplex on our street, and our neighborhood mounted the motion to and presented the case, not agreeing to do this since the street was just a single story bungalow with a developed, upgraded yards and with many trees. And one of our neighbors was facing proposition with a couple-story duplex between in front of his newly renovated one-story bungalow. Some kind of a scenario when person loses privacy, and anyway, so we did lose that case, even though we did have a ratio of 9-to-1. Like nine people, 9 cases were against and 1 pro as far as building. And the city at the time gave the go-ahead to the builder. Because of the zoning, I suppose that was legal and that was pushed through. But same token, I'd like to say that this kind of means that the city doesn't really listen to individual cases. So anyway, if I didn't mention, in my case, there are more and more replacements of the old houses being placed. We have those 4plexes with the other suites. More or less 8 dwellings instead of 1 house, corner lots. We start having problems with the water. We have problems with the parking, and I'm like to say this because I didn't say so far that I'm strongly against the blanket rezoning. I have no problem as far as increasing density, building new structures where appropriate. So I'd like to ask the council and the city not to abandon the responsibility of even conducting hearings like this and any other way of letting the city planning be done by the people with money, by the builders. It's a beautiful city still, and we don't really would like to see those monstrous cities as it was showed yesterday by the lady in. Anyway. Just can't recall the name of the person.
Thank you, Mr. Daun. You're just at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Elizabeth Burke-Gaffney, please.
I have a PowerPoint. There's only 4 slides, so not many. Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Elizabeth Burke-Gaffney. I live in Westgate. Luckily, my lot is a 55 by 150 lot. I remain in opposition to blanket upzoning. I submitted my reasoning to you in your pre-read, and given the number of people who have spoken before me, I see no need to reiterate it. What I'm here to do is to share my own experience, which I think reflects some flaws in the process. This experience was prior to the approval of the Westbrook LAP. Given its approval now, I believe my experience would have turned out differently. This is my backyard, pre-2001. In 2021, my neighbor submitted a plan to build a garage suite in their backyard, which development I opposed. No worries, no theme here. I was not opposed to the development per se, simply the placement of same on the lot. I obtained the city's guideline, building to building, yard to yard. I looked around at my own site, canvassed all of my neighbors across the alley, diagonally and directly, along with the community association. Here's the snag. Slide 2, please. The guy wire. It would prevent egress. So before the hearing, I determined that this city's guidelines would be inhibited by this guy wire. So I went to the developing neighbor, offered to contribute financially to the movement of the guy wire. I didn't have to, it was just out of good guyosity, and I thought maybe it would make the deal go around the horn. We settled, agreed, and I subsequently confirmed it in writing. We both attended the SDIB hearing, and my appeal was approved due to the deal that was struck between the parties. A few months then elapsed. I arrived home from work to see yet another development placard on the same neighbor's yard. I wasn't in my house but a few minutes, and the doorbell rang. It was my neighbor who complained to me that the costs of the project were increasing, as a result of which not only did I need to pay them $10,000, I needed to waive my right of appeal. And by the way, the development was returning to its original placement. Rather than to say what was in my head, I replied that I would take it under advisement. I was subsequently bombarded with emails indicating I was taking too long. I replied measuredly to say that no, it wasn't my project. However, I am a woman of my word and my written agreement that I'd stick to the deal that was made. I was unprepared to waive my right to appeal, and certainly I was not going to gift them $10,000. Back to the SDAB we went. My voice was audible but ignored. I lost. The panel ignored the city guidelines, believed the argument that the birch tree in the neighboring yard was worth saving. Further, they assured me that there would be no shading in my yard, no exhaust from mechanical would be pointed toward my yard, and the structure wouldn't be substantially taller than the existing garage. They sided clearly with the neighbors in that they felt that they deserved to build this project. What about me and my quiet enjoyment? Next slide, please. So this is what we got. For me, the ship has sailed. I think the process permitted haphazard building without regard to those most affected. I think perhaps the appeal board members' hands are tied. Certainly my voice was unheard, and my lot is the one that was most affected. I think the planning department at the city simply approves these projects willy-nilly. Today, with the approved local area plan, I believe my voice would have been heard. Whatever the next steps are, and again, I don't believe that it's blanket upzoning, the city must prepare for this kind of development, especially given consideration to its own guidelines, which in my case it did not follow. In that preparation, guy wires need to be buried. The enlargement of sewer systems need to be undertaken. Then the city can abide by its own rules. Again, I oppose blanket upzoning because it does not meet the goal. It did not serve communities, especially when there's an approved avenue. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Margo Coppus, please.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Margo Coppus, and I'm opposed to the proposed blanket upzoning. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your patience listening to the concerns of hundreds of people over the past 2 weeks. And I hope you are listening and will carefully consider all the concerns and suggestions made by both sides. Having been a member of the development committee of my community in Ward 8 for several years, having been extensively involved in the guidebook process and retired from a career in architecture, has given me quite a bit of experience with the city's development processes. I've also submitted a written report a few weeks ago outlining my main concerns, which have been covered extensively by other presenters. After listening to numerous excellent presentations from both sides of the equation, I've come to the conclusion that we basically all want the same outcome: affordable housing, more supply, more diversity. It doesn't have to be conflicting. It seems to me that we should be able to work together and find a solution that works for all. I believe this marathon hearing could have been avoided if some common sense was used in evaluating the 98+ recommendations outlined in the Housing Strategy Report. I'm perplexed why the city is wasting precious time on this very contentious so-called solution to the housing crisis, while the report has many much better options that could be started with immediately, especially after all the issues with the guidebook. What happened to the years of studies to first develop the area redevelopment plans and the transit-oriented densification plans, and then the guidebook and the still ongoing local area plans, just to have those overridden by the blanket rezoning without offering any alternatives? I took a quick look at the city's website on the guide to local area planning. All the suggestions that have been proposed by speakers during this hearing are in there. Are they just nice statements to sell your proposal? Why aren't they being followed? Let me just quote a few things from the city's website. The guidebook, 5 years in the making, giving citizens a stronger voice on how their communities grow. The guide, together with community local area plans, will provide more certainty and predictability for redevelopment. The guide helps to maintain and enhance the community's unique traits. We work with community members, the experts on their respective communities, through an inclusive engagement process called area planning. The guide ensures that there are places for people to gather, socialize, play, and relax. We use the guide with citizens to talk about where growth and change makes most sense. Wow, these are exactly the kind of things we're all asking for. So why not stick to the local area plans, learning from the ones that have already been finalized and improving while we move forward? I believe the local area plans are the middle ground that will work for both opposed and in favor parties. Why is time and money wasted on a proposal that pits people against each other? As many well-researched presentations have shown, this will not solve the housing crisis, as the city would like you to believe. Adding density haphazardly throughout established communities will not increase supply by enough and fast enough. And I also don't buy the rationale given that this blanket rezoning will reduce red tape. In fact, I heard an SDAB member voicing concerns that there will be an influx of appeals. To the students, young people just starting out, or for that matter, all of the people have spoken in favor, I totally understand your point of view. Something needs to be done. What seems to get lost here is that most opponents are not against densification or upzoning. It is the blanket part of the upzoning that I believe is the problem. I believe there's lots of common ground. Why not get architecture and urban planning students involved to come up with innovative ideas to build houses faster and more cost-effective? Why aren't we looking into prefab modular building systems? Let's not pit young against old, renters against homeowners. Let's work together to find a solution that will make a difference and will work for everyone. I ask Council to vote no to this proposal and don't come back with amendments, such as making all applications discretionary. My experience as a member of the Development Committee has shown that most requested relaxations get approved, totally ignoring neighbors' concerns. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Vernon Yu, please.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. My name is Vernon Yu. I'm the CEO of AltaGas, a $20 billion business headquartered here in Calgary. Prior to this job, I was the CFO of Enbridge and president of New Energy Technologies. I'm a director of the Calgary Economic Development Corporation. I'm a member of the National Petroleum Council, which is the advisory board to the U.S. the U.S. Secretary of Energy. I'm also the former vice chair of the Alberta Cancer Foundation, and in my career, I've been heavily involved in public policy. I have firsthand knowledge on how thoughtful and thorough consultation when it comes to permitting and building large-scale infrastructure is critical. During this career, I've had to provide expert testimony to the House of Commons, to multiple premiers, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, numerous governors, and even the White House. But I'm here today as a Calgarian. I'm the son of immigrants. My parents came here with $200. So I know firsthand how important it is to have affordable housing. I'm also a small business owner. In fact, I own 55 affordable housing rental units. These units range from $800 a month to $1,500 a month for 1 and 2 bedroom apartment buildings. Apartments, which is lower than the city average. Unfortunately, I'm opposed to blanket upzoning. There is no lack of opportunity in Calgary to develop more affordable housing within our current zoning restrictions. Let me reiterate, zoning is not the bottleneck. The real roadblock today for affordable housing is higher interest rates, higher costs to build things, lack of skilled labor, and not enough people generally to make it happen. The current blanket upzoning proposal will increase the stock of high-end townhomes, duplexes, and condos, but do nothing to increase the number of affordable houses and rentals. Just take a look at Marteloup and Altadore, where duplexes are being listed for $900,000 all the way up to $1.5 million. That's not affordable for your average Calgarian, and no wonder the citizens of Calgary are concerned. We need to have a real plan that addresses affordable housing with credible expert testimony in the areas of economics, construction, and urban planning. I really strongly encourage the city to do a proper consultation with legitimate experts to develop a proper plan to deal with the affordable housing crisis we have in front of us. The current blanket upzoning proposal doesn't reflect proper due process and consultation. At its core, it's public policy that's not backed by fundamental economic analysis. For the average Calgary homeowner, your house is your largest asset. This proposed policy not only roadblocks that luxury, but also jeopardizes the value of that investment to Calgarians. People in Calgary and in Canada in general do not need more economic uncertainty while we deal with high interest rates and high inflation. This blanket upzoning policy will do nothing but antagonize the people of Calgary. Calgary is my home. I recognize I'm extremely fortunate to have the means and the ability to support my family here. Many others don't have that affordability, so let's make it happen for them so they have the same opportunities that my parents had when they moved here 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Ms. Burke-Gaffney, please. Hi.
Hi.
If I am hearing you correctly, what I hear you saying is that there is a distrust in moving towards blanket RCG because of the lack of controls and regulations or oversight that is happening on the administrative side of things. Is that a fair assumption? Is that sort of the crux of it?
The blanket upzoning, Councillor Penner, as I understand it, would not give people the ability to appeal. So what if in the event, right, it ignores people's quiet enjoyment of their property?
Yeah.
I think that's wrong.
For sure. And so just to clarify, so then you're not aware that we're trying to make any row homes or townhomes discretionary, so there is the review of that development permit. So, but what I hear you saying is that alone is not enough, because in the experience that you've been through, those checks and balances haven't come to fruition in a positive way.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think that the communities, certainly the Westbrook LAP has been approved. That's in the area in which I live, is in that LAP, and people have worked tirelessly for years to get that approved, and it's in accordance with each community's character, fit, and finish. So I don't know why we need to reinvent it.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other questions. I have a question for Mr. Yu really quickly. Mr. Yu, you talked about affordability, and I don't think actually anyone disagrees that we need affordable housing for some of our lowest income Calgarians. So just really quickly, are you aware of some of the actions we're also taking in the housing strategy to release city land to create those affordable housing opportunities?
Well, I think that is far more impactful to create affordable housing, if that's the goal of what we're trying to do here, than blanket upzoning. Mm-hmm. From what I can see, and the lack of analysis that goes towards how blanket upzoning can affect affordability, I just don't see how those are correlated.
Mm-hmm. And then, are you aware that some of our affordable housing providers actually hold on to single detached, like they have families in single detached homes, so this actually creates development potential for those affordable housing providers as well, that then they don't have then they have one less regulatory hurdle to go through?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just again, we're just trying to sort of understand what everybody knows. So you're in a position of affordability now that you maybe weren't when you were first starting. Is that fair?
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
So the affordability that you might have now, right, as someone who's spent a lifetime in a career, is your affordability now the same as what you would have had in your 20s or your 30s?
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah. So one of the things I've heard, and maybe you can reflect back to me, is that there's individuals who are in their, late 20s or 30s, even into their 40s, who are, still like dual income working families. I mean, I think of any one of us around this council, horseshoe, us plus our partner, may still, may be in that bracket of needing to afford something like a townhome, but the supply isn't there. And so can you maybe just comment on how affordability maybe just looks different for it's not just for those on the lowest income?
Yeah, I understand your question.
So the supply side of it?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. So my parents came here with $200 in their pocket. They saved every penny they could. They took public transit. They worked extra jobs at night. They actually went to the Calgary Stampede and the Big Four building and sold trinkets to make some extra money. We did not go on a single family holiday. I wasn't on an airplane until I was 18 years old. I did not come from privilege. I live a life of privilege today. The reason what happened is they saved all that money so they could buy a home. And they ended up buying a home in the furthest suburb out in Calgary, because that was the most affordable home they could buy at that point in time. I moved back. I was lucky to go to university, and then when I came back to Calgary in my early 30s, I struggled at that point in time to buy a home. And I again had to save and give up things to allow that to happen. So I think many of us have saved for years and decades to have what we have. Not all of us absolutely will be as lucky as I have been in my career to have the privileges that I have today. But I didn't grow up with those privileges. I was lucky to work hard, be in the right place, and be financially savvy. So that's, I think, where I am today. But I also recognize about doing things and taking risks that my parents did to get ahead in life. In fact, I bought my first house because I couldn't afford it with a $100,000 loan from my parents.
Sorry, and I guess my question is, we've heard stories of people who have put money away and saved and done all of those same things, but actually still can't enter the market simply because there isn't supply in the areas of their choice. And so I'm wondering, how do we, and I guess, what is fundamentally before us is, does this kind of land use belong in more communities so there are different choices for different people who are prepared to enter that? And so I guess my question back to you is not if people worked hard enough, can people afford it? It's, does this land use belong in more communities and more places?
Well, my parents grew up I grew up in the furthest outskirts of Calgary because that's the place we could afford to live. Over time, my parents were able to move. They didn't want to actually live in the furthest suburbs of Calgary because they wanted to be closer to downtown. It's only through further savings and a lifetime of work where they are recently able to move into Ward 8 to be closer to their children and their grandchildren. So I understand how everyone wants to be able to live where you would like to live, but I think in everything there's supply and demand. If we're going to build townhouses in the inner city, in the area where I live in Ward 8, they're not going to be affordable. If a lot costs $1.5 million and it costs you $300 to $550 a square foot to build a new townhouse or a fourplex, because that's the standard that people want to live to in those neighborhoods, none of that's affordable. None of that is meeting in the middle. It's not. It is just money that's going to be spent for more expensive homes.
All right, so I'm really trying to understand, because we're having a conversation about a form. So if the market is saying there is demand for this form, even at a price that you may think is unaffordable, someone is saying this is affordable for me and I would like this built form in these kind of neighborhoods and I'm willing to pay for it. So the question is, do you think this built form belongs in neighborhoods that don't currently have it? It's just a yes or no.
I'm not for it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor Elizabeth Gaffney. Hello.
Hi.
How did the project in the laneway finish up in the end?
Well, it's mostly finished, not inhabited. The assurance that I got from the SDAB that none of the mechanical would exhaust into my yard, well, that's a lie. That there'd be no shading, and there is. They also assured me that the structure would be just a little bit larger than a garage, but it's 2.5 stories. So it's like a monstrosity. And it's like a massive wall on the south side of my lot.
Do you think it affects your lot value?
Absolutely.
How do you think it will integrate or relate to any potential developer approaches that might be made to you in terms of buying your plot?
I'm sorry?
How do you think that this situation will impact any potential buyers of your lot?
Well, that's the snag, right? Do I sell, right? And then where do I go? Because every neighborhood has this has this problem. Do I renovate or do I just wait for the land value to keep going up, because it will? And I stare at this monstrosity wall every day. And I have no quiet enjoyment of my backyard because the windows are peering into my yard. So your question is, will it impact the value of my house? I want to live in that neighborhood. That's why I chose that lot. I grew up on a corner. I know what the snags are in a corner. I didn't want one. I wanted a flat lot. And I got that. And I worked like a nailer to get where I got. So why should somebody say, well, you don't deserve that? I deserve it just as I worked hard. So just simply because of what is the value of it today, Councillor Putmans, doesn't mean well, it's like the roof over my head. It's my home. So that's my value. I want to live there. I'm not selling it tomorrow.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are for Mr. Yu. It was quite an impressive resume you had there. So you would say that you've got a pretty broad range of knowledge and experience?
Yeah, on energy, infrastructure, and finance, absolutely.
Okay. And given that you've spoken to so many different people, institutions, and even governments, you'd say they broadly respect your advice then?
I believe so.
And you've given it. So you've given us your advice, so kind of what we should do. You've said why you've opposed it. So I guess my main question is, why do you think then the city and the administration is recommending this?
Well, to be honest, I've been involved with building infrastructure that takes a long time to build. I've built $50+ billion of pipelines across Canada and the United States. I've built offshore wind farms in France. I've built solar farms in Texas. I'm about to, hopefully, to build the biggest NGL export facility in Western Canada to get Canadian, Albertan propane and butane to Asian markets. All of these things happen only when there's proper consultation with the community. So if you're about to change something that affects everyone's life, they want to have a say. And it isn't, every time energy infrastructure goes sideways is because people take shortcuts. They don't do the proper consultation. You don't start with, what are we trying to achieve? What are the arguments on both sides of trying to achieve that? And how do we come up with somewhat of a consensus that is in the best interests of everyone? So we're here today, and you guys have been here for 2 weeks, because people feel like this blanket upzoning is a sledgehammer to deal with an issue. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but Calgarians don't feel that they've been properly consulted. I think one of the speakers on my panel talked about the guidebook and the local area plans, where there was 5 years of consultation before that was adopted by the city. So when I've seen things be successful is that you have to start with, what are we trying to achieve? Let's talk about it, let's debate it, let's come up with a solution where the vast majority of the people agree that this is a practical way forward. And then even in the toughest environments of trying to build things, they get built. And they survive court challenges, and they survive different political administrations, whether they're progressive or conservative. So I just encourage the city to listen to the Calgarians, who obviously there are a number of people who are violently opposed because they don't feel like they've been consulted.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So what you're saying is you feel communication could be better. There could be maybe some work. Maybe it would be a good idea to maybe go back and to the drawing board, work on a little bit more and recommunicate it and come up with something better.
That would be, I don't think everyone I've heard wants affordable housing. Everyone wants more housing. It's just a debate on how to get better consensus.
Excellent. I really appreciate your presentation. Wise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Let's start with you, Mr. Yu, if you don't mind. So you indicated you have a number of different units, and you indicated some price points on those units. Would you consider those below market?
Yes, I qualify for CMHC housing because the units, the rents are 20% below market average.
So are you getting any kind of subsidy for that?
There's a minor subsidy in the interest rate that I get from the bank because there's a CMHC guarantee.
Which helps you to deliver that lower cost product.
Absolutely. As interest rates have gone up, that is the biggest cost and determinant of what rents we have to charge on our units.
Okay. Have you looked at RCG as to whether or not you could deliver a similar type product under that land use designation?
The issue is the land is very expensive, and to effectively and build costs are extremely high. So like a high-end home costs $550 a square foot to build these days. That's staggering. An apartment building with basic amenities probably costs $300 a square foot. It is very financially challenging for your average owner of affordable housing to be able to build a new building and be able to earn a reasonable profit at those kinds of prices.
Shifting to the second point that you made, and you pointed out that guidebook arguably took 4 years. What do you think would be a reasonable timeline to have pursued this type of initiative, specifically as it relates to the blanket zone?
I think I don't know what the proper timing is. I've seen in many jurisdictions that there is a set amount of time established at the beginning for all sides to talk things through. But there is a framework put up front of what are we trying to accomplish, who should be allowed to input, and is their input reasonable towards getting to managing or achieving the goal we're trying to achieve collectively.
And I appreciate hearing a little bit about your CV, if you will, and I guess from your perspective, the process that we used, do you think it would have been better if we had undertaken something a little more extensive, i.e. doing a scoping report prior to establishing terms of reference on the engagement process and all of that, even before moving forward to looking at potential options?
Absolutely. I think every time I've been involved in the project, there are definitions of what you're trying to do, what input you're trying to get, how your consultation process is going to work, and then what are the rules we're going to have on interpreting whether this is to the benefit of the community or not.
Okay. Thanks. Those are all the questions I had for you. Ms. Burke-Gaffney, if you don't mind. You indicated that you went through a process of a local area plan, and that would have led, you believe, to some better outcomes. So you think that would be the best way to move forward with regards to looking at city-initiated redesignations on a broader scale, is to go through the LEP process to make those determinations?
Yes, I do agree that people have put in a lot of time and talent on those area plans. All the community associations agree and signed off on those things so that the fit and finish character, contextual features, they would all have been taken into consideration.
Although not likely unanimous consent through those processes, but a greater percentage of support?
Well, sure. Just as my colleague here has suggested, consensus is lovely. It's very hard to achieve, but 100% consensus is, I think, a difficult measure.
So obviously, no matter what we do, there will always be some opposition, but as long as we try and achieve some level of consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I think from your shoes, and I'm not in them, and you guys have all been, you people, my apologies, have all been very patient, and you've stuck it out for 2 weeks to listen to me, among many, smarter than me, and I think that you've heard a lot of really smart things from people, and there's terrific feedback. So I think on balance, if you get in the majority laneway, and I think you'll achieve success.
Thank you for being here. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Yu, thank you. Mr. Yu, thank you for talking about your history, your family history of 50 years on. A bit of history as well. As you probably were, during the 1980s, we had high interest rates, anywhere between 12 to 18%, depending on what time frame. We also had what we call a ratio of family income to houses, right? At that time, the ratio was about 2.3 to 1. So houses were 2.3 times the family income that you could get to pay it off. Today, that ratio, with today's interest rates are 5 to 7% mortgages, that ratio is about 5 to 1, right? My question is, in both cases, affordability was a challenge. My question is to yourself, how do we get to a point where we can get that affordability back to something where people can deal with? Meaning that, is there a way, do you foresee in Calgary's economy where people's family incomes can escalate quickly, given that we used to be an oil and gas economy and we're transitioning out of that? Or is there a way that you think we can reduce the cost of housing to people?
Well, that's a great question. I think the big thing that has changed is twofold. The cost of building is significantly more than it was in the 1980s. The reason I can comment on that is I started getting into affordable housing because my parents bought a fourplex in the 1980s in these very high interest rate environment, and I took up that torch from them later in life. The city's economy, I believe, is poised to do extremely well. We're about to have, in the traditional energy industry, some very good times. There is egress for oil, and there's about to be Canada's first LNG plant going into service in Kitimat, LNG Canada. All those things provide employment for Calgarians and high-paid employment for Calgarians. So you're right. There's also lots of other opportunities as Calgary grows for more economic prosperity. We've just seen the Cancer Center, the Arthur Child Cancer Center get built. That by itself should attract high-quality medical talent, and we should be able to build a medical-related, cancer-related economy around that center. And then what people forget often is Alberta is the leader in renewable energy in Canada, and there's lots of opportunities, despite what we hear in the media, to build more renewables in Alberta. So we have lots of leading companies. I think the city is poised to do extremely well. And the fact is, Calgary is more affordable than other cities that I've lived in. I've worked in Toronto, New York, London, and Paris. Calgary looks very affordable in that context.
So is your projection then household incomes should increase accordingly, given that we're a better economy?
That is my personal view, yeah. Okay,
and therefore affordability would be easier. The second question then becomes choice of housing, right? Pardon me. You referred to earlier about affordable housing, 20% below market, but there's other housing choices that people want to get into, and this is all about the RCG row house townhouse, right? Is that the marketplace that you think Calgary should be building in, or should we be building in more of the high-rise to create more density or more supply?
Well, I think that's one of the fundamental scoping issues we need to land on as a city. Is it just affordability, or is it a diversity of different living spaces? There's good and bad with every type of living space we come up with. And we also have to ask the citizens of Calgary, like, what type of housing do you actually want? Many Calgarians want single-family homes. Others want to have more densification. People earlier in their careers will want to probably own a condominium because it's more affordable. But there's pluses and minuses with all of these things. One of the things that happens when you build a high-rise apartment is you lose all the trees in the area, which is unfortunate. So there are so many variables at play here. Ultimately, we have to establish what are our list of priorities, because I think in this room and in this city, there's so many different competing priorities. Collectively, let's survey Calgarians to figure out what do we want as a whole, so we as a community can deliver that to them.
Okay. I think the last thing I was going to put to you is that we're probably close to the last, if not the second last day of public hearing, and I think most Calgarians are asking us to make sure we don't do the wrong things. The question then becomes, how do you do the right things? Are we doing the right things by doing the best things, or doing the right things that may not be the best for everybody, but a compromise?
Well, this is my opinion, and I appreciate you all listening to my opinion, is you have to take into account what the citizens of Calgary are saying. And there is this narrative, rightly or wrongly, that City Council is trying to take a sledgehammer to solve a issue or two when the bulk of Calgarians are opposed. I don't know if that's true. I think you all should go and find out. You should poll or do something else, but I think that's the only way you're going to know if the electorate is behind what you guys are trying to work on here.
Yeah, I think 9 days of listening to about 1,000 people, that's been a good survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there is one more question from Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, this is for Mrs. Burke-Gaffney. Thanks so much for being here and for sharing your story. One of the things that you spoke about was like a preference, and we're hearing this a lot, to do more of an LAP or local area plan focus. My question to you is, are you aware that in the Westbrook LAP, the base district that was approved in that LAP is called Neighborhood Local, which is essentially RCG, which is what is being proposed here?
No, I'm not an expert on that.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm happy to chat to you a little bit more about it, but we've just been hearing a lot about LAPs, and I don't know if people realize that the floor of all LAPs that have been coming in is exactly the district we're talking about. So just
but it doesn't, respectfully, my apologies if I've interrupted you, that doesn't apply across the board. It's area by, or neighborhood by neighborhood. And I do know that Westgate is in a neighborhood that is in transition. I understand that, and I'm not anti-development. I'm just development in the right kind of way, right? That you have to take, there, on my own street, there's been some beautiful garage suites that are made, and they have not offended their neighbors. They've done a beautiful job. But my own experience was, it was them or us. And I think that's the wrong approach.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to jump in last minute. Mr. Yu, please, I have a couple questions for you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm online. So just with all your experience, I'm going to kind of pose this one as one, and then I have another question. As an alternate to blanket rezoning, how do you see densification being specifically managed in Calgary?
Well, that's a really good question. I think if we conclude as a city that we want densification, which I believe is the general consensus, there needs to be a thought of where does that make the most sense to happen, and then how do we enact rules and guidelines and development boards so that this can be accomplished, where you're not pitting one homeowner against another homeowner, which I believe is the crux of the issue right now, is there's a perception that we're pitting one homeowner against another homeowner. So if, as an example, there's, I think Councillor Penner talked about using municipal land and providing that to builders of to come up with affordable and probably dense housing. That makes a lot of sense, particularly if it's on transit lines and things that will help with the other aspects of your day-to-day life. So I think it's all about thoughtful urban planning. Like you go, I live very close to Altadore and Marteloup. My friend's house is on a lane. He had a single detached house. He made it into a duplex where there's two families living there. But behind him, there's 12 rental units. There are 12 condominiums because it's a laneway. It was a 50-foot lot, and there's laneway houses and basement suites. So he's frustrated by the fact that he can't find parking on his own street. He's frustrated by the fact that he had no say in what was built behind him. And that's just an example where if we're not thoughtful on how we do this, we're just going to have people fighting with each other all the time.
Hey, thank you for that. And then my last question, just hearing all your experiences and projects, how do you foresee, if this passes, the city measuring success on blanket rezoning?
Well, unfortunately, I think where I've seen things go sideways is if a regulatory body, a state, a federal government, a provincial government does something where a lot of people are unhappy about it, there's going to be legal action and things like that. So you have to try to find some kind of middle ground, or people who are unhappy are going to try to find ways to take down what you've accomplished. So I've seen it over and over, just legal challenge after legal challenge, and unfortunately nothing gets accomplished when that happens.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here. That is it for me, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for taking the time to be with us today. We appreciate your presentations. So we are almost at break. What I'm going to do is assemble the next panel so we know who's going to be up. Do we have anyone in the audience that was on a panel before panel 209 who's here with us now?
Paul Koss, I'm on panel 209, and I didn't realize that there was such a huge difference between the streamed version and the phone version, so my apologies.
That's okay. So it's Paul Koss, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We'll get you on to the next one. Is there anybody else?
Hi, Heather Sherman on the line.
Hi, Heather. Which one were you on?
209.
Oh, perfect. Anyone else? You know what, Council? We've got two people with us right now. Let's just go through these two speakers. So let's start with Paul, and then we'll go to Heather. So Paul Koss, please kick us off.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of the Council. My name is Paul Koss. I'm first-generation Canadian, Calgarian, professional engineer, business owner, and I appeared as an expert witness in front of various regulators in Canada, US, Europe, Australia, including Alberta's very own AUC on various planning issues, but in the area of electricity, not housing. So I don't claim to be a housing expert. I'm opposed to blanket rezoning, and I urge you to vote against it, or at least have a citywide referendum. I will attempt to reason on a slightly different plane than some of my predecessors and share with you my somewhat unique life experience. Make no mistake, blanket rezoning is not, in my opinion, about creating affordable housing, as numerous learned colleagues of mine pointed out before. If this council was serious about assisting with the affordable housing, it would reduce the bureaucracy and reduce the parasitic costs associated with building new affordable housing. The development of the housing now exceeds 1/4 of a new condo unit parasitic costs, which are not producing any positive future.
Mr. Cost, do you happen to have your live stream running?
I have it off. It's someone else.
Okay, if there's anybody else on the line and your name is not Paul Cost, could you please mute yourself?
So Bob's emailed the city clerk.
Hi, who's
to
this?
See what's going on.
Hi, who is this?
It's like, get on.
Hi there.
I remembered last time I was on a public hearing, there was a little bit of a
Hi there.
crack.
We can hear you. Whoever's talking on the phone right now, we can hear you. Hello. Hi, if you're on the phone line and you're talking to somebody about trouble connecting with the clerk, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Hi.
Okay, can you hear me now? It's JoAnne Atkins speaking.
Okay, and which panel were you on?
163, and Bob Benson's also on the line. Sorry about that. My phone didn't seem to be working.
That's okay. And who else is on the line?
Bob Benson. We were both going to speak on behalf of the Varsity Community Association.
And were you both on 163?
Yes, we were.
Okay, hold on for a second. Council, do you want to add 2 more people to this panel, or do you want to do this after the break? I know some of you have meetings booked. After the break? Okay. So we're going to go back to Paul Koss. I'm so sorry for the interruption. And we're going to have Heather Sherman. After we come back from break, we will have the 2 other callers from panel 163, okay?
No problem. I would just suggest that maybe you try to screen the calls before they go online, because I did exactly the same thing. I was on the streamed version, which is significantly behind, and so I didn't realize that when my name was called, that it was actually called several minutes before that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so getting back to my presentation. If this council was serious about assisting with affordable housing, it would reduce the bureaucracy and reduce the parasitic costs of the new housing development, which at present easily exceeds 1/4 of the cost of a new condo unit. The capital required to build a new housing has to be can be attracted only if there is an expectation of a profit at the end of the proverbial tunnel. No profit, no investment, no new housing. It's as simple as that. And price is dictated by supply and demand curves. It is remarkable how many Canadian politicians seem to forget this simple axiom, yet it has been demonstrated again and again that it is always at society's great peril. I know. I had the misfortune to be born into one of these systems, extreme socialism ruled by Communist Party of the previous century in Europe. So, if this proposal is not about affordable housing, what is it about? It appears to be another attack on common decency and private ownership under the flag of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Incidentally, never mind that no one bothers with defining these elusive terms. Canada and most of the democratic Western world uses zoning to maintain character of neighborhoods, which in turn protects value of what is typically the largest people's investment. It also protects the way of life for its citizens. You work hard your whole life, you buy a condo or house, and keep paying it off and have a reasonable expectation that your neighborhood will maintain its character. This stability gives you an option to choose the type of neighborhood you want to live in, high density, low density. By blanket rezoning, you will destroy all that. I would like to believe that this administration attempt to blanket rezone the city of Calgary is driven excuse my term, ignorance rather than malice. But again, unlike you, I have seen firsthand the consequences of similar actions by similarly misguided individuals. I was lucky. I had a place to escape to. That place was Canada. And yes, I did come with $500 in my pocket, just to refer to my previous speaker. If we keep this path, there will be no place for future generations born in oppressive regimes to escape to, because we will start resembling them. Again, I urge you to outright reject blanket rezoning and continue true and tried practice of planning community by community, or at least have a referendum to solicit the feedback of all Calgarians. And on a more personal level, I would encourage our mayor and the council members to educate themselves and read books like George Orwell's books, which is a good replacement for the university level reading on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate you waiting with us while we got through the interruption. Let's go to Heather Sherman, please.
Madam Mayor and Councillors, my name is Heather Sherman, and I speak on behalf of myself and my husband, Justin Sherman. We are professionals in our late 30s, residing in an inner-city R1 community in Ward 8. We strongly oppose blanket rezoning, which would allow for up to 12 units on a 50 by 120-foot lot in our community. My presentation is focused on two concepts. First, certainty. Second, stakeholder engagement. We believe that blanket rezoning will significantly reduce certainty for individuals and families who have chosen or are looking to enter Calgary's housing market. This is in part due to the disproportionate impact that blanket rezoning will have on historic established neighborhoods in Calgary. The policy neither recognizes nor protects the unique nature of these neighborhoods. By way of example, in newer communities, I understand that houses are often grouped by type, which creates certainty for people who live in these areas. In contrast, we have heard that allowing 12-unit complexes to be constructed mid-block in established communities with limited, if any, input from neighbors has the potential to create significant uncertainty. For further detail, refer to the May 2nd submission of Ms. Popowich. I am certain that blanket rezoning established inner-city neighborhoods will not address Calgary's housing affordability challenges. For further detail, refer to the submission of Anne-Marie Lurie, Chief Economist at CREB. Prior to moving to our current community, we lived in Marteloup. In a span of approximately 5 years, the block we lived on underwent a significant transformation. Bungalows that had stood for decades were demolished. Many large trees were cut down. There came a time when Marteloup was no longer suitable for our growing family. Among other things, we desired a larger yard, more privacy, and a quieter street. In 2022, we chose to move to our current community, in part because of its park-like historic nature. We made the decision to purchase our almost 100-year-old home with some certainty, based in part on how the community is zoned. After moving, we were pleased to discover that numerous young families with children live on our block. With respect, the engagement materials provided by the city to date, and particularly the photos in the handouts, do not accurately portray the size of structures that will be permitted if blanket rezoning passes. Proceeding with blanket rezoning means the city will abdicate its rightful control over planning decisions to developers who may be motivated by short-term financial gain as opposed to long-term community interests. Community residents will have significantly less opportunity to participate in development decisions, as blanket rezoning will remove any opportunity to require a hearing to debate the merits of whether such a land use is appropriate and contextual to the existing neighborhood. For further detail, refer to the submission of Patricia McCune Miller. to be clear, we are not opposed to densification. We are of the view that densification is necessary. However, it must be pursued strategically and thoughtfully with stakeholder input. I have listened to many hours of hearing submissions. Despite the contentious issue at hand, presenters have been prepared, respectful, and have spoken with candor. Among other solutions, speakers have demonstrated a strong desire to participate in local area planning processes and to see such plans through to completion. I further understand that by developing major nodes and corridors across Calgary in step with transit capacity, the city can accommodate the needs of its growing population without irreversibly altering the nature of established communities and placing undue strain on inner city utilities and schools. I understand that if passed, blanket rezoning represents the most significant change to Calgary's residential zoning and neighborhood stability in over 60 years. In March, Council narrowly decided against putting blanket rezoning to a public plebiscite, even though none of the present councillors campaigned on their support for the proposed policy change. We urge you to pursue zoning policies that create certainty,
Ms. Sherman,
not uncertainty.
Ms. Sherman,
Thank
you're
you.
just at time. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you to you and Mr. Koss. There are no questions for this panel. I'm going to let everyone know what we're doing when we come back from the break. We will have at least 4 people on the next panel. It'll start with JoAnne Atkins from panel 163. It'll be Bob Benson from panel 163. Brian Donaldson from panel 146, and Francisco Alanese from panel 65. Then I will call out the following people to see who's available: Drew McNichol, Nathan Cumby, Renee Hunt, Rebecca Eisenman. After that, I will go to Philip Meintzer, Stephanie Westland, Ben Gibson, and Christian LaVenture. That's panel 213. So when we come back at 3:55, those are the names I'll be calling first. Thanks, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Corral, please.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So when we left off, we talked about what kind of panel order we would have next. I need to confirm, do we have Linda Nessett here from panel 190? Hi there. You can go on up. We'll put you on the first panel. And do we have Sarah Geddes from 164? Hi, Sarah. You can go on up there as well. So the panel that will start us off, everybody just bear with me for a second here. Okay, the panel that will start us off will be JoAnne Atkins, Bob Benson, Brian Donaldson, Francisco Alanis, Linda Nessett, and Sarah Geddes. Then I will put together another panel, but I want to see if we've got some of those folks who will be ready after this panel. Do we have from 212, Drew McNichol? Do we have Nathan Cumby?
Here.
Thank you. Do we have Renee Hunt? Hi. And do we have Rebecca Eisenman? Do we have from panel 213, Philip Meinster?
Yeah, here.
Thank you. Do we have Stephanie Westland?
Here.
Thank you. Do we have Ben Gibson? How about Christian LaVenture?
You betcha.
All right, so after we go to our current panel, we are going to be going to Nathan Cumby, Renee Hunt, Philip Meinzer, Stephanie Westland, and Christian LaVenture. If you could all just hang on for your turn, that would be fantastic. And why don't we go to our panel and have JoAnne Atkins kick us off.
Thank you. My name is JoAnne Atkins, and I am the Director of Civic Affairs for the Varsity Community Association. I have lived in Calgary all my life, and when my husband and I got married, we lived in the Midfield Mobile Home Park while we saved for a house. We moved to Varsity in 1985, and I have been a member of the Civic Affairs Committee since that time, serving as chair for 17 years, except for the 4 years I served on SDAB. As a former public hearing and council secretary, I want to give a special thank you to the entire City Clerk's Department. They are the glue that holds everything together, and I can't imagine how much work this hearing has been. Sincere thanks also to Mayor Gondek and members of council and city administration for your sincere interest in what the public has to say. Varsity is an example of a thriving community based on the principles of the MDP to focus density on activity nodes and corridors. We have a variety of housing types at all price points and significant density already approved around our 2 LRT stations. Varsity has 22% greater density than the average community in the city. Single-family homes are highly sought after, and we want to preserve the integrity of our single-family areas. Blanket upzoning will destabilize communities by creating uncertainty, and it will not solve the housing crisis which led to this proposal. Those who support blanket upzoning believe that row houses are benign, but RCG is a built form that is quite different from RC1 and RC2. You have heard firsthand evidence of the impact on the immediate neighbors. This isn't an unusual case, it's the norm. The building envelope is excessive and causes significant massing, overshadowing, reduced privacy, lack of soft landscaping, and a significant increase in intensity of use. There's a big difference between 45 and 60% lot coverage, and most homes in established communities are much less than 45%. When a row house is built next door, it has a severe impact on people's quality of life that they could not reasonably anticipate when they purchased their home. It is a type of housing that appeals to a small demographic, and it isn't suitable for seniors, families with small children, or anyone with mobility challenges.
Hey, Joanna, we lost you for a minute.
Sorry. Yep, sorry, I've got a terrible connection here. The vast majority of people would not choose to purchase a single-family home beside a row house. We understand that not every single or semi-detached home will be replaced. However, in some communities, the transition to higher density has been very rapid. People are naturally concerned because as a homeowner, even if the odds are low, the stakes are very high. Most people do not agree that this is a gentle increase in density. A gentle increase in density would be upzoning from RC1 to RC2, where you have similar building envelopes, setbacks, landscaping, and parking requirements. RCG development is not suitable on every lot, and upzoning should only be approved where it respects the existing scale and massing of its immediate surroundings and is compatible to the local context, including the patterns and characters of the neighborhood as stated in the MDP. You can achieve greater density and affordability with other housing forms, such as 3 to 4 story walk-ups and apartment buildings at LRT stations and other activity nodes and corridors where it works best. A great example in Varsity is the 3-story attainable housing project on Varsity Drive. By focusing only on this type of built form, Council is favoring one type of developer over the others. All types of housing can benefit from a streamlined approval process without eliminating the right of affected individuals to participate. The key difference between what's happening now and blanket upzoning is the elimination of the public hearing. RCG will continue to be built as quickly as it is now. It is a fundamental principle that those affected by land use change have the right to be heard by their elected representatives, and the most appropriate time to be heard is at the land use redesignation stage. Limiting comments to the development permit stage. Sorry, it cut out again. Limiting comments to the development permit stage is not sufficient. Yes, making this a discretionary use is better than a permitted use, but the reality is that these DPs are very hard to appeal successfully. It seems like the push for increased density has resulted in an anything goes philosophy, and long-standing best planning practices, such as the infill guidelines, are routinely ignored. I want to address engagement because it hasn't been working well, and I acknowledge it's not easy. A lot of people have commented on the local area plan process as a better way to identify areas that are appropriate for increased density, and I agree this should work in theory. We are in the middle of the SSLAP. However, this process is far from perfect, and if you have a top-down approach from the city that is not responsive to feedback, it will never work properly. True collaboration is what's needed for success, not an attitude that the city knows best. The city also has to be clear about what their goals are, how much density is enough and desirable. Residents know their communities the best and can help identify areas where density will be successful and less disruptive. There's an example of great collaboration between the city, communities, developers, and other stakeholders, and it's called the South Shaganappi Area Strategic Planning Group. This group was formed 21 years ago to address the construction of the Children's Hospital and create development plans for the surrounding lands, which are now known as University District. This group still meets every month. This is two-way dialogue, and it is the gold standard for proper engagement.
Ms.
In
Atkins?
conclusion, please vote down.
Ms. Atkins?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I gave you an extra 20 seconds, but you are at time now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Let's go to Bob Benson, please.
Yes, thank you kindly. My name is Bob Benson. I've had the privilege of serving as president of Varsity Community Association for the past 7 years and 17 years on the Varsity Board of Directors. My wife Lorraine and I have lived in Varsity for 36 years and raised our 4 children here. We have strong roots in the community and care deeply about it. Varsity is a great example of how well current planning policies work. Varsity is home to 12,000 people and includes a diverse spectrum of ethnicities, a wide range of income levels, many professionals, many students, and a broad diversity in housing choices. Approximately 55% of housing units in Varsity are multifamily or duplexes, including a number of apartment towers of 6 to 12 stories and numerous multi-story condominiums. Only 45% of Varsity residences are single-detached. Market Mall is located in Varsity, as are a number of smaller local shopping centers, and the 76-acre University Innovation Quarter, formerly University Research Park, is within our boundaries and is soon to be undergoing major redevelopment. U of C, University District, Northland Mall, Foothills Hospital, and Children's Hospital are on our borders. Our average annual income in Varsity is approximately $90,000, below the citywide average of $98,000. Varsity includes 3 seniors' homes, 2 of which are subsidized. Varsity supports thoughtful densification and has supported city-sponsored attainable housing at Shaganappy Trail and Varsity Drive, as well as the 48-unit affordable housing complex presently being constructed by Calgary Housing Company at the intersection of 32nd Ave and 37th Street Northwest, just north of U of C. University District is to our immediate south with its planned 8,000 residents, and we work closely with U of C Properties Group as a planned University District and as it moves forward with its plans for UIQ, which will include a number of high-rise towers close to Brentwood Station, providing homes for thousands of additional residents in Varsity. As JoAnne mentioned, for over 20 years, Varsity has been a member of the South Shaganappy Area Strategic Planning Group, 6 communities including Varsity, the City of Calgary, councillors for Wards 1 and 7, the MLA for Calgary Varsity, and our educational, institutional, and industry partners including U of C, Foothills and Children's Hospitals, and Alberta Health Services. As JoAnne also mentioned, the group has met monthly for many years, addressing planning, development, transportation, noise, and traffic issues, I believe, very successfully in a comprehensive and cooperative manner. As the Children's Hospital, University District, and the new Cancer Centre, for example, were brought forward and developed in a thoughtful and nuanced, balanced manner, respectful of existing neighborhoods and their residents. Never has there been a blanket approach to development in the 6 South Shaganappy communities. It's my view that responsible development does not favor a blanket approach, one that disregards decades of planning and thought that have gone into making Calgary such a desirable place to live, work, and play. We support land use changes where appropriate. We are actively participating in the local area plan process presently underway in South Shaganappy, and we're hopeful for a reasonable outcome. Putting an end to single detached zoning renders uncertain a valuable choice many people make as they search for their forever home, which is what I believe most homeowners understood they were getting when they purchased in R1 neighborhoods. Several of us from Varsity spoke to Council in 2020 regarding the redevelopment of Fire Station 17 and the adjacent 48-unit affordable housing complex. The initial proposal, not the affordable housing portion, which we supported, but the manner in which it was being combined with the new fire station, was opposed by Varsity for a number of good planning reasons. We met numerous times with City of Calgary Real Estate and Development Services staff to no avail, but thankfully Council at a public meeting in October of 2020 saw fit to reject the Reds' proposed land use change, sent it back to the drawing board, and a much improved proposal was put together collaboratively with Varsity, and the vastly improved multi-service redevelopment is now under construction right across 37th Street from my home. To my mind, this illustrates the need to work cooperatively with communities and affected residents and illustrates the key role Council plays in reviewing rezoning proposals in a manner sensitive to good planning principles and by listening to the concerns of residents and the community. I acknowledge that sort of attention to detail is time-consuming, but it is worth it. It helps to ensure positive outcomes in a way that blanket rezoning does not.
Mr. Benson, you're at time.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much
kindly.
for your presentation. Let's go to Brian
My
Donaldson.
pleasure. Thank you.
I have a slide deck, if it could be brought up, please. Thank you. My name is Brian Donaldson. I'm here representing myself. First of all, I'd like to start out by saying thank you for hosting these extensive public hearings. It's awesome to see Council and to see the citizens so engaged in this. I'm really proud right now to be a Calgarian. I'd like to talk to you today about some results of some extensive data analysis that I've done and share my conclusions with you all. I think you'll find them quite interesting. So the first thing is that Calgary citizens are largely aligned in support of densification and affordable housing. We'll talk about that in a minute. But they're deeply, deeply opposed to blanket rezoning. In fact, blanket rezoning is actually the biggest threat to achieving this goal of densification and affordability. So let's dive in so we can understand the calculus behind these claims. Next slide. Before the hearings started, I wanted to understand what the data was telling us. I looked at the agenda that was online, and there was over 13,000 pages of submissions from citizens. Much too much to go through manually. So I mined the data electronically, and I found the results that are shown up here on the screen. In summary, there was over 5,000 responses and just under 9% in support of blanket rezoning. There was just over 88% in opposition and about 3% with no opinion. That's 10-1 against blanket rezoning. That finding is statistically significant and must be looked at. Next slide. I spent hours reading through the submissions, and I've been watching the hearings closely for the past 2 weeks. So what breaks down here is shown in the Venn diagram. So the large circle represents those who oppose blanket rezoning. The small circle, which is 10 times smaller in area than the large circle, so that it's to scale, shows those that support blanket rezoning. Now, of interest to me particularly is the green area, which shows that by and large, there is a large deal of support for the need for densification and affordability across the city. So there's a few outliers, but if we eliminate them from the equation, the vast majority of Calgarians support densification and affordable housing. The vast majority. Next slide. What happens if City Council passes blanket rezoning? There's going to be a massive public outrage. 10-1 against. People are not going to be quiet about this. The citizens will be divided. There'll be legal challenges against this. Probably a new council will be voted in. Possibly this will be repealed. And all of the goodwill that exists right now, which is massive, will dissipate. There's a lot of goodwill right now. Don't waste it. If this goodwill goes away, so too will the goal of achieving densification and affordable housing. How can this be done right? The first thing is to recognize we are in a unique moment in time. Despite all the stuff that's going on, the citizens are actually together on this. We are united on this. Don't divide us. Don't do that to the citizens. Capitalize on this opportunity. Treat the citizens as stakeholders. This process that we're having now, this should have happened at the beginning, not at the end. Beginning and all the way through. Engage the citizens and unite them. Show leadership. This is your job. Your job is to unite us. Your job is not to divide us. You can do this. Consult a diverse set of experts, right? Get all kinds of opinions, and then take the best and make this happen. We want this. We want the densification. We want the affordable housing. We don't want blanket rezoning. It's not going to achieve it. If we lose this opportunity, it could be years or decades before it comes back. Let's get it done right and show the rest of Canada how it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Francisco Alaniz, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Francisco Alaniz Uribe, and I'm associate professor at the School of Architecture, Planning, and Landscape at the University of Calgary. For the past 20 years, my research and teaching at the university have focused on sustainable urban planning with an emphasis on density as a proven measure to increase livability and efficiency in cities. Today, I'm speaking in support of this rezoning. For the past few days, we have been hearing from many landowners arguments against rezoning based on a series of concerns related to parking, property values, loss of character, privacy, and stress infrastructure, among others. We also have heard proposals to do more of the same, focus on density nodes and corridors. We have been doing this for years, and we know now that they're not enough. Some have cast doubt on the effectiveness of eliminating single-family zoning. The evidence from cities that have done this in the past is that most of these concerns are unfounded. Property values goes up, infrastructure and parking is updated and adapt, character is not lost, it enriches, the amenities, roads, schools are not overburdened. The effectiveness of rezoning is proven. It does increase housing affordability and the rent-to-income ratio is reduced. Yes, we need to invest in infrastructure, transit, and in some cases redesign some roads, but we always invest in infrastructure to support new growth, be it in the suburbs or in established communities. In this case, it will be more cost-effective to upgrade what we already have. Housing affordability is not only the ability of an individual to buy or rent a house, it is also the ability of a city to grow at a lower financial cost. Denser communities are more financially sustainable by generating more property taxes and incurring lower servicing costs. If we share the same space between more of us, we can afford higher quality public services and keep property taxes down. The points made in opposition to this rezoning are not new. They have been expressed before in multiple cities. I empathize and understand them, but they have proven to be solvable, and in some cases they are unfounded. With respect to the concerns expressed, the benefits of rezoning outweigh the inconveniences of change and the challenges that come with redevelopment. We should not shy away from this important change just because it's hard. We should face it with determination because it's necessary, and we can implement it well. In the past, housing affordability and the opportunity for ownership is something that has kept Calgary as an attractive and competitive city. If we are to remain competitive and become more sustainable, we need to adopt changes like this rezoning proposal that bring more housing choice at a lower cost. There is plenty of evidence this approach works. We can learn from other cities like Auckland, New Zealand, where a similar rezoning in 2016 triggered a boom in housing construction, increasing housing affordability, and decreasing rent. There is also the case of Minneapolis, which adopted a similar policy in 2018. In the city of Auckland, the property value of single-family lots did not drop with the rezoning bylaw. It stabilized. The success in Auckland drove the previous national government to support a similar strategy for all cities in New Zealand. In a similar fashion, the states of Oregon, California, Maine, the province of British Columbia, and multiple cities across North America have taken the lead with similar strategies. Upzoning is not an experimental approach. It's proven success. While today I'm speaking as an individual, I encourage you to read a letter supporting this rezoning signed by 24 academics from the University of Calgary. The letter was submitted in advance of this hearing and is now part of the public record. Today's affordability and climate emergency results from decades of shy and ineffective measures. Deep structural changes are the only way to meet these challenges. This rezoning is a key step in Calgary's housing strategy. Let us be brave and join the group of cities leading the way in tackling housing affordability and building more efficient and sustainable cities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Linda Nesset, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Nesset. I'm here to represent myself, my husband, and our 2 grown children. We've made Calgary our home for 40 years. We are all in opposition to blanket rezoning. After listening to many testimonies over the past 10 days, I have many questions. Why do I still have hope that this public hearing will make a difference when in the past 10 years I've been on 2 other major public hearings and sent in dozens of letters from our Community Planning Committee, and it has never made 1 iota of difference in the outcome? Why do I not have confidence that public input at the DP level, when the design is basically finalized, will result in changes when we could hardly enact changes at the land use level? Why am I demonized if I support higher density, but I don't support blanket rezoning? Image 1, please. No, sorry, that's the image. Yeah. Why did my neighbor's house in Cougar Ridge, which was listed at $1.25 million when built in 2006, take 18 years to finally be sold this year at close to that original price? Why in Calgary's boom-bust housing market scenario of the past 4 decades are we making knee-jerk, far-reaching decisions during another boom cycle? Why are multiple bids allowed on a house at one time when all this does is drive up house prices, push citizens out of the market, and cater to developers who put in above-list offers without conditions? Why, after listening to many industry experts that this proposal won't address the affordability issue, do some council members still believe that blanket upzoning is a good idea? Why do students, graduates of planning schools, and those working with the disadvantaged think that blanket rezoning is a good idea when experts working in the housing industry do not? Where are they getting these theoretical ideas, and why does it seem that council is promoting them? Why can we not put limits on the number of foreign students accepted by universities and colleges, or make them at least guarantee housing for said students? Why is it that council initially said that blanket upzoning would help the affordability issue, but now has backed away from that? Why is no one addressing the fact that we cannot build any faster because we do not have enough skilled workers? Image 2, please. Why is it that when our community association asked developers to increase the density along our main street by putting living units above the retail buildings, we were told there is no market for that? Why is the city not ensuring that developers are building higher density wherever they can on main streets and along transportation corridors? Why are we promoting the destruction of older, affordable homes for the building of more expensive new homes? Why does it seem that developers run the housing market and not the city? Why will restrictive covenants not be honored if blanket rezoning passes? Why is the city not investigating large corporate housing ownership like the real estate income trusts and how they drive up home prices? Why is the city not limiting Airbnbs and other short-term rentals, as this also appears to drive up prices? Why are we thinking of abandoning evidence-based measures to increase density like LAPs and ARPs for unknown blanket rezoning? Why is it that we have not prioritized the building of below-market housing and helping the disadvantaged to find housing quickly? Why are we considering removing the check and balance on zoning issues by eliminating council approval and public input when this only seems to benefit developers? Why is it, Councillor Pootmans, that you voted against blanket secondary suite zoning twice and voted against the high-density master plan West District in our community, but now you are in favor of blanket upzoning? Why is it that the city can sign an agreement last fall with the federal government to bring in blanket rezoning by this summer, but it is only months later that we are having a public hearing? Why is it that in 1994, all municipalities in Canada committed to the UN's global agenda and therefore can no longer promote a local one? Why is our elected council not investigating the fact that city staff are tying your hands because they have endorsed the UN program, are using their tools, all in order to follow the UN sustainability goals? Why is it that council is not looking into breaking the partnership between city officials and the UN in order to put the power back in your hands, council, you who are our elected officials who speak for and defend our rights? Why is it we are spending so much time and money on blanket rezoning and other UN sustainability goals when councillors did not run on these issues, and yet we have potholes all over our roads and streets? For more information, please look up gather2030.substack.com. Why is it that young people are telling us oldies that we need to embrace change when many of us left our family and friends decades ago in order to live here in a more affordable centre? Why is it that many young people aren't considering moving to a cheaper centre in order to afford a house like my daughter and family did this year?
Ms. Nessett, thank you very much. You're just at time. All right, let's go to Sarah Geddes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and City Councillors, for your time and open minds as you weigh all the thoughtful presentations on both sides of this monumental decision. It's obviously a very emotional and two-sided discussion, and I would like to mention to you, Ms. Gondek, that I feel you've done a very great job of facilitating the discussion. I feel a lot of optimism about what can happen when Calgarians are actually invited to the table, so thank you for allowing this forum. I am a resident of Ward 8, and for the record, am opposed to blanket upzoning. As a citizen who has lived in every form of housing throughout my life, including a farm, subsidized housing, rentals, condos, semi-detached, and now a single-family home in Calgary, I wanted to weigh in on my thoughts from the stance of affordability, which is what I think most of us thought the purpose of this proposal to be. Without a doubt, I appreciate the importance and security that comes along with having a safe and comfortable place to call home, and how important that is to the overall well-being of all citizens of Calgary and the world. My teen years were spent living in a subsidized housing apartment in Ontario. It was a lifeline at a time when my single mother and her family needed it most. I do not discount the trajectory of my life could have been much different should we have not had access to a housing solution that provided us a subsidized and affordable place to call home. Blanking upzoning would not have helped my mother then, and it certainly won't help those most in need now. My opposition relates to the false expectations it's placing with those who are most vulnerable and in need, and the blatant disregard for proper engagement. Some councillors have even suggested this is not about affordability. However, the word affordability is literally on every piece of communication from the city I have seen. It's disingenuous to tell those who oppose the upzoning that this isn't about affordability, but not to mention the same to those who do. The proposal has divided the city and its citizens at a time when we should all be working together, and in the process, not a single person, not even one, will have been helped, other than perhaps select developers. However, many will be impacted in the negative. A vote to support blanket upzoning is a vote for nothing. City administration has touted New Zealand and Minneapolis as the poster children for upzoning and affordability. While I am in no way an economist or a real estate expert, I do like to stick to facts. A quick scan of recent headlines show there was no significant impacts in either jurisdiction. April 5th, 2024, Financial Times on New Zealand reversing densification approach. Quote, but in what may be a watershed moment for housing policy worldwide, New Zealand's recently elected coalition government is giving up on densification and instead, with its Going for Housing Growth program, is aiming at the heart of the issue by addressing the cost of land. April 11th, 2024, Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis releases update on impact of Minneapolis 2040 plan. Quote, 4 years after the adoption of the 2040 plan, the dashboard does not yet show changes in housing affordability beyond what might have occurred without the plan. Compared to housing markets in similarly sized cities, the dashboard shows that the housing market in Minneapolis continues to mirror national trends. There is no proof that upzoning has any significant impact on affordability. I know the answer I will be given is no one said this would be the silver bullet, because that's the only answer I have heard. So I guess my question is why? Why are we doing this? Why divide a city and its citizens when we should be working together to solve the problem? Isn't the goal more people with an affordable home? This feels like a cleverly guised policy to make life easier on some and take away the rights of homeowners to have a say. Council has a duty to listen and represent all Calgarians, not just those who support their personal positions. I assure you, almost every single family homeowner I know are empathetic to those requiring affordable housing. Heck, we may have even been one of them ourselves. We want to help, yet are not afforded proper engagement from our councillors or administration. How very un-Calgary. In Ward 8, all we received was a virtual PowerPoint presentation, and all of us were muted and unable to ask questions. Mr. Walcott opened the meeting saying he feels threatened and claimed group engagement sessions are, in his words, an echo chamber. I would like to suggest that if many citizens are saying the same thing, it might be time to listen. It's insulting for all the respectful constituents concerned about our communities who are looking for information and to be heard. Please make this an election issue and take the time to hear from those you represent. It's a legacy decision for our city and deserves a much more robust engagement process. We are informed. We want to be heard. Those are two very different things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geddes. Appreciate that. We'll now move to questions for this panel. First one being Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Atkins. Hopefully she can hear me and she's still on the line.
I am.
Okay, thanks JoAnne for being here. I want to just get your perspective a little bit on your thoughts, I guess you could say, of laneway houses, and also maybe your opinion on adding an additional secondary suite to parcels that are RC1.
I think each project really does need to be evaluated in the context of each individual application. So I'm not generally opposed to secondary suites, and in fact, Varsity never did oppose secondary suites at any point in time. Again, we would like parking requirements to be maintained. We find they're often relaxed without justification. The laneway suites can potentially cause massing and overshadowing issues. So again, a lot depends on the specifics of window placement, massing, height, that kind of thing. So therefore, while I'm not opposed per se, I think it's extremely important that they be discretionary uses so that they can be evaluated properly.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it from me, Councillor Demong.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. My first question is for Mr. Donaldson. Mr. Donaldson, are you aware that we are required by the MGA to hold a public hearing for this land use change?
I am aware.
Okay. So there's a lot of folks that have been here and have said, thank you so much for hosting this public hearing, but it's not really a discretionary or optional thing, and we are required to by law. But I'm glad to hear that you are.
Yeah, my thank you wasn't so much for holding the hearing, it was for being engaged, and I mean, I can only imagine what it must be like to be away from your families and putting in 12+ hour days, and yet everybody's here and in attendance and working hard. So that was my comment.
Yeah, I know. I feel for all of my colleagues. My wife kind of likes it. I'm kidding. The other question I had for you was in relations to your data. You say you used some algorithm to come to this conclusion?
It wasn't much of an algorithm. It was advanced search features of Adobe's PDF. So I have the fancy PDF tool suite. And so I take it what you're trying to ask is how did I come up with this?
Yes.
Okay. So what I did was I found some unique keys using database terminology in the submission. So basically just text that was unique so that I could be confident that in searching for those every time I got a hit, it was what I was looking for.
Okay. And so you said roughly 90% to 10%?
Yeah, it's the numbers are up there. If someone wants to put my second slide up, it'll be there. But yeah, it's just under 9% was in support, and just over 88% was in opposition.
The others were on.
And then there was a small number, just under 3%, that didn't state an opinion one way or the other. But when you do the math for that, that's 10 to 1. It's actually just a hair over 10 to 1 against. And I found that to be statistically significant.
68. Okay, that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My next questions are for Mr. Alanis. Alanis? I'm sorry, Professor? I'm not sure what your designation is, sir.
Francisco. Francisco is fine, thank you.
Okay, Francisco. So you were saying you looked at 20 other municipalities, and I'm just curious so I can better understand how I can do a comparative analysis on my own. How many of those other cities grew to a population of 1.4 million in 150 years?
I didn't look at 20 other municipalities. I've been working 20 years in this topic. Yes, the municipalities that I have looked at and the example, which is one of the oldest that can provide more information, more data, is Auckland. And Auckland has also been a rapid growing city, now surpasses, I want to say, 1.4, 1.5 million. They have more limits to and more constraints to their growth, geographic limits. They're surrounded by the ocean. So that's the one that will be for us to look closely at, the lessons learned there.
Auckland?
Auckland in New Zealand, yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said that was grew over a longer period of time, or no?
It is an older city, but it's also, let's say, the result of colonization. So it's a new city in that respect.
But you said they're land constrained?
Yes, they're surrounded by the ocean, so they even had more pressure to do something significant like this because they are more constrained of how they can grow.
Kind of landlocked. Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all the questions I had for you. I have questions for Ms. Atkins. JoAnne, you're still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
So
I'm on the line.
Okay. Thanks. So there's been some questions to some folks around local area plans, around base zoning for a neighborhood local. So are you aware that with those zones that have that base zoning of RCG that they're still required to go through a land use application and a public hearing?
Well, we're just right in the middle of the LAP, so we're just sort of starting to look at the urban form categories. Okay. And I mean, the same comments apply in the sense that we would be opposed to the RCG type built form in our low density residential areas, except for certain places where it's appropriate. Now, what you're saying, though, is that once the local area plan is adopted, are you talking about once that goes through council?
Well, insofar as the actual designation of the lands, it's one thing to identify them as being supported through policy. The actual land use has to still go through a public hearing.
Correct.
Okay, and so...
Yes, so that's correct.
So would you be... so what you're suggesting is that local or neighborhood local, from your perspective, would need to be analyzed with greater scrutiny in a local area plan within the areas that you represent?
That's correct. So we would probably be asking for some kind of exception or overlay or something like that. I'm actually not as familiar as I should be. We're just really exploring that right now. But we still want to retain the character of the community, which involves, 8-foot side yards, walkable pathways behind homes, large lots with trees, that kind of thing. So we see the architecture and tree coverage and the layout of the parcels as being the character of a community. Varsity is a huge community. We have a lot of 50-foot lots as well. We have larger lots, and we also have a lot of multifamily. So we want to do everything we can to preserve the character of each area of Varsity, both the higher density and the lower density. So I'm not sure if that really answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think it does. Like maybe something like a residential conservation, low density conservation, something of that nature to I guess,
yes,
limit.
Yes, that's correct.
And then would you...
Well, yes, and yeah.
So, and then following that process, would you be supportive of city-initiated redesignations in some of those zones to accommodate that, whatever that built form happens to be supported by?
Yes, I'm in support with the caveat that obviously we want to participate in the public hearing process, and we would hope to have some discussions prior to the public hearing as well.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions for Ms. Atkins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Atkins, JoAnne?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Just to follow along with Councillor Chabot, I'm not sure if you were listening earlier, but I raised a question about intercity guidelines. Are you familiar with those?
Right.
Okay.
I am, and I think they're very important.
Okay. So what the intercity
You're
guidelines...
talking about the infill guidelines? Actually, yes. I should maybe just clarify. I'm talking about the infill guidelines. Is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly
okay.
it.
So, all right.
So, pardon my language. With the infill guidelines, right now we have them for the RC1s and RC2s. We don't have them for the RCGs, right? But what the RCGs, and one of the things we keep talking about RCGs was site coverage, right? The 60% site coverage. Do you have any thoughts about how you correlate the 60% site coverage with infill guidelines that we are using today on RC1s, RC2, how it would be applied in a RCG environment?
Well, I guess the first comment would be that the infill guidelines need to be updated and communities needed to be added to the infill guidelines because as far as I know, it hasn't been updated for a few years. So I think we really need to take a close, careful look at that and really, truly collaborate in trying to update those guidelines. The bottom line is that 60% lot coverage doesn't really go well with 45% lot coverage, and you've heard a lot of evidence about that. It causes problems for the next door neighbors. So yes, the infill guidelines, for example, they talk about context being sensitive and compatible, and they even show illustrations of where you have 2-story houses instead of 3-story houses beside bungalows to show sensitivity on the streetscape. So yeah, I mean, I think RCG can be contextually sensitive if it's 2 stories and if it's designed in such a way that you can improve the soft landscaping and that kind of thing. But that's not really what we're sort of seeing happen. And I don't blame a developer for wanting to max out the site. I mean, that's understandable. But it really does have an impact on the neighbors. And yeah, I just think there's got to be more guidelines to help developers and communities sort through this and figure out where are the appropriate sites. None of us are against density. We don't really believe blanket upzoning is the way to go.
Okay. I believe you said earlier you were on SDB before?
Yes.
Okay. So
I was on 2013 to 17.
Right. So having infill guidelines for RCG, would you think that's important to have before we get into this blanket rezoning?
Yes. We actually used all of city's documents, the ARPs, the MDPs, ASPs, even design briefs and infill guidelines. And we certainly understand or understood that the infill guidelines were a non-statutory document, but they were great because they still provided guidance. So, I mean, we even had a section on what to do with sloping parcels. So I think the infill guidelines are a very useful tool to try to identify best planning practices. And when we were on SDAB, we definitely did pay attention to that, even though those were not binding documents.
Okay, thank you. Professor Alanis?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot asked a question about the rapid growth of a city, Calgary going to 1.4 million over 150 years. In your studies of different municipalities where they've seen rapid growth of population and housing is obviously a challenge, what was the form of housing that they resorted to? Was it row house, townhouse, or other forms of housing?
Well, I can speak to the case of Auckland, which has a similar rate of growth and age as a city. And similarly, it started with the promise of the single-family home. That was the beginning of the city. That was a prevalent form of zoning, which remains, right? So that's how we'll start when we have a lot of land, when we can grow at that scale at that range. But when we start to run into the issues that we're experiencing today in terms of affordability, that's when we start to change and we start to think twice about how we are going to manage our growth. And this is why other cities are looking at the same nature.
Right. So given that Calgary is dealing with rapid inflation on land values, and therefore the RCG products are coming out at a high price, is that the right product for affordability, or should we be looking at a higher density multi-story?
Well, we need multiple forms of housing, but current RCGs, because they are limited to certain parts of the city, they remain at a high cost because there's only few parcels in the city where this can happen. The moment you open the market to all of these areas of the city that can be now RCGs, then that stabilizes the cost of land and then can start to produce that kind of row housing at a lower cost. Now, we need the other measures and strategies of the Housing Task Force to really make it happen, to really have the full spectrum of market and off-market housing in our city. But it's not only the apartment buildings in the nodes and corridors that we have been trying to do. That's not only what is going to get us there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Donaldson, thank you. Thank you for your slides. And your slides implied something to me, and that is that the 10 to 1 or 9% implied that we need to do something. But what I didn't get out of it was, what is it we need to do? Did you have a second half to that story?
Yeah. So let me just explain where I'm coming from with this. So I'm not a city planning expert. There's a lot of people that know a lot more about city planning and zoning and all of that than I do. What I do know a lot about is statistics and human behavior. And so what the statistics tell me is that there is number one, an overwhelming 10 to 1, slightly more than 10 to 1 opposition to blanket rezoning. Number two, the data also shows me that there is immense support for densification and affordable housing in general. Those two things may feel like they're counter, like They don't belong together, but they are together. So human behavior tells me that, and listening to the people speak tells me that. People are not happy about the feeling that this has the potential just to be rammed through without the people voice being taken into strong account, right? I understand everyone's listening, and that's awesome, but I think people are worried that it might be, okay, well, thank you for listening, but we're going to do it anyway. What I alluded to in the presentation was we are in a unique moment in time where the city is aligned on this need for densification and affordability. That is a moment of time. That moment will pass, and if the citizens feel betrayed by this process, there are a number of reasons why that moment will pass, and then there will be opposition to densification and affordability as well. And it could take years or decades to get that back, right? There'll be legal challenges, most likely. I can imagine that a lot of the council will be replaced with people who are anti-blanket upzoning and potentially anti-densification, and that would be a real tragedy. So to not take advantage of striking while the iron's hot and taking advantage of this moment in time when there is this massive support would be a big misstep and a big tragedy. Yeah. And that's the point that I was trying to make. I'm not here to tell you, how many units should go on a 50-foot lot. Like, that's not my area of expertise. What I'm saying is engage the people, engage them early, listen to them, and make them feel part of it, right? Rather than just coming up and saying, hey, we understand you're all against it, but here's what we're going to do anyway. Okay. That won't work.
Okay. Apologize if I restate my question. When you did your Adobe analytics, did you extract what people were suggesting as to how to do it? That was what I was trying to get at.
So I have anecdotal evidence for that. I didn't do that scientifically.
Okay. Great. Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no more questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us. We appreciate your time today. I'm going to confirm the next panel. Do we have Nathan Cumby?
Yeah.
Great. Do we have Renee Hunt? Hi, was that Renee? Oh, hi. Come on down. Do we have Philip Meinzer?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
Great. Do we have Stephanie Westland?
Yes.
And do we have Christian LaVenture?
You betcha.
Perfect. So that's going to be our panel of 5. But before we go there, I'm going to do a couple of, I'll do a public service announcement just to make sure everyone remembers that today we conclude at 6, and we will pick this public hearing back up on Monday at 11:30 a.m. On Monday, we will go from 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. with the regular breaks in there somewhere. So that's the plan. The other thing I will do right now is make sure we can confirm who's on the next panel. So I'm looking at panel 214. Do we have Andrew Poole? Do we have Lori Waslin? Do we have Jody Petrovich? Do we have Shannon Hayden? Do we have Regina Shakarova? Okay, how about on 215, do we have Ernie Sapia? Do we have Melina Mengetti?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Marie or Jan Lamarand? Is that a yes? Okay, thank you. All right, so hopefully some of those folks will pop onto the line as we are going through the existing panel. But Milena and, is it Marie or is it Jan? By Jan, okay, thank you. Jan and Milena, just hang tight, we'll get to you for the next panel. So let's start off with Nathan Cumby, please.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi. Thanks. Thanks for having me here today and giving me the time of day to speak my mind. I am a 33-year-old male, born and raised in Calgary. I've lived here my whole life. Born in the Southwest, but moved to many different wards in the city, 6, 11, 1, 14. I am in support of change. The train has been innovative. I've seen many things come and go in my time here. I've seen large infill duplexes come into the neighborhood that I grew up in of over 15 years, and those are all okay. But I do oppose the blanket rezoning. I do think that there are alternatives to a full blanket rezoning, but as we know, there has been power outages, restrictions in the summer and in the winter, just due to the amount of people already living in the city. With the larger number of people coming into the city and into the new wards, I believe that it won't actually support the water infrastructure or the sewers. I live in a community in the southeast currently, and we have one road that has access in and out. I'm not sure about the numbers that actually live in the community, but I'm certain that if you times it by 4 or 8, that it wouldn't be able to support any of the things that I've already talked about. I think that with that, there comes other things that have been previously talked about. And even today, there was somebody that was supporting the blanket rezoning, and they talked about that they were excited that they would have a local coffee shop that they would be able to go to. And one of the council members referred to that person and talked about it and said that it was not promised that new housing will bring grocery stores and other amenities and necessities with it. As well as the growing number of people in the community, I believe that the safety and the privacy of neighbors is at risk. I have a friend that lives in Marda Loop that bought an infill, one of those new infill duplexes, and they have a taller housing project going in across the road, and they feel uncomfortable with it, and they feel invaded with their privacy, so they feel like they want to move to another community further on the outskirts of Calgary. If it's a blanket rezoning, then that won't solve their issue, and then they'll be in the same place as they were before. With other things, safety going down, crime goes up, and police can't be attentive to every call. Quality of care for EMS will go down, and at hospitals. Endless renos that have been taking place at all the hospitals throughout the city will make it harder for nurses and doctors to provide the necessary care that all the individuals will need. Roads aren't wide enough for some fire trucks, and with a narrowing canopy, it will make it harder for them to efficiently respond. All of these lower the safety of our communities, and other public servants that have it bad are also teachers. They have oversized classrooms that will have to be addressed. And with other things and oversized classrooms, you have students falling through the cracks and not as much attention to detail to know what specific learning detail or learning needs they have. We've already talked about the roads, but even for safety access in and out, there won't be adequate response times. I'm a carpenter by trade. There's a lower number of tradesmen now than there's ever been in the workforce. With all the new housing projects going and knocking down and then fully redeveloping 8 times as many projects. It'll make it harder for them to do their jobs efficiently
Mr. Cumby,
and provide.
Mr. Cumby, you're just at time, so I'm sorry, but your time is up. If you hang on the line on mute, I'll let you know if there's questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Renee Hunt, please.
Hello. Yes, I had a slide deck. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for this time to speak, and thank you to the citizens of Calgary for their excellent presentations. I would like it to be known that I am strongly opposed to blanket rezoning. I am here to add some facts and details for Calgarians and perhaps even for the councillors. Many Calgarians are curious on why the haste. Perhaps the following will help. Slide 2, please. In the January 17th article, the federal housing minister stated, "There are cities who won't receive funding because they don't want to end exclusionary zoning in Canada. I know some of them, and maybe they will change their ways. If you want to tap into the fund, be more ambitious than your neighbors." Slide 2, please, or next slide, please. This refers to a $4 billion available in the Housing Accelerator Fund for municipalities. An end to exclusionary zoning is among best practices and in successful applicants, it reads. It also states, that includes getting rid of low-density zoning and regulations that exclude affordable and social housing in residential areas, and instead allowing mixed-use development and high-density residential within proximity to urban cores and transit corridors. Thankfully, the Alberta government has told the federal government to stay in their lane and that we will not be bribed with our own money. Slide 4, please. Another clue to the push for rezoning came from a November 14th, 23rd public hearing, which I attended. This was on land use in West Hillhurst. After the presentation by the community for and against, this was the response from one councillor. It appears, according to this councillor, that we should not even be debating. Is this public hearing a charade then? I certainly hope not. Slide 5, please. So this leads to the question, what is the goal that councillor from Ward 11 is talking about? This could possibly be answered by the Home is Here housing strategy. Next slide, please. On page 8, it reads, the City of Calgary's housing strategy aligns with the city's broader strategic plans. One of these is the climate strategy. It reads in part, Calgary is expected to grow to a population of approximately 2 million people over the next 60 years. It is crucial that a variety of low-carbon, climate-resilient housing types and transportation options in a variety of communities are available to Calgarians to support net zero goals. This comes from the zero carbon neighborhoods within the document. Next slide, please. If we look at the zero carbon neighborhoods on page 35 of this 100-page document, we find the following that I have highlighted. Next slide, please. Use land more efficiently to transition to a denser, more compact city to minimize travel distances. And zero-emission city design. Transform land use planning to prioritize zero-emissions city design. Indeed, rezoning appears to be a priority for the city. It is interesting to note here that the use of complete and compact cities are also used to describe smart or 15-minute cities, but I could be reading too much into that. Next slide, please. Additionally, I have pulled a few key sentences. Next slide, please. Our communities will transition to compact, mixed-use neighborhoods with abundant natural infrastructure where transit and active modes of transportation, such as walking and cycling, are the preferred mobility choice. And land use planning is a key function of municipal government, and the City of Calgary has significant authority to influence the type and quality of the urban form in Calgary. Indeed, this does sound like a foregone conclusion that this will happen. Next slide, please. In conclusion, it appears from these city documents that bylaw changes for a denser, more compact city was on the radar even prior to the June 2022, long before the housing crisis came into focus. Next slide, please. In closing, I would like the city to allow a vote on the topic of blanket rezoning. If this is not allowed, I do hope the councillors will vote according to the residents' majority wishes and not on a green ideology of foreign influence, such as happened with the climate emergency declaration. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Philip Meintzer, please.
Yeah, just making sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, hi, Council. My name is Philip Meintzer, and I'm calling today as a 33-year-old resident of Renfrew and a relatively recent homeowner. I'm speaking to you today in favor of blanket rezoning because in order to tackle the housing crisis, we just need to mobilize every available tool at our disposal. Upzoning isn't going to be a silver bullet. It'll need to be combined with other mechanisms to make housing more accessible for everyone, such as non-market housing and rent caps. But eliminating the need for a hearing in every instance for rezoning should hopefully help speed up the process of densification, which is desperately needed. Some of the other speakers have called this a one-size-fits-all approach, and I'd push back a bit against that just because all this does is enable a few other options, and it also allows them to happen a bit more quickly. That's not too scary to me. A recent news story showed how Austin, Texas actually just experienced its largest year-over-year decline in rents after they streamlined permitting and upzoned most of their city. The story talked about how this created an oversupply in multifamily housing, which has been responsible for that drop in average rents. And I think that's what we should be trying to do here. It's disappointing to hear so many people talk about impacts to community character when people are struggling to find places to live. I'm less worried about how my neighborhood looks or feels than I am about friends who face housing insecurity. Community character arguments also come off sounding grossly similar to kind of anti-immigrant rhetoric where people feel like they have the right to police who qualifies as a desirable Canadian or a desirable neighbor in this case. It's not as if Calgary has always looked the same throughout its entire history. I look forward to having new and different neighbors. As someone who recently went through the process of finding and buying a home in the city, I wish there had been a greater diversity of options available to me within already established neighborhoods nearer to the city center. We did end up finding a small 112-year-old single-family bungalow in Renfrew, but I don't have a problem with duplexes, fourplexes, or row homes being built next to us. I don't think you can claim to be pro-densification, but against densification when it's next door. I ask you to please vote in favor of upzoning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Stephanie Westland, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am a resident of Ward 7, and I am representing myself. I am speaking in favor of blanket rezoning for all of Calgary. We are living in a time of climate crisis and a housing crisis, and this policy addresses both. My neighborhood is an inner-city, gentle-density neighborhood with a mix of housing types. It's also close to transit and bike lanes, making it very easy to get around the city. My family lives in a modest infill, and we make the most of all of our public parks and green spaces nearby to extend our living space. But one of the new trends in our community is for developers to build huge single-family homes or duplexes that maximize the lot space. The single-family homes are often selling for $2.5 million, while the duplexes are selling for $1.4 to $1.8 million. This is neither affordable nor sustainable. That said, some row homes have also been built. In fact, in the last few years, townhouses have been developed on the blocks on either side of ours. I'm somewhat ashamed to admit that initially I had some reservations around parking and such, but in hindsight, these concerns were not at all warranted. There are no problems at all, and these developments are fine. In fact, they are more than fine. They have made our community better. They have attracted people to move here that could not otherwise afford to live in this community. The townhouses have attracted a diversity of ethnicities and ages, which strengthens the community. I keep hearing comments from fellow panelists that these types of housing are not suitable for families or older people, but that's exactly who my new neighbors are. It's an array of families with young or older children, as well as older people and young couples, and even single people who are moving into these townhomes. And I have loved meeting my new neighbors, and I'm looking forward to meeting more. There are townhouse developments slated for each end of my block, and I'm excited about them. In addition, on the lot next to ours is an older duplex that currently houses 3 different families. It will likely get sold and redeveloped soon. I would much rather that this home be redeveloped into a space that will again house multiple families than an enormous single-family home or duplex that very few people can afford. And coming back to the fact that we are living in a climate crisis, we know that density can support lower emissions in that people are able to live closer to where they work and perhaps choose lifestyles less reliant on cars. People choosing to live in smaller homes is also more sustainable. As we seek ways to reduce carbon emissions, newer townhomes often require less heating and cooling, and developers could be encouraged to build energy-efficient net-zero homes. I hope that Council will make the right choice and bravely move forward towards a more livable city for all citizens, one that supports density rather than wealth, and that encourages more diversity in neighborhoods. Please say yes to blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Christian LaVenture, please.
Hello, my name is Christian, but enough about me. I want to talk to you guys about Gary. When I first moved to Calgary 4 years ago, me and my partner were looking at places to rent. We wanted a 3-bedroom townhouse, ideally with a yard to let the cats out, and rooms to fill with some eventual kids. You never know when you might have a happy accident. The first place we looked at was $1,550 in Ogden, rented by Boardwalk. Beautiful, but a little bit too far away from reliable transit. The second place we looked at was $1,450 near Rundle Station, rented by Avenue Calgary. Beautiful too, close to transit, but unfortunately we were told that the basement could randomly flood. This was troubling because the nearest body of water was pretty far away, but I suppose that's a story for neither here nor there. The last place was $1,200 near Rundle Station. Beautiful, full of light, kids playing in a shared green space, plenty of yard. This became home, and it was rented to us by Gary. As the years went by and the housing affordability crisis became unavoidable, Gary did increase our rent. $50 the first year, $60 the second year, and $50 the final year. We were paying $1,350 less than a year ago to rent a 3-bedroom townhouse with a yard. If you look right now on Rent Faster, you can see that Avenue Calgary is renting a similar 3-bedroom unit in the exact same location as we saw 3 years ago for $2,225. It's crazy. As of 7 months ago, we're now homeowners. The money we saved renting with Gary let us buy our first home, and Calgary now has its hooks in us, and we couldn't be happier. There's only one problem with Gary. He's kind of just one guy. We live in a free market where landlords are maximizing their profits. Getting lucky, or as I call it, getting a Gary, isn't a good policy for the city. Having parents with money or winning the lottery isn't good policy either. What's in front of you is good policy. A free market solution adding to existing housing stock. A way to increase density slowly so communities can eventually sustain more small business. A good way to put some downwards pressure on the cost of housing. A policy that has worked in other cities, despite some opposition voices holding affordability comparison graphs upside down. Some would say this policy is a no-brainer. Gary is just kind of a guy, but RCG upzoning is one of just many recommended solutions that will help affordability. Nodes and corridors has been the Toronto-Vancouver strategy for decades, protecting the sanctity of single-family zoning at almost all cost. Look where that's got them. These cities are in the midst of zoning reform. How long should things remain unaffordable in Calgary before we follow them? Or should we instead be leaders? Do we really want Edmonton to beat us? I would vote yes, and proudly. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. That is it for this panel, and I don't see any questions for you. So thanks very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time and your presentations. We'll go to the next panel now. It's going to start with Milena Mengetti and then Jan Lamorand. Andy Wolflag is here from panel 152. So if you are in the audience, you can come and grab a seat up front. I'm just going to round out the panel for you by calling a few people. Do we have Al-Karim Devani? Do we have Jaskaran Seko? Do we have Sarah Elder Chamanera? Do we have Molik Rajaguru?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Adam Zinatelli? How about from 217? Do we have Alan Gray? Hi, sir. You can grab a seat up front. Hi, do we have somebody on the line? Hi, is there somebody on the phone line?
Yes, it's Milena.
Okay, great. Just hang on then. I thought I heard somebody else. So it'll go Milena, Jan. Hello?
I'm also on the line. My panel's not up yet.
Sorry, what was your name?
Celia. You haven't called it yet. I'm just on the line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. You can hang on then. Anybody who's on the line, you can hang on mute. Let me just tell you what the order is going to be. It'll be Belena Mengetti, Jan Lamarand, Andy Wolflag, followed by Molik, Rajaguru, and then Alan Gray. So, Milena, please start us off.
Thank you. I've been listening with interest and an open mind to the City of Calgary's public hearings about citywide rezoning. I now understand that they're related to only one aspect of an overall housing strategy. The strategy seems to be a very detailed, well-considered plan, and having reviewed it, I choose to leave this particular decision to our elected council. That's, after all, what you're here for. And to the councillor who represents my ward. I have made participating in this hearing a priority. I'll start with an introduction. I have no slides. And then I'll speak to three main points. My name is Milena Meneghetti, and I'm a single divorced parent who has lived in Alberta my entire life. I'm a current homeowner in a central neighborhood which has already undergone some significant transformation. I'm also the parent of two adult children. One is an active adult on AISH who has successfully gained supported independence. I'm also a psychologist who now has what I currently consider a minor disability myself. Currently, I remain neither in favor nor opposed to citywide rezoning. Myself and the Calgarians I speak to love and know this city. We plan to move forward with our lives in Calgary in an affordable, enjoyable way, surrounded by people we care about. After listening to so many Calgarians, it feels to me that there's a great deal of doubt, anxiety, and fear about affordability, implementation, and the speed of follow-through, some of which I share. Younger people overall have some significant evidence, optimism, and hope. Still, this is an issue that has surfaced feelings of uncertainty about our futures and wondering if the only viable option will be to leave the city we call home. So there are three main points I'd like to make at this time. Firstly, those of us who own homes and now have new questions we haven't had clearly answered. What is permitted use? Does this strategy rely on us renovating or rebuilding our own homes? Or can we just take in students or others in a basement or secondary suite? In order for the strategy to work, does it mean that someone has to purchase our properties? And if so, knowing that before now would have helped. I've done the calculations, and while it does look feasible, that's only if affordable options are available and very soon. Now, if selling means homeowners need to be, displaced into a rental market, which is already either substandard, overburdened, and unaffordable, and then compete with others who are also looking for housing, I would have serious concerns. In sum, on this point, will we find ourselves looking for an option that simply doesn't exist? Secondly, it appears that the many qualified and intelligent people who've made plans on our behalf have envisioned a Calgary where people my age should be moving out and retiring, which we all know is itself a part-time job. I consider this to be ageism. What's important to know is that many of us have already moved we're willingly and I hope successfully supporting our own adult children practically, emotionally, and financially to help give them a good start in life. It's come at some cost to us. For my own part, I'm not too far from retirement, but have always expected that having to work longer than that was a reality. Remember, 60 is becoming the new 40. I'm sure that given the age of some members of City Council and administration, there's an understanding that early retirement is a luxury that many simply can't afford. Contributing to this strategy, of course, would be much more possible if I won't have to move to make our strategy a reality. Active and financially independent seniors who can continue to own their homes and contribute their skills and knowledge. They make for a prosperous city, in my view. Living closer in diverse communities is absolutely the way of the future. Densification, if it allows for biodiversity, is not an issue. Lack of infrastructure.
Thank you, Ms. Mengetti. You're just at time, so thank you very much for your presentation. Stay on the line.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, stay on the line in case there's a question for you. You can just mute yourself for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jan Lamarand, please.
Good afternoon. I'll tell you right off, I have not spoken in 20 years, although one-on-one I can speak very well. And I do have anxiety, and so I'm going to ask that for today that no one ask me any questions. It's just the way my brain works. As a little senior who hasn't worked much in 20 years and started my life over, and I'm in a seniors building that is subsidized, and I didn't think I belonged here, and I've waited 15 years for someone else to speak up, because at 46, when I realized I lived my life wrong and the shame started to come in, I really just wanted to give up. And so I decided at 55 that by 60, I am going to be fair and groovy. Today, I am only fair. I am not groovy. As far as the blanket rezoning, I know very little. I'm not educated. I did not go to school. I was taught the hard knocks life, and I was raised by thousands of people. And there is a powerful statement that will come out when I write an article on community that I'm hoping someone else is going to help me out with in the coming weeks. But 43 communities, I was like, wow, this must be important. I know a lot about community, and I know a lot about people. And so I felt no one is going to do it for me. And I have to go back to work to pay off an enormous amount of debt that I chose morally, of people who helped me, who cared about my earlier years. We don't need to go there. I now learn things in tidbits. I call them bites. I learned the word tidbits, I don't know, from somewhere. And anything related to anxiety, alcohol, pot, anything you want to name, any label has been put on me in my life, and I call those conditions. And everything else, including politics of any kind, I call shenanigans. And it is the only way that I can live my life today, because I realized that I was listening I was a mother hen everywhere I went. And now the only thing left controlling me is cigarettes. I retrained my brain. It's not perfect, but I retrained my brain in a unique way with a lot of help. And when I moved, I got this, now I will be careful because sometimes I don't know what belongs to to municipal, federal, or province, and I will be very respectful. I moved into a seniors building that is subsidized, and it's going through a lot of changes. And so, respectfully, until I talk to the CEO sometime next week, I will decline. There's a lot of groovy seniors in there, but there's also a lot of dynamics in there. And I stopped at 33. Now, don't overthink or misunderstand what I'm saying, but it doesn't matter where I go. It's either people are fighting, families are fighting,
Ms. Langlois,
businesses. Oh,
I really hate to do this.
Yeah.
But your 5 minutes are up.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll do it in community.
Okay.
And you'll probably find me in the Upside Down Church in East Village.
Well, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for letting us know that you weren't going to take questions today. We will absolutely respect that. So thanks for joining us. Let's go to Andy Wolflag, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondik and council and administration staff. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever done this two-way, so so anyway, like I just want to speak, like I'm not for or against, so I'm just speaking about I guess it's pardon? Oh. So anyway, it's about the East Village, and it's about the Trinity Foundation apartments that are there that I've seen over the last 30 years, just going by, and especially the Murdoch Manor. And I grew up there when I was from the age of 15 till now, so I'd been around the area for a long time. So yeah, like I'd like to see, like they do have subsidized housing there, but it's always been 30% of their housing of OAS and their benefits. But it'd be nice to have, great to have, be able to have, like a market rent in those places, so people who are 60s and who are seniors and don't have any, any percentage on them like that, that can move in and have another subsidized payment that they get every month. Like, for example, the rent benefits assistance program. It's with the city. I think that's what it is, rent assistance benefits, RAB. So it'd be nice if they could have, tenants be able to move in there, because it's been like 30% for decades there in that area of all the places with Trinity Foundation in East Village. So I'd like to see a change in that, because they're just sitting there empty. A lot of the places are like suites. And I saw it in the last, I'd say, maybe 5-10 years. And even this summer, there was a place there that was empty for a long time. I'd say over a year in the Murdoch. And nobody, like I didn't see anybody living there. So that's what I like to see changed anyway. That's it. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Malik Rajaguru.
Thank you, Mayor, and all councillors for patiently listening to everyone's opinion and comment. My name is Maulik Rajaguru, and I'm speaking in support of the change of blanket rezoning because of the following reasons. First, if we are already approving 95% of the rezoning applications, we are talking about being more efficient with cutting down the processing time for the rezoning applications and utilizing the tax dollar better with using city staff doing something more productive than just reviewing the application that are going to be approved anyways. Reason number two, I am an immigrant and I live in multi-generation family with my parents and with my kids. It works very well for us we being support to my parents and they being support to us, raising our kids. It would be nice if I would be able to build a backyard suite or a basement suite relatively easily compared to the current processes. That would be a great advantage. I think being close to family does have social advantages as well, so I do see value there.
7:30.
And then third, I understand that this probably would cause parking pain, the rezoning, and traffic pain in the city, and that probably will push city to improve the public transit systems, which would be an added advantage for the city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Alan Gray, please.
My name is Alan Gray, and I'd also like to thank City Council for holding these public hearings. I think it's an important issue. I just hope and pray that you take it all in and choose to put the interests of Calgary first, because I think that this blanket rezoning is a very bad idea. So I'd like to apologize ahead of time for being very critical of the proposal. I'm almost 60. I've lived in Calgary my whole life except 2 years in Regina early in my career. I'm an engineer by education, and now I'm an investment advisor and portfolio manager. I'm divorced with 4 children, and I've never owned a house. I believe that if people work hard and can afford to live in a lower density neighborhood, they should have that opportunity. This proposal appears to aim to make every neighborhood higher density, including those that have existed as they are for decades. I don't think that is fair or respectful to Calgarians. We've had a city planning department for as long as we've been alive, and I think it's done a great job of making land available and planning diverse housing space for the people of our city. Having pockets of well-planned high density, such as near C trains and other stations and other areas, I think most people can live with. It seems to me that this blanket rezoning concept throws all of that experience and good city planning practices out the window. For what purpose? Because our federal government asks us to and offers us some money? Why are they doing that? One reason I believe is because they've let too many people into our country too quickly. I really don't think it's our responsibility to drastically reduce our quality of life because of the federal government's poor, and I would suggest, nefarious immigration policy. As has been stated numerous times here, there are other ways to tackle our city's need for housing than ruining our communities and quality of life. We currently have high-density areas and low-density areas, but there is no need to ruin existing communities or outlaw low-density neighborhoods. Canada has the 8th lowest population density in the world. We don't have a land shortage, which means that the federal Liberals and this council's recommendation to densify and thereby ruin Calgary's neighborhoods is not legitimate in my view. Everyone I talk to thinks this idea of rezoning the whole city is just crazy, and obviously it's not politically popular. So naturally we're scratching our heads wondering, why would our mayor and prime minister want to do that? Being a student of geopolitics, I think I can answer some of that question. And I think Calgarians need to understand the deeper agenda. Most people have heard of the World Economic Forum. A few are aware that their leader, Klaus Schwab, has said proudly, quote, "You will own nothing and be happy," unquote, as if he thinks he can give orders to the world's elected leaders. That is obviously a communist agenda. He also boasted that most of our federal Liberal cabinet are members of his organization and of the same mind. Well, one of their major initiatives is promoting massive migration around the world. Some would call it an immigrant invasion. Under our current Prime Minister, immigration to Canada is off the charts. The Globe and Mail on April 4th stated that in 2017, 2% of Canada's population was made up of temporary immigrants. Now it's 7.5%. As we speak, there are major protests going on all over the world protesting the mass immigration agenda. They are trying to weaken and destroy cultures. This is the agenda of the globalists who have always desired to control the world. It's simply an age-old communist agenda. Their favorite play is to create and/or exaggerate problems, such as climate change, COVID, or in this case, massive immigration, and then they come up with solutions that involve taking away our freedoms and quality of life. Please don't fall for their slick propaganda. I believe that this federal government offer to give some of our taxpayer money back for housing in return for blanket rezoning is part of a larger evil agenda, and most, if not all, of our city council is well aware of it, and if not, they should be. I agree that we need more housing, but this blanket upzoning approach is definitely not necessary. We don't need to force higher density on our whole city. This is a very unpopular idea because it's so harmful to our culture and quality of life. In conclusion, I believe that this problem has been created intentionally by the very people who are proposing this draconian solution, who are Liberals, both federal and local, for the purpose of being able to say that there's a housing emergency, thereby justifying taking more of our freedoms and ruining our culture. Firstly, nothing ever justifies doing that, but this is the Liberal globalist age-old playbook. I don't believe that the people on our city council who voted for this are putting Calgary first. They are partially responsible for this problem by dragging their feet on making enough land available for development. Nevertheless, we are here. As has been presented here from every angle for the last 2 weeks, there are much better solutions available to address the need for more housing in Calgary. Once again, I apologize for being so critical of our city council, but I beg you, please don't do this to our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, starting with Councillor McLean.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wolflag, come up to this. Thanks for coming out to speak, Andy. I know it could be a little nerve-wracking coming down and speaking in front of all these people. I just wanted to just question regarding housing. Last week, a little while back, I remember working with you trying to find some housing. And I was hoping you were talked about. I was just curious, is everything working out good? Are you still in the same place and everything's good?
Yeah, I got a new place, so yeah, it's working out.
Good to hear. I'm hopeful that, whatever comes out of this strategy and what we pass will always not just build more homes for low density, medium density, but for everybody. And I'm just glad to see you come down here, and I'm glad to hear that all is good.
And then also too, like in those, in those homes, like Trinity Foundation, senior homes, they've got, they have nurses staying in Murdoch Manor. Like they have suites there, and they look after the seniors that need help, like for a reduced rent or for their studies, and they're able to stay there.
Perfect. I mean, I think that's part.
It'd be nice to have just regular people like seniors and our people, Indigenous people, to be, to have a place there too, eh?
100%. Our housing strategy has to be all-inclusive for everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks again for coming down, Andy.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to present to us. Let's see who else we can get in before 6 o'clock. Is there anybody in the audience or on the line that was on a panel previous to 216? Hi there. What's your... Oh, hang on 1 second on the line. Over in the audience.
Yes.
Yeah. What panel were you? 125? Okay, hang on. Autumn Malsbury-Bogue? Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Hi there.
Hello.
Just 1 second if you're on the phone. I'll be with you in just 1 second.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, and who do we have on the phone?
It's Veronica Duska, and I was registered for panel 190, but I have been traveling all day.
Okay,
Hold on a second.
190, right, Veronica?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, let me just confirm that, and then we'll go to the next person. Can we ask again, Veronica, what's your panel number? We don't have you on that one.
190.
Maybe spell your last name for me and we'll look it up.
Duska. I was in there personally at the beginning of the hearing and registered by the table there. So it was personally taken from, and I have the paper here.
Okay, tell you what, we will find you. Just hang on the line. And who else do we have? Is there anybody else on the phone line that's here from an earlier panel?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm registered for panel 218.
218. Okay, we haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay.
And it might be till Monday. So.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your patience. You know what?
No problem.
We've got 3 people ready to go, so let's start with Autumn, if you want to come on up. And then Ben, if you want to come up too and grab a seat, you'll be second. And Veronica, we're just trying to find your registration, so you'll be third, but we're just looking for it right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Shannon Hayden from 214.
From 214, Shannon Hayden. Okay, thank you. All right, everyone who's online, if you could possibly mute yourselves, that would be great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I grew up in subsidized housing, so I can really relate firsthand to those in need of housing and affordability issues. This plan all along was about affordability, and now suddenly is no longer claiming that's what it's for. You have social agencies, many city-funded, and students who I believe have been rallied by developers and even certain council members, thinking this will help those in need and those starting out, when in fact it will do the opposite. Their speeches sound suspiciously similar and scripted. Blanket rezoning will not benefit any Calgarians, whether homeowners, renters, or homeless. The only beneficiaries, in my opinion, will be developers and real estate investors. I don't think this hearing is valid, and as a yes vote would not be upheld by a judicial review. I watched the fall hearings. The city agreed in the fall to upzone as part of the federal accelerator fund. You announced the hiring of Tim Keane here on February 15th as the general manager of planning and development. My understanding is he goes from city to city doing one thing, upzoning. Yet this was a done deal long before this hearing. I've gone to multiple information sessions, which featured an excessive amount of uniformed security, people divided and seated at small round tables. Feedback was not recorded. A one-sided propaganda viewpoint showing pictures of duplexes on tree-lined streets with 0 cars, not at all what could be built, or lack of parking to go with it. I tried to clarify multiple times with planners, including Josh White directly, and 12 units were certainly never on the table until the mailed paper hearing notice went out. Many neighborhoods didn't get to have info sessions. Ward 6 Evite tickets were bought up by advocacy groups blocking out local residents that I learned from their Discord group. The only one I am aware of that held a real open house was Demong Ward 14, and I'd like to thank him for that. No councillors ran on blanket upzoning nor getting the right for permanent residents to vote, which violates the charter. To try to sneak that through while this hearing is going on just adds to the mistrust. Who are you working for? Federal World Economic Forum agenda, just as further investigations are going on about foreign interference in our elections? Or is it for developers? It sure doesn't seem to be for us, who elected you to represent us when a plebiscite was voted against. And most written submissions have shown they are opposed. You've had councillors miss parts of the hearing, on their phones not paying attention, and a very confusing system of when people will speak. Is it acceptable on day one, when Chabot asked about conflict of interest, that this public hearing went to a closed-door meeting? I think the public have a right to know what was discussed. I have a lot of concerns about people being recruited to speak in favor. Councillors were actually speaking at some of these events, held by Calgary's Future, primarily funded by unions, and more neighbours whose leadership has direct ties to a company run by a councillor's wife. Another councillor's election campaign headquarters were in a developer Round Square's showroom. Several councillors on the development committee have large maximum personal donation amounts disclosed from donors that own or are on the boards of companies that have already received large taxpayer-funded incentives related to the housing plan. Who is auditing these processes to make sure there is no undue influence when a councillor's spouse on their personal Instagram page states that they are a real estate investor? Yet the only property disclosed at the time of being sworn in was the personal home. I've heard the U of C Students' Union has hosted developer sessions at the school. Councillors spoke very publicly for the university radio station and for certain bloggers, yet didn't have time to show up at their own ward info sessions. Video clips from various sources and the words posted on their own ward pages show they are not amenable to persuasion, but are obviously promoting one side. If this council votes yes to blanket rezoning against the wishes of majority of citizens in the city, I fully expect it will go to judicial review if the province doesn't step in first. And I assume we will see few re-elected. Personally, I am putting in a complaint to the Integrity Commissioner, and I would encourage others to do the same. And I still have a little time, so I'll go on. So now the claim is increased supply. This will still do nothing, as with 1.3 million people coming to Canada last year and around 200,000 to Alberta, the supply problem will not go away. Blanket rezoning would give an immediate land lift to every property, not just those that will be developed, inflation across the board. Landlords will sell off older rentals on valuable land, which will be developed into expensive non-rental units, decreasing supply of rentals and increasing rents. Vancouver at least captures some of this land lift with community amenity contributions from developers. Calgary just lets it all flow as personal profit and expense falls to taxpayers. Have you read the government report by the Housing Advocate on the financialization of the Canadian housing market? This policy just adds to that problem. Municipal politics should be the basic running day-to-day functions of the city. Boring stuff most people don't pay a lot of attention to. And I think this council counted on that and underestimated the intelligence of Calgarians.
Very much for your presentation. You're just at time, so thanks very much for joining us. All right, let's go to Ben Gibson, please.
Good afternoon, members of council, and thank you and all City Hall staff for the long hours you've spent over the past several weeks hearing suggestions regarding the proposed rezoning. My name is Ben Gibson. I'm a student at the University of Calgary's Bachelor of Design in City Innovation program, and I'm a citizen of Calgary's Ward 4 in the Cambrian Heights neighborhood. I'm here before you today to urge you to vote yes to rezoning. As with everyone, I'm nothing if not the sum of my parts. At 18 years old, I stand at the precipice between a child and an adult with one foot in either world. I'm a student, a learner, and a researcher with a keen interest in housing and zoning. I'm a citizen of Calgary and choosing to exercise the democratic rights I am endowed with. I come from a two-parent, single-detached household, and over my life, I've gotten to see the neighborhood around me grow and change in a myriad of ways. I say this all to provide context to my statement that I'm severely worried about the future of housing in this country and city. I have, to put it bluntly, given up any hope of owning a house in my lifetime. I come from a background of privilege in a number of aspects, not the least of which being economic, and I still struggle to imagine a future which includes home ownership. Unlike some speakers have suggested, I cannot simply get a $100,000 loan from my parents. That is not a reality for me. Many friends and colleagues have spoken of a similar lack of hope, and it has become a major driving factor for a number of them to move out of the city in recent years. I implore the council to recognize how dire, frightening, and disheartening the current situation is for young people, and to truly grasp the magnitude of the issue. We are already losing extremely talented, bright people to a lack of housing, and the problem will only worsen the more we delay. Throughout my education so far, the importance of smart, data-driven planning has been absolutely paramount when it comes to creating cities that are both beautiful and livable. When this issue began being debated, I did not go in already having a side chosen, but took the time to analyze the issue from a neutral perspective. This included attending a number of prior hearings and earnestly hearing out both sides. While I stand firmly in the yes camp, the concerns of those that vote no cannot be dismissed. And there are some key points that have come up in a number of preceding speeches that I wish to address. Firstly, something that has been consistently brought up is that new developments are not mandated to be affordable housing. While this is true, and we should not solely rely on the private sector or blanket rezoning as a solution to the problem, The key issue is still supply and demand economics. The average row house currently in Calgary costs about $450,000 outright according to Q1 2024 estimates, with single detached homes going for an average of $700,000, over 1.5 times more, which is frankly absurd. This is a monstrous difference which, on its own, already does much to combat affordability issues if we continue to build row houses. As well, by increasing market supply at a base level and simply making more homes available, principles of supply and demand will force the market value of houses down. The second key point I've witnessed come up time and time again is those arguing about the character of their neighborhoods. While I understand and empathize with those concerned about character, some simple facts remain. The character of a neighborhood is ever-changing, and nobody is entitled, in my view, to a specific and set notion of character when they purchase their home that cannot be altered or changed. If this was true, we would accomplish nothing. In my eyes, the ultimate goal of rezoning and densification is to make happier and more beautiful communities with a greater sense of camaraderie and more neighbors. And having listened to and spoken with many rezoning advocates, their positions are similar. As stated, I believe in an evidence-based approach. It is clear that our current practices around urban sprawl and a refusal to densify the inner city have already led to a sharp overall decline in walkability, density, and community. We must be willing to embrace new paradigms that think beyond ourselves and self-interest and look towards the next generation and towards our neighbors. I want to reiterate and to really make clear how hopeless the situation feels as a young person growing up in this province. We cannot continue to let policy, like rezoning, be blocked and stalled. We need immediate action now to correct issues that we should have begun correcting 20 years ago. Calgary's zoning currently has a large number of problems already expanded upon by previous smarter presenters. It seems most everyone can agree that there is an affordability crisis, but I'm asking everyone to understand just how dire the situation is. RCG is not a silver bullet solution, and the best time to sow the seeds of it was 20 years ago, and the second best time to sow it is now. As a final aside, a number of presenters that I've seen have made claims that they are not experts and that we need to listen to experts. I would urge everybody to look towards the University of Calgary's professors in the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape, who have penned an excellent and eloquent letter explaining exactly why they, the experts, support rezoning practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Veronica Dusk.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Your Worship, Mayor Gondek, City Councillors. My name is Veronica Duska, and I live in the Westbrook area where we have worked together with the city on one of the first LAPs, the Westbrook LAP, for about 3 years, resulting in a plan that already measurably addresses density issues in a very comprehensive agreement between the city and the citizens. So building has started. The hundreds of new units here now give people the housing choices they dream of, but not one of them would pass for anything near affordable housing. Yet, the Calgary Planning Commission declares that affordability is key. We have been assured that building an overabundance of these row houses will eventually trickle down to something affordable in the future, plus a slew of economics of scale possibilities. Even the federal government will give us money for housing, with upzoning conditions, of course, or no strings, only with money that they do not have, leaving the next generations to pay for it. But the citizens on the ground keep telling you that their experience of the facts does not match the version you espouse. Our engagement does not seem to get through. We ourselves tried to provide even more housing supply at the time of the agreement than what the city wanted, around the periphery of our community and near the LRT station. We really did try that. However, the RCG zoning was still applied to our entire community. Nevertheless, I advocate for the LAPs because they have a better chance of succeeding together with Community Land Trust to deliver desperately needed owner rental tenure below market rate housing. The present housing crisis could be addressed without the serious and far, far too many negative impacts the blanket rezoning on many of our city's communities. And also, future LAPs, they would take much less time, I assure you, not 3 years, given the broader understanding of blanket rezoning now forced on everyone. Do we need to make decisions that will, with provided certainty, copy Toronto and Vancouver? Our children and grandchildren, your children, grandchildren, young people, do they need to have that kind of housing or renting impossibility added to the financial squeeze already present? Yes, indeed, the housing issues are understandably challenging, but do not feel that you are backed into a corner. You do not have to make this kind of desperate RCG change. You still have the ability to think about a different tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry I got your name wrong, Ms. Duska. Let's go to Shannon Hayden, please.
Very emotional.
Yeah. I try not to be.
You're emotional.
I was.
Yeah, very.
Is this Shannon Hayden? Hi, do we still have Shannon Hayden from panel 214? Okay, last time, Shannon Hayden, are you still there? All right, here's what we'll do then. We'll wrap up the panels for tonight and we will clarify what's happening for next week. After we recess this meeting, After we recess this meeting, we will return at 11:30 a.m. What's that? I keep asking if there's someone on the line, and I'm asking if it's Shannon Hayden.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, for taking the time and attention you've shown to the Calgary citizens who've chosen to speak over the past 2 weeks. It's much appreciated, as this clearly is a hot topic. I'll start by providing a bit of context to my view. Next, I'll say how I heard about the proposed blanket rezoning. Then I'll state what I wish for the outcome to be for our great city. I'm 37 years old, a third-generation Calgarian with a toddler and infant. I'm representing myself and my family of 4 today. I graduated from the U of C over 10 years ago, and similar to the gentleman who spoke at the beginning of last week, who was moving to Winnipeg, I too moved out of Calgary upon completion of my teaching degree. I was in high-density apartments for over 10 years, and I loved it. In that phase of my life, renting made sense for several reasons. Moving up the housing continuum in Calgary was something I aspired to and saved for, knowing full well it would not be cheap, as is the case with any major city in the world that offers such great amenities and programs and services as Calgary does. Within the past few years, my husband and I purchased our first home in Ward 1. We plan to live in this home for several decades. I'm not concerned nor motivated by the resale value of my home. What I am concerned with blanket rezoning is the cost of a single-family home will increase to a level that makes it unattainable for young families to afford because developers will swoop in and own it. This makes the prospect of owning a home increasingly more expensive for my son's generation. This is why I felt so compelled to speak today. My next point is the knowledge that I had of rezoning prior to the hearing. I heard of this through word of mouth and in the media a few months ago. If someone were to ask me if I was aware of rezoning, I would say yes, but in a very general sense only. I hazard a guess this is the case for many, especially who are working individuals such as myself. I was not aware until very recently of what exactly was meant by RCG zoning. Up to 8 to 12 units on a single-family lot, this concept blew my mind when I first heard it. The pictures and presentations I've seen while watching the hearing about development in communities such as Bowness has further convinced me of how strongly opposed I am to this blanket upzoning. Not every single-family lot is suitable for a multi-complex unit. Designs need to be contextual. I absolutely echo the concerns to blanket rezoning that you have heard several times and I'm sure will be repeated. The reason of largest concern to me is overstretched amenities in neighborhoods that are not designed for it. As a teacher, I specifically see the pressure of increased enrollment on our classrooms that they're facing. Schools need to be built or expanded first prior to increasing density. The reverse will only have a negative effect on our already stretched schools, which is happening at an alarming rate. My last point is what I hope to be the result of this hearing. I'm in favor of rezoning with a calculated, stepwise strategic plan rather than a blanket approach. Again, I say this with my teacher hat on. I use the metaphor of my classroom that consists of students compared to our city that consists of neighborhoods. As a teacher, my goal is to optimize the growth and learning of each student while caring about the well-being of each individual and the class as a whole. As a city, the same holds true. Addressing any problem with a blanket solution is not respectful to the individual needs and differences, nor will it be an effective means to an end goal. Furthermore, removing the ability for the public to weigh in on changes to their neighborhoods is akin to removing the ability for parents to contact their teachers with concerns or comments. This really concerns me. I understand the need is now and yesterday for more housing supply. I live in a neighborhood with a range of housing types. This variety is wonderful, and I welcome rezoning within this established community if it is done with a calculated approach. The local area plans that are already in the works can be the mechanism to utilize to go about these changes if thoughtfully done, recognizing the current use and context. Citizens need to be engaged in this listening two-way street process, not blanket rezoning. I believe Councillor Spencer asked a question about the desired future state, how it could be attained in a gentle way. To me, this is keeping the public consultation engaged. That's the answer. A fundamental right is to give everyone a voice in this process. This voice needs to be maintained. In closing, I hope each councillor listens to the residents within each of their wards. Perhaps a poll could be done in each ward. And after complete information has been presented that shows the full scope of the true potential of RCG blanket zoning. Calgary's been a wonderful city to live in and move back to after several years away. I hope my toddler and baby will be able to enjoy a city with zoning designations that have been thoughtfully put into place and not a blanket approach.
Thank you for your
Yes, this is. Hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi. Who's this?
Yes, hi. This is Shannon.
Hi, Shannon. Were you done yet or not?
Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Is this Shannon?
Yes, I'm here.
Shannon, did you just give us a presentation?
Hi.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Shannon, did you just present to us just now? Okay, hey, I have an idea. If somebody just gave us a presentation, could you tell us who you were? How about this? If anybody who's on the line could give me their name, that would be helpful. Please. Okay, Council, I'm just going to ask for general consent to go past 6 o'clock and conclude this. Thank you. Whoever's on the line, you've got a couple of minutes to weigh in and let us know. You could also just email the clerk at publicsubmissions@calgary.ca to let us know who that was. We think it's Shannon Hayden, but we're not sure. In the meantime, Councillor McLean, you have a question for a panelist.
Oh, okay, thank you. It was for Mr. Gibson. Yeah, thank you very much for that very heartfelt presentation. You'd mentioned that you'd lost all hope of ever buying a home in your lifetime. I get it, I was a poor student once upon a time, but I always thought, just maybe I'm able to make it. You saw people that were older, I was in my 18, 1920s. You become rich, maybe it was the 80s, but you seem like a very, very bright young man. You know, in university, your future's fully ahead of you. I've seen so many young people, whether it's tech or different fields, entrepreneurs, become very, very successful. So regardless of how expensive homes are, because they are, but do you not think that there's the possibility, you know, somebody as bright as yourself, that you could still have that dream of owning a home?
Well, I must confess, Councillor, I may have hammed it up a little bit, but broadly speaking, I think I share a sentiment expressed by many young people when I say that no, this simply doesn't enter into the reality. And for many of us, it's a numbers game. It's looking at the money that we're expected to make in our chosen fields whatever those may be, and then simply comparing it to the price of homes year after year, looking at wage rates as they correspond with inflation, as that corresponds with the price of houses. And then also looking at people's individual circumstances. A lot of young people that I know have far more volatile lives than me and may not be able to rely on things like the support of their parents in order to afford a home, something that many of us take as a given, myself included. And so I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that the prospect of owning a home seems unfathomably far away for many of us. And if things are to keep going at the rate that they are, that it might not be something that happens at a reasonable point within my lifetime for me to start a family.
Yeah, I agree. It's way harder nowadays than it was in the past. I just was like, what? Quote? And I just like, let's always look at the bright side of life. Hopefully things change, the world changes around, new technologies, and I just wish you all the best. Thanks for coming down.
Councillor. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and that's it for questions for this panel, and we will get some clarification on who the last speaker was, just to make sure we document the right person. Madam Clerk, I can probably count on you folks to do that.
We will reach out to Shannon Hayden and confirm if she in fact was the speaker.
Perfect.
If she was, it'll stay part of the record. If she was not, we will bring that clarification to Monday's meeting.
Perfect. Now, we do have to do something procedural in just one moment. But I am going to let everyone know what the schedule for next week is. We will go from 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. on Monday, the 6th of May. On Tuesday, this public hearing will not happen because we have another regularly scheduled public hearing meeting of council that will more than likely spill into Wednesday. So next Tuesday and Wednesday is a different public hearing meeting. This one, though, comes back on Thursday, the 9th of May, if that's needed. We'll go from 9:30 to noon. And then we will come back from 6 to 9:30 p.m. And if needed, we will also meet on Friday, the 10th of May from 9:30 to 6 p.m. Now, Madam Clerk, the motion that you need us to look at?
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So 2 weeks ago, Council took a motion to reconvene this meeting every morning at 9:30. However, on Monday, May 6th, there is a 9:30 meeting of the Event Center Committee. So I am looking for Council to take a motion to recess the public hearing today until 11:30 a.m. on May 6th in order to allow for the May 6th regular meeting of the Event Center Committee meeting to be held at 9:30.
Does it need to be a full motion or can it be general consent?
It can absolutely be general consent.
Is anybody opposed to this at all? No, if it's general consent, there does not have to be a motion. I don't see anybody opposed to it, so.
Thank you, Mayor.
That makes sense. When we come back on Monday, we will be starting with panel 217. At that point, I will be looking for Karen Sherman, Ellen Smith, Doug McDonald, and Alyssa Sherman. After that, it's 218. I'll be looking for Tristan Chang, John Yee, Claire Kratz, Celia Lee, Jennifer Armstrong, and Gurman Sahota. As always, I will also ask if there's anybody in the audience or on the phone that missed their panel that would still like to make a presentation, and we will assemble panels accordingly. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the public for being patient today and sharing your views with us. Thank you, clerk's team and administration, and thank you, colleagues. Have a very good night.